All right, good morning everyone in the beautiful Sunday today. Welcome all the participants again here in the Active Learning for English course webinar. My name is Ruchipa Bunsi from Siriratanathon School.
And I am Chalermchai Nopsuwan, teacher from Nawamintara Shinutiste Vidyakul School. So we are honored to be your MC for this webinar today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to welcome all of you to the webinar on the topic of active learning.
First of all, I would like to invite Ms. Nitha Pirachai Pawong, the head of the Curriculum for Special Program of the Secondary Educational Service Area Office 2, to give the statements and objective of this webinar. Please welcome. Please don't forget to turn on your microphone.
Sorry. Thank you for MC. President of the ceremony, Ms. Nandakorn Thipsungneun, the Deputy Director of the Educational Service Area Office Bangkok 2. Good afternoon, all distinguished participants. I'm Nitha Pirachai Pawong, the head of Educational Curriculum English Program and the representative of the Educational Supervisor, together with the Director of HCEC Centers, Sri Vidya 2 School Center and Bangkapi School Center, including our educational supervisors. We have held a training workshop on the topic, how to conduct active learning classroom for the foreign language teacher English, with the objective namely, first, to enhance teacher background on the accurate understanding of active learning approach. Second, to develop teacher capability to design an active learning classroom effectively. And last, to encourage teacher to be realize the advantage of active learning theories and practice and applying suitable English teaching for our students. The participants who join this webinar are school administrator, teacher, educational personnel, and students both within the application and in different applications. You can watch through 3 platforms. The first one is Zoom Conference Room. The second one is live broadcast via Facebook Live in supervision, monitoring, and evaluation for educational provisions group. And the last one is YouTube channel of supervision, monitoring, and evaluation for educational provision group. Now, it is the right time to open the ceremonies. May I invite the president of ceremony to give the opening academic webinar on the topic, how to conduct active learning classroom for foreign language teacher English. Please welcome Ms. Nandakorn Thipsungneun.
All distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nandakorn Thipsungneun, the Deputy Director of the Education Service Area Office Bangkok 2. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be the principal of the ceremony to open the workshop on the topic, how to conduct active learning classroom for foreign language teacher, and give a warm welcome to all honored participants today. Active learning is a key principle of a teaching approach that all teachers in the 21st century should be capable of applying to their classroom effectively. Teachers in the new era should be able to use the teaching technique effectively and understand how to conduct their active learning. Active learning is a key principle of a teaching approach that all teachers in the 21st century should be capable of applying to their classroom actively. Teachers in the new era should be able to use the technique effectively and understand how to conduct their active learning classes. Besides the use of new technology and applying different teaching methods that meet the goals of active learning is also important for teachers in the 21st century. When teachers realize the advantage of active learning and apply the principle of their lesson, it leads to effective classes and teaching approach for all students. For this lesson, it is a case duty for all teachers and educational workers in the second educational service area office, secondary education district Bangkok to be united in taking part in improving teachers to be able to design teaching methods and they are active and suitable for all students and encourage students to develop their skills and knowledge to be applied to their life, future profession and get ready for the change of the new age. I am deeply grateful and thank you to all active educational supervisor, HECE Center, and the development of foreign language teaching department quality center for arranging the academic training workshop. Last but not the least, I would like to thank you, our specialized trainer from Science, Computer, and Language School for this opportunity to share benefit, knowledge, and experience with all participants today. Now is the perfect time to start the training. I would like to officially open the ceremony and hope that we will accomplish today's activity that great success. Thank you indeed.
Thank you so much for a warm welcome and meaningful speech. All right, before we start the first session, may I have a group photo session. So please, everybody, please turn on your camera. We're gonna take a photo group together. Please turn on your camera, please.
ค่ะลำดับต่อไปนะคะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทุกท่านนะคะถ่ายภาพร่วมกันนะคะซึ่งในตอนนี้นะคะใน Zoom ก็จะมีผู้เข้าร่วมนะคะอยู่ที่115ท่านนะคะแล้วก็ในเรื่องของการถ่ายรูปนี้จะเป็น5หน้านะคะ5สกรีนนะคะก็จะขออนุญาตให้เจ้าหน้าที่ฝ่าย ICT ทางโรงเรียนบางกะปินะคะได้ให้สัญญาณในการถ่ายรูปค่ะเจ้าหน้าที่ ICT ทางโรงเรียนบางกะปิพร้อมไหมคะ
พร้อมครับขออนุญาตให้สัญญาณนะครับหน้าที่1ครับ3 2 1เรียบร้อยครับต่อไปหน้าที่2ครับ3 2 1เรียบร้อยครับต่อไปหน้าที่3ครับ3 2 1เรียบร้อยครับต่อไปหน้าที่4ครับ3 2 1เรียบร้อยครับหน้าสุดท้ายครับ3 2 1เรียบร้อยครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบพระคุณทุกท่านสำหรับการถ่ายภาพนะคะ
All right, everyone, may I inform the information about receiving the certification. So today you need to collect 4-digit code that the teacher will tell you during we have the activity. So in the morning will be 2-digit code and in the afternoon it will be another 2-digit codes as well. Therefore, you need to concentrate with our activity to collect 4-digit code to get the certification at the end of our seminar.
ค่ะสำหรับในวันนี้นะคะในส่วนของการรับเกียรติบัตรหลังจากการประเมินนะคะทุกท่านจะต้องตั้งใจฟังนะคะการอบรม Active Learning ของเราจากทีเชอร์ชาวต่างชาตินะคะซึ่งในวันนี้จะมีโค้ดค่ะในการใช้เพื่อไปรับเกียรติบัตรนะคะโดยที่ทีเชอร์จะให้โค้ดนะคะ2ตัวเลขในช่วงเช้านะคะแล้วก็อีก2ตัวเลขในช่วงบ่ายนะคะก็ขอให้ทุกท่านตั้งใจเข้าร่วมการอบรมค่ะ
All right, to click off this program, we are honored to have Mr. Anthony Donnelly and the team from Siam Computer and Language School will be the speaker with us. So let me introduce our speakers. The education of the speaker, TEFL certificate. TEFL International Bangkok, Thailand, Bachelor of Arts in Applied Language, University of Strathclyde, Glasgow, UK, Tampere University, Finland. External Program Manager, Siam Computer and Language School, Bangkok, Thailand. Head of Teacher, Tiam Udom Siksa, Nom Grau, Bangkok, Thailand. Primary Teacher, Santa Cruz Surasak School, Bangkok, Thailand. And all of this is a short information of our speaker. So everybody, please welcome the speaker.
Okay, you go first.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Yes, my name is Anthony Donnelly, and I'm looking forward to speaking with everyone today. We'll be online shortly, and we look forward to spending some time with you.
Very good. Hi, my name's Simon. I'm going to be working with you today and studying about active learning.
Yeah, we look forward to spending time with you.
Okay. So shall we begin, or?
No, not yet.
No.
Morning.
Wow, I remember that person. How many people do you think are watching?
I'm not sure. We probably have, is it like I think 300, and then we're going to have like streaming quite a lot of people.
All right. I'm glad to see you again. I learned English with you in SW.
Okay. So, yeah. So like we're looking forward to getting started shortly. Someone's saying hello there, Mr. Simon. We have some messages coming in already.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh wow.
Hello, Mrs. Simon. I'm glad to see you. I learned English with you in SW. Oh, right. Okay. At your university, must be one of your older university students.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Nobody's saying. Hello. I see nobody saying hello to Mr. Anthony. I'm so disappointed.
Look, see.
Good morning, Mr. Anthony, Mr. Simon. Okay, someone has said good morning to me as well. That's great. Good morning to you. All right.
So what are we going to do today?
Well, we're going to go through a few different things, obviously. I mean, just to clarify now, Mr. Rungrod, we are online now, are we? Are we due to start now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, wonderful. Let's get started then. Right, well, what we're going to do today, well, we're going to talk a little bit about active learning, of course, and we're going to see if we can perhaps engage you guys as well a little bit, because the whole concept of active learning is that we participate, exactly, and it's not just a question of we do the talking and you guys do the listening. We're going to try and get some talking out of you guys too, even if it's just text.
Yes.
Will that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any form of communication is good.
Wonderful. So now, if I were to open up a PowerPoint here now, it's gonna up and run here. Am I right? Am I correct? Everything on my computer will be visible. Am I right? Okay, wonderful. Okay. So let's start, shall we? Okay. Right. Can I just make sure that everything is being seen on the screen? Is that correct? Does everyone see now what I have presented on the screen? Can somebody out there? I know that we've got the team in the back here now working on the what am I looking for? The electronic side of things. Yes. Exactly, the technical side of things. I just want to make sure now that people can see what's on the screen. Can we see what's on the screen?
Right now we see you both already.
Can we see what is the title of the screen?
No.
We see just only you both.
So they can't see it yet.
They can't see it yet.
Oh,
Okay. There's a way we need to work out now.
Yeah,
so
they say no shared screen yet.
Okay, right.
No
Okay,
shared
so Okay, 1 second, everyone. I'm not logged into this. Okay, there we go. There we are. Now, here we go. Right. We're looking good now.
Oh, yeah, look.
There we are. Okay, so. All right. 1 second. I'm going to play this.
I see your presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, but I cannot. I'm not able to. When I click present, it won't let me.
Oh.
Okay, so we have just a slight little, as is always the case, first thing, you have a slight technical issue. The presentation, when I click on present, it's pausing the screen share. So we need to fix that.
How do you do that?
It should be able to just play through.
Okay. All right, just a second.
Okay, so yeah, every time we have the when I click the presentation to present, it clicks to pause screen. So we need to fix that. Okay. If I resume share, you can see
Nothing?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
you can see that. But the problem is now, you see, everybody, just to let you guys know, the problem is now when I'm clicking to present this PowerPoint, it does this.
Ah.
Yeah. This is
Well, you can just introduce yourself, and then I'll introduce myself without the thing.
I could do that, but I prefer to have this fixed because, to be honest, I think it's just everything about the PowerPoint won't work as we want it to unless we can actually present it properly.
Fair enough.
So please bear with us. I'm sorry about that. We're going to have to just make sure we can fix this little technical issue before we can start presenting, realistically to you. It won't share the PowerPoint presentation.
Maybe you can stop sharing first and then share.
Okay, I'll stop share and reshare. Okay.
That usually works. Like turn it on,
let's
turn
try
it
that
off
then,
again.
shall we?
Maybe it's because you have. Yeah. It says you're sharing.
Okay.
It says it. Sorry, guys. Just a moment. Hey, look.
Okay. How are we looking now? Can we see?
Yes, I see
Yes,
your
we
screen.
can see the screen.
I see your screen.
It's okay.
Can you try to move to the next slide first, just to make sure that we can move it?
We've got to make sure. There we go. There's a slight delay. That's okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Let's go back.
Go back.
Oh, right now the screen has gone. ค่ะ ในระหว่างที่รอ ทางท่านวิทยากรนะคะแชร์สกรีนสำหรับพวกเรานะคะขณะนี้นะคะมีผู้เข้าร่วมชมในซูมของเรานะคะ
Thank you for your help. Yeah.
นะคะแล้วก็ผู้ที่ลงทะเบียนเพื่อที่จะเข้าอบรมกับเราในวันนี้อีกทั้ง2ช่องทางนะคะทั้งใน YouTube แล้วก็ในFacebook ของกลุ่มนิเทศสพมกท2นะคะก็มีอีก 1,600 ท่านนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้นะคะก็อาจจะต้องตั้งใจนิดนึงนะคะเพราะทีเชอร์เนี่ยจะให้โค้ดนะคะในช่วงเช้านะคะ2ตัวเลขนะคะแล้วก็ตอนบ่ายอีก2ตัวเลขค่ะเพื่อที่จะได้ให้ทุกท่านนำไปใช้ในการกรอกเพื่อที่จะประเมินแล้วก็รับเกียรติบัตรในช่วงพิธีปิดนะคะในตอนนั้นค่ะเดี๋ยวรอสไลด์จากท่านวิทยากรสักครู่นะคะค่ะและสำหรับหัวข้อการอบรมในวันนี้นะคะเริ่มต้นในช่วงเช้าเลยนะคะก็จะเป็นในเรื่องของactive learning คืออะไรแล้วก็บทบาทของคุณครูนะคะในห้องเรียนที่เราเนี่ยจะเรียนด้วยกันด้วย active learning นะคะถัดมานะคะก็จะเป็นในเรื่องของทำอย่างไรที่จะให้ active learning works นะคะในห้องเรียนของเรานั่นเองนะคะซึ่งคุณครูหลายท่านได้พยายามทำสิ่งนี้กันอยู่นะคะแต่ว่าบางทีเนี่ย outcome ผลที่ออกมาก็อาจจะยังไม่เป็น active learning เท่าที่ควรเดี๋ยววันนี้เรามาดูกันนะคะว่าท่านวิทยากร2ท่านเนี่ยนะคะจะแนะนำนะคะตัวอย่าง example ต่างๆของ active learning อย่างไรแล้วก็จะมีในส่วนของการสาธิตวิธีการนะคะแล้วก็มีพวก implementation ต่างๆให้คุณครูทุกท่านด้วยนะคะก็ขอเรียนเชิญตั้งใจฟังทั้งวันนี้เลยนะคะ
So, all right, before we waiting for our speaker to preparing the presentation, so the first topic that we're gonna see and we're gonna learn with our speaker is what is active learning and the teacher roles in active learning classroom. So I think two of this topic is very cool, it's very interesting. I think all of teachers need this technique, needs this information of this topic very much. I think it is important thing of our teacher to use the technique of the foreign teacher. Some of you may confuse about how to use the technique, how to use the activity when you need to make the classroom like active learning. So today, it's an important thing. It's an important education that you need to use it to apply in your classroom. So please concentrate with our activity and don't forget to collect 4-digit code, which is in the morning to close and in the afternoon to close. You need to concentrate.
We also have a Q&A session ถ้าใครมีคำถามอะไรนะคะสามารถที่จะพิมพ์คำถามที่สงสัยนะคะทั้งในช่องแชทใน Zoom นะคะทั้งในคอมเมนต์ที่ YouTube นะคะแล้วก็ใน Facebook ได้เลยนะคะทางทีมสน.แล้วก็วิทยากรทุกท่านนะคะก็จะอ่านแล้วก็ลิสต์คำถามของท่านนะคะแล้วก็ช่วยกันตอบคำถามแก้ไขปัญหาข้อข้องใจเกี่ยวกับ Active Learning ให้ในวันนี้ค่ะพิมพ์ในช่องแชท Zoom ได้เลยนะคะตอนนี้ก็อ่านอยู่มีทุกท่านก็แนะนำตัวมาอะไรมานะคะแล้วก็ถ้ามีคำถามใดๆก็สามารถที่จะพิมพ์ได้เลยค่ะ
So anybody, if you hesitate with the topic, if you have any question, please feel free to ask our speaker by leave your comment, your question in our comment in Zoom chat, YouTube and Facebook. 3 platforms. You can give our question here.
เดี๋ยวทางทีมวิทยากรนะคะจะ ช่วยประสานทางท่านวิทยากรต่างชาติของเรานะคะว่าในขณะนี้นะคะท่านพร้อมหรือยังนะคะในการที่จะนำเสนอ learning ของวันนี้นะคะ Please let me check with the speakers at Siam Computers. Are you ready to present right now?ขอให้ท่านผู้เข้าร่วมการอบรมรอสักครู่นะคะ All right, right now the screen is pop up here.เหมือนกับว่าตอนนี้แชร์สกรีนนะคะพร้อมแล้วนะคะก็ท่านวิทยากรก็ใกล้จะพร้อมแล้วเช่นเดียวกันค่ะ โอเคค่ะสัญญาณภาพมาแล้วนะคะ โอเคค่ะ All right, the screen is here and both of you come back here again. Please don't forget to turn on your microphone.
Right, we are back and we are live. Right, hello everybody. Can you guys, I've got a message here already from Suapa. Says hello everybody. Okay, wonderful. Let me just click a few chats here and see what we got. Good morning everybody. Right, well, good morning. So,
Good morning.
We're starting a little later than we thought, but here we are, and we'll get straight into it. You guys can see the screen at the moment, can you? So, of course, you know our names already. Let's just forward to a little bit more information about. We'll start with Simon, shall we?
Okay, yeah. Please.
Okay. So let's see, Simon.
Does it come up when they say?
Is there a delay now? Because I've.
No, it's
There
cool.
we go.
Okay, so this is me. My name is Simon. The picture is not recent.
Yeah, well, when was that? When was that picture taken?
Like 5 years ago, I
5
think?
years
Yeah.
ago.
Okay.
Okay, is there anybody out there who believes Simon when he says that picture was taken 5 years ago?
Well, it was taken, 5 years ago.
5 years ago,
Yeah,
okay.
it's true.
You look good.
Yeah. So I'm from Ireland originally. I grew up in Australia and the United States. I work at Serena Korean Warot University. And I have a cat. His name is C. Nin.
Is that him there?
Yes, he's wearing a frog costume. Yes.
Okay,
So his name is C. Nin.
So you're a fan of cats?
Yes. Also Nong Nin.
Okay. Right, so we know a little bit about Simon. Now we're going to find out a little bit about me. But I'm not going to make it easy for you guys. Oh, no. No. That would be making things too easy. I've got some things on the screen here now for you. And I've got a message from, I'm not sure, how do you pronounce this?
SPM.
Okay, and it says, let's go. All right, then, well, let's go. Can anybody tell me what you see on the screen there? Can anybody give me some feedback? You can do it in the comments section, in the chat if you like. You have things like ants. What do you guys think ants is? Feel free to post a chat, because we can't do the visual and the audio, but we can do it in the chat. Can anybody tell me what they think ants is? Nickname, thank you, 6S. Nickname, correct. A nickname for what? What would my full name be? Anthony, right? Okay. So there's other things you see there. You see 3, and okay, somebody said nationality. Well done.
Yes, nationality.
So how would you ask the question? How would you ask the question about nationality? If you want to get that answer, Irish, what's the question? What's your nationality? Thank you. That's from Siri Ratanath. I'm sorry about my pronunciation on the names, but I'll try my best. Yes, nationality. Yes. So, but somebody also posted age there. Now,
22 years.
well, the thing is, that's the fun thing. If you look, there's actually 2 numbers there. There's 45 and 53. So I'd kind of like to ask you guys, which one suits me better?
45.
Michael Belliga said 53. Thanks a lot, Michael. Yeah,
But that's
thank you.
correct, right?
Somebody said 35. Or said 35. You are my new friend. Okay. What part of Ireland am I from? I'm from Dublin, from the capital city. But if you see also, someone said, okay, gracias, de nada, you're welcome. Or said, thank you for my compliment. He said it in Spanish.
Wow.
So, yeah, de nada. Right. So also you can see there, we've worked out my age. I'm 53, I'm sorry to say. I'm Irish, which means I'm from Ireland. But there's also something else there. It says more than 30 years. So what question could you guys come up with to get the answer more than 30 years? Anybody got any ideas? I think we need to think about in terms of length, right? A time frame. So we would have something like, how long have you stayed in Thailand? How long have you been teaching, living in Thailand? How many? Very good. We're getting a lot of input here. Well done. Well, the answer is more than 30 years. The question is, how long have I been abroad? So I've been abroad for more than 30 years, which means I've been away from my home country for more than 30 years. Some people have asked, living in Thailand. Well, the answer to that is 22 years. So I've been 22 years in Thailand and more than 30 years abroad. Can you make the connection between abroad, 30 years, and 22 years in Thailand with another country there? What other country can you see? People have been saying, how many had you been teaching? Oh, a long time. Too long. Anybody can work out where does Finland come into the equation? What do you think? 22 years in Thailand, another in Finland, 31 in Finland. Well, thank you, Guy, for your input there. Well done. Where did you start working? Oh, Michael asks. Well, I started working in Dublin when I was young, but then I moved to Finland in the early 90s. And I worked and studied in Finland for 10 years almost. Yeah. So I started working in Ireland, but I continued working and studying in Finland, part of my program. Well done. What's the other questions? I'm very happy with the participation so far. Well done, everybody.
Yeah, that's great.
Isn't it great? Yeah. Someone's asking, where did you finish your master's? Oh, I don't have a master's. I have a BA. Now, I finished that in Scotland.
What's the S known?
Yeah. Oh, somebody asked, what made me start teaching? Well, that's a very good question. What made should I give it to Simon first and then I can answer? What do you think? What made you start teaching, Simon?
I always had. When I was in university, I was a tutor, and I always did part-time tutoring, so eventually I just did it full-time.
Okay, yeah. One of the reasons why I started teaching was because when I was living in Finland, I did a lot of instructing. I worked as a bilingual tour guide in Lapland, and I studied.
Wow.
Yeah, I studied the Finnish language as part of my degree program, and I ended up learning to speak Finnish very, very well. So the whole concept of studying a language, and I enjoyed it very much, and all the benefits I got from being able to speak Finnish inspired me to kind of go, you know what, I'd like to be able to put other people in that situation where they can, you know, move ahead in life by using a second or a third language. And the experiences I had in studying Finnish, and my teacher, ironically, my teacher was not Finnish. I studied Finnish in Finland, and my teacher was Estonian.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, the Estonian language and the Finnish language are quite similar in sound. But if you think about that, everybody, my teacher was not a native speaker of Finnish. She was a native speaker of Estonian. However, the languages are similar. But it was her methodology that she used was very, very interesting. And I found that I really, how shall I say, it resonated with me. The way she thought, the way she was very interactive, the way she would put me under pressure, the way she got me to do things. It was very active in its approach. It was very engaging in its approach. So, yeah, I ended up being inspired to teach myself. Okay.
Oh, right.
So, thank you. Someone's posted a message in Thai. Thank you so much. But unfortunately, I can't read Thai. I'm sorry. So there's a couple of answers to our questions there now of, you know, what got us into teaching. Right, so very quickly, there's only one more there that's really of any consequence, and that says 3 currently. So what do you think that 3 currently represents? Could it be I've got 3 children, or what do you think it might be? Anybody got any ideas? I'm waiting for the chat to come zooming in here now. 3 jobs? Who's VA said, Virot asked, no, sorry, who said, somebody said 3 jobs. Well, sometimes I do work a little extra work, but I wouldn't say I have time for 3 jobs. I'd have no time with my family if I did. Okay, good. 1 second. Oh, these chats are coming in quick and fast. I need to scroll back up. Let me see. Hamid, working at Siam Computer for 3 years. Actually, I've been working at Siam Computer and Language for more than 20 years.
Wow.
Almost as long as I've been in Thailand. I've been working with the same company. Great company to work for. So more than 3 years for sure. Somebody else wrote, let's see, what do we got here, Simon? How different between students in Finland and Thailand? Well, let me answer that question. Students in Finland, they tend to be a little bit more, how should I say, they're not worried so much about the fun aspect. I like, one of the things I really love about Thailand and Thai people is that they do enjoy to have a little bit of fun, you know, and to get involved in activities that are fun. And whereas in Finland, they're quite happy to sit and listen to a lecture, but in Thailand, they would like to be engaged a lot more, I think. It seems to be, yeah. 3 children, no, only 2 children, but close. Let's see, what other questions do we have here? Oh my goodness, there's so many. 3 jobs, we continue. Let me just scroll down here. 3 years. 3 cats, 3 dogs. I have 1 cat like Simon. I currently have 3 dogs and plan to adopt more. 3 techniques for help Thai people.
That's good.
3 techniques to help Thai people improve their English. Well, I certainly have a few, maybe even more than 3. That's a good one. I like that. Somebody has posted something in Thai. I'm sorry about that. No, I can't read Thai, so my apologies in advance to you for not being able to answer that question. Right. 3 languages is what I can speak currently. Obviously, my native language, English. Then, of course, I studied Finnish for many years, and then worked in Finland. And again, one of the reasons why I was so happy to teach language, because I used my Finnish language when I worked as a bilingual tour guide in the north of Finland in Lapland. So having that second language ability, and of course that first language of English, made life very, very easy for me when I was working in the northern hemisphere and working with people from different parts of the world. I could speak Finnish with the Finns, with the locals, and I could speak English to a lot of the visitors and the tourists that came from abroad. So learning that second language was really, really beneficial. So why not pass it on to other people? Okay.
Lapland, isn't that where Santa's from?
Lapland, yes, that's right.
Wow.
Rovaniemi is the town on the Arctic Circle where Santa Claus, who I've met, and he's a big guy.
Jolly, I bet.
Jolly, big.
Yeah.
Right. So there we go. Let's click the screen here now. Where are we? There we go. And click, and we have a delayed reaction so I can move forward with my PowerPoint. Are we good? Click. Oh, right. Yes. Indeed. I'm sorry, everybody. Before we even move off this particular slide, I'm going to post 3 pictures here. Can you guys see those 3 pictures? Can anybody tell me what you see in those 3 pictures? I'm looking for your feedback. You guys have been fantastic so far. Let's motorbike.
No sound.
Oh, no sound. Who has got no sound? We got sound?
I'm not sitting on this. No, I'm not. Sound is good.
Sound is good. Okay, good. I see your favorite sport. Good. Very good. What else do we have?
Jiu-jitsu. Is that right?
Someone said jiu-jitsu. Very good. Well done.
How can you tell?
Yeah, exactly. Good question. How can you tell it's jiu-jitsu? Someone wrote Mozart. Well done. Music composer. Very good. Getting a lot of hits here now. This is fantastic.
Wolfgang.
What is your favorite music, hobby, and sport? Well done.
Wow.
I'm pronounced Siri Ratanat. Siri Ratanat. I'm sorry about the pronunciation.
I think his name is Atawat.
Atuat. Yes, Atuat. Thank you, Atuat. Yes, my favorite music is classical music. I listen to classical music every day. I love it. We have favorite sport. Well, I won't say it's my favorite sport, but it's a hobby. It's something that I do. I really enjoy training Jiu-Jitsu, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And then, of course, we have the picture of the motorcycle. Atiwat, yeah, thank you. Atiwat's just confirmed that's how we pronounce his name. Thank you, Atiwat. Right.
Yeah, I remember him.
Somebody posted here, activities in your life. Exactly. I love motorcycling. I've been doing it since I was 11 years old. And now I'm 53, so that's a long time. Motorcycling has been with me all my life. Classical music has been with me from the age of 16. I was 16 when I first started listening to classical music, and I was introduced to it by a friend, and it was Wagner, my very first one. So I started heavy. Yeah. And Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I started late in life. I only started training that when I was 49 years old. Yeah, so.
Very good.
Somebody says they like Jiu-Jitsu. Good, awesome. If you like Jiu-Jitsu, come and train with me. We can spar together. Wonderful. And yes, adventure, somebody wrote here. Great, motorcycling can take you on a lot of adventures. All right, so, guys. Here's the key thing. We've spoken now, and I've gotten a lot of great messages from you wonderful people over the last, 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Now, if you think about, I posted the cloud with the information, and I asked you guys to give me some input. Already I've engaged you, or rather we've engaged you. We've already engaged you. So here you have a situation where I could have just posted what you see now, the slide, with, my name and where I work and what I've done and so forth, and people would go, oh, okay, fair enough. But what we've done now is, through using the cloud and Q&A, I've engaged you. Do you think that would be a better way to introduce yourself to students?
Yeah, absolutely. The way I did mine was very basic and took like 30 seconds. And I just said, my name is, I work at, my age is, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't engage you at all. I just gave you the information. But yours with the cloud inspired you to ask more questions.
Right.
Because it made you a participant in the activity rather than just someone who is listening to information about someone.
Right.
So that's an example of active learning.
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea is to engage the student. Now, I will add in there, of course, it's very important that Simon deliberately put the way you did, because we want to show the contrast.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to show the contrast between, let's just do it by popping your name up there, as you said, and let's do it in a more interactive way. So, and I think,
you can see which one is more effective, obviously.
Absolutely. And I think also we might say that maybe you guys know a lot more about me now than you did 10 minutes ago. Yeah? All right. Atiwat, very nice. Thank you, Atiwat. Your input is very, very welcome. I think this helps students to be curious and try to find the answer. It's better than students just sit and listen to the information from the teacher.
Exactly.
Two-way communication. Excellent. It's very interesting to use this method for students to introduce themselves to their friends instead of traditional ways. Thank you, Satang. Is that right, Satang?
Yes, Satang, like 50 cents.
Well done. I agree. I'm very happy that you like that, because sometimes the simplest things, it's just a few words in a cloud, but how we approach it. Thank you. Michael says active and engaging. Well, you're very correct, Michael. The thing, what I would say is that even though the concept of putting the cloud up there and asking the students to engage, I think also it's as we're all teachers, I think it's also important for the teacher to present it in an energetic way as well, to be engaging himself. So it's not, or herself. It's not just like put it up there. Okay, you put the cloud up and say, right, I want questions for these answers. Okay, go.
You need to elicit.
Yeah.
You need to ask questions to
prompt.
To prompt the students to come up with the information themselves, if possible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good. Right, well, let's move on. You guys know a little bit about me. Thank you very much for your input so far. Let's hope it continues throughout the day. Okay, I'm just going to move to the next slide. Let's see if there's a delay. It should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, right, so I have here now, today, let's. Well, let's what? Can anybody give me an idea of what that image represents? I'm waiting for these chats to come in. We've got a picture of some hands that are quite dirty, right? What do you think this image might represent? Does anybody have any ideas? Oh, learning by doing. Cool. Let's do something. Let's do some gardening. Very good.
Oh, okay. Dirty hands.
Dirty hands, hard work, work to learn. Very good. And somebody else posted, oh, you guys are fantastic. The chats are coming in so fast. Everyone does activity. Learn from doing. Let's do some gardening.
So there's a literal meaning which actually means get your hands dirty by putting them in the dirt.
Yes, yeah, literal meaning, yes.
And the figurative meaning is that you are doing something, you are doing some sort of work.
Getting involved.
Right? Yes, yeah, exactly.
To get your hands dirty, we would say that this is like it's an idiomatic kind of expression. You know, to get your hands dirty means to get involved. Let's get, let's muck in, people will say. Let's muck in, let's get involved. And that's kind of what I want, or we want for you guys to do today, is to, let's get involved. And, shall I say, thus far, everyone's been getting their hands dirty.
Well, participation would be the same thing, yeah.
Exactly. So let me just quickly through these new messages so I don't miss anybody. Okay, I like this, the first period to teach English, thank you. That's from Ladawan, thank you. Dirty hands, work to learn, hard work. Let's plant the wild. Let's play, learn by doing. It's not let's get our hands dirty, isn't it?
Okay, if someone says, I don't want to get my hands dirty,
very good. Yes,
it means I don't want to be involved.
Yes, that's right. That's an excellent question.
Yeah,
so
it's like
different
in
ways
a gangster movie or a mafia movie.
I don't want to get my hands dirty.
Yeah, or you have to get your hands dirty or something like that. Yeah.
Well, who said that? That's really good.
65.
Was it Satang?
Yeah.
This is a bit.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
the one.
Yes, Satang. Well done. Great input. We really like that because it allows us to expand on that idea of getting one's hands dirty. So there's a positive connotation.
Yeah, there's a negative one, a positive one.
Yeah, the positive one is what we're looking at today. Getting our hands dirty, meaning let's get involved, let's just muck it out. As opposed to the negative connotation, which is like, I don't want any part of this.
Yeah.
Good, well, let's continue with our next picture. I think this one is pretty self-explanatory, isn't it?
Thought bubbles.
Participation, conversation, good. Have a good time in the rain, somebody said. Yeah, discussion, let's talk. So let's get our hands dirty, let's discuss some things. Let's caterpillar and ideas, very good. Let's ask and answer questions. Yes, this is all good. Well done. And this last picture I've popped up here. Now, does anybody have any ideas what this might represent?
Various opinions.
Oh, this critical thinking, we've got something, main idea. Let's go.
That could be. Let's go.
Atiwat got it.
Yeah, he's very good. Take a risk, yes.
Yeah, as you can see in the picture, you have a little kid sitting in a cannon with a helmet on. I think that's a bit risky, but taking risks. Satang said, I thought getting hands dirty is an idiom meaning involving crimes. It is.
It can be.
Yeah, but like as we said earlier, there's a positive and a negative connotation. You can use it for getting your hands dirty, getting involved, and you can use it for the negative that I'm not going to get involved in something illegal.
Yeah, like I saw some movie where the dude said like, you're not going to make any money if you don't get your hands dirty.
Right.
But we can use it in a positive or a negative way.
Correct, absolutely. And then this is the thing about metaphor and idiomatic expression. It's very broad.
Yeah.
You know, we can use
And
it.
the same phrase can have opposite meanings
Absolutely.
depending on how you use it.
Absolutely. Awesome. Okay, so yes, indeed, we are right. We're talking about, let me just click on the clicker here now. Where are we? I have no connection. Where are we?
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, we're just going to click through to the next one. My clicker is not working again. Give us a second. But again, we used here, instead of just telling you guys, all right, today we're going to do some work. Today we're going to do some discussion. Today I want you to get involved and don't worry about things, you know, i.e. take a risk. You know, we decided that, you know, we'll pop some pictures up there and try to elicit from you what we want. Yeah. Okay. Is my clicker working? There we go. Get our hands dirty, you know, in a good way. Create discussion, which we've already done, haven't we?
Yes.
We've already started. And yeah, take risks. Okay. Right. So now, just to quickly go over what we kind of hope to achieve today. You know, and normally it would say after today's session, you will be able to. Right. Now, sometimes I think that can be a little bit misleading, if I'm honest. I think, you know, after today's session, I hope we will, you know, we'll have a better understanding of a few things. It all depends on the individual. But like, we're looking at having a better understanding of the concept of active learning, about engaging, you know, how we can maybe integrate some techniques into our classrooms, you know, and how can we create? I mean, sometimes we have to think like a student sometimes to be able to create the activities.
And our word choice should reflect what we're trying to teach.
Yes.
By saying should, if you say will, it's 100% certain that you will be able to do something.
Yeah.
If you say should, it's more like 70%. All right?
Yeah, yeah.
So the choice of words is very important. When you're structuring your lessons, you can teach certain types of vocabulary, certain types of grammar through the words that you use.
Yep.
So yeah, should, I think, is better.
I prefer should in this particular context because, you know, at the end of the day, it really will be down to the individual. The more they get involved, the more they participate, maybe the closer to the will you'll get.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Right, and of course, we know, try to generate active and productive discussions with our students. Now, remember, I know that, you know, what we're talking about today is through the medium of English here, and, you know, we're thinking about it certainly from the perspective of language teaching as well. But, I mean, these active learning techniques can be used in your own native language with your students, teaching them something in Thai. So, you know, if you're teaching history, you're teaching geography in Thai, I mean, you can still use active learning techniques. We're just looking at it from the perspective of the ESL classroom. You know. Okay. Are we going to have a clicker war today? All right, then. Okay, so again, as I did earlier on, we had the word cloud. Now I've popped something up there about what people remember, but there's some things missing. We've got only 1% there. We see 50% of what they something. And we've got a percentage of what they read. So people remember what percentage of what they read. What do you guys think? I'm going to wait for the information to come in. What percent do you think people remember of what they read? What would you say, Simon?
Maybe 20?
20% perhaps?
30.
You read something, how much of it do you think you'll be able to retain? Wow, thank you. Someone said Suchada, 30%. Recycler, 25%. Okay. Well, let's see. We've got a couple of guesses there. Well, there we go. Apparently, according to statistics and research, 10%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, if you read, I mean, how much of Tolstoy's War and Peace would you remember, Simon?
I don't know.
You know, that's a rather long. Is this related to the pyramid of learning? Okay, yes. Oops, I'm recycler now.
I think it's racer, maybe. R-A-R-E-Y-C-E-R.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mistake. Yes, okay. Please forgive me. I'm reading really quickly. Right, so, okay, there, yes, so it's, how do you say it again?
Rey, like king in Spanish.
Okay, okay,
El
good.
Rey.
Someone said 30%. Okay, 10% of what they read. We're looking at 10%. So you can read a long book like Tolstoy's War and Peace and you won't remember very much of it. Yeah, or you can read a paper on something and you won't remember very much of it. 10% according to, I mean, everyone's different, but we're looking at that. So then we have do you think that we would have a higher percentage of what we would listen, what we hear, what we listen to? Do you think we have a higher percentage, a higher chance of retention? What do you think?
I think maybe more because it's more common. You hear things constantly every day, so maybe you'd retain more as a result.
Well, I mean, exactly. If you think about a song or think about a jingle.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, I'll give you something right now. I remember from, I would say, 35, 40 years ago. A Mars a day helps you work, rest, and play. How is it I remember that? It's a jingle. You hear it on advertisements. A Mars a day helps you work, rest, and play.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah, I remember that. And it's how many years ago is that? 40 years ago. Some things stick in your mind. So I'd say a higher percentage. Well, let's see. 20%.
All right.
Okay. So apparently we will retain a little bit more of things that we hear. Which I suppose is an advocate for lecture to some degree. Okay. But now we move up to a much higher percentage. We see 50% of what they something. So people remember 50% of what? What they write. Okay. I think that's getting closer for sure. Someone said so they write. What they see. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Anybody else? What they speak, see. Ladawan says, okay, we're getting some input. Okay. Well, let's have a look, shall we? Well done. So see and hear. What we see and what we hear. I mean, if you think about children learning how to speak,
yes.
When the kids are looking, they're growing up, they're looking around, they're seeing everything around them, and they're listening to everything around them, and they learn to speak. Okay. So there we go. 50% of what they see and hear, and we'll continue.
Wow.
70% of what they say and write.
So when you produce something like speech or writing, you remember it better than when you passively receive it, like through reading or listening to someone else.
Okay, yeah.
Makes sense.
But finally, our last percentage is 90% of what they do. So, you can tell somebody how to do something. You can even show somebody how to do. As you know, if you remember, I love motorcycles, right? So somebody could show me how to, or I'll go, but let me backtrack from that. I need to change the chain on the bike, or I need to change the spark plug, or I need to do something with the engine, or whatever. I can read about how to do that, right? Yeah, I might know a little bit. I might remember some of it. Or then someone could show me how to do it. Look, Anthony, you do this, and then you do that, and here, look, I do this, and I do that. I'm like, okay, and I'm looking. I'm like, okay. But then when it's time for me to do it, maybe I won't be able to do it as well. But once I've done it myself and experienced the problems, the highs and the lows, and the difficulty of it, I overcome it, I'll be able to do it again and again and again. So doing something yourself, you have a better chance of retaining it. Okay. Sounds good? Right. Let's continue. I love my clicker. Yeah. We're just going to scoot through to the next slide. Okay. Are we good? Yeah. Bear with us. Okay. Right. All right. So we know last week, I know that there was a whole day spent talking about active learning, and we had, you guys went through a whole day of talking about active learning. So we'll just very quickly recap. Click. I'm just trying to get my clicker to work again. This clicker and I are going to get on very well today.
I can see you flinging it across the room at some point.
Okay, a quick recap, all right? Active learning, a quick recap. Even that picture there is a good picture, although they're quite young, right? But they're doing something,
Yeah,
aren't
they're
they?
very young to be doing chemical experiments.
I know,
but
I'm a bit worried about that. I mean, I hope
Yeah.
that's not toxic.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I need to click to my next slide. Yeah, well, I wonder what they're experimenting on.
I don't know.
Ah, there we go. Now, some of this I know that you guys will have seen like last week, and it would have been spoken about in some detail. But we're just going to quickly go over it again. You know, the buzzwords, active learning, active learning. For me personally, I like to just think of it as how can I best involve the students in everything? Engage them, okay? Actively engaging students, okay? Discussions, problem solving, which we should do a bit of that later.
Yeah, we will, yes.
We'll do a bit of
Yes.
problem solving with you later, yeah. Role plays, we won't have options to do that with you today, and some other methods. You know, the whole idea, the concept is active, active, active. Let's get students involved. Let's facilitate that. Let's be the facilitators. Active learning approaches place a greater degree of responsibility on the learner. Well, I think that's true in everything in life, isn't it? If you want to learn something, you know, it's really up to you, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we do have to have guidance. So it's all well and good being motivated to learn, but if the teacher cannot guide you accurately, then, you know, the motivation, some of it may wane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the instructor plays an important role, obviously. You know, in some ways, you know, the instructor needs to be the motivator, you know, to inspire the students. What was that movie? We talked about that movie before, didn't we? Dead Poets Society. Oh, Simon's never seen Dead Poets. It's a wonderful movie. It's very, very good about a teacher and how he inspires his students. For anybody who would like to take notes, I would recommend that movie to everybody right now. Dead Poets Society. Okay, feel free to make a note of that. Have a watch, and you'll see a teacher who engages his students very, very effectively. Right. So the idea, of course, is that the students the responsibility is on them, but the instructor needs to guide the students, all right? Active learning activities may range in length from a couple of minutes, or they can span a semester.
Yes.
They can be a project where every week we have a little session based on the project as a whole, okay? Right. There's a picture here now. Oh, Tom Hanks, thank you for no, actually, it was for the movie you're talking about, Jordan, yeah? No, it's Robin Williams. Yes, Robin Williams, correct. Dead Poets Society, well done. Check it out sometime. Captain, My Captain. Very, very good movie. Right, I've posted a picture. Yeah, very, very good. I've posted a picture. Now, this is where I'm looking for feedback from you guys again. Can somebody tell me, where are the students in the picture? I'm gonna wait for some clicks. They're in the lake. Good.
Yeah.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
What's the verb for this?
They're rowing. Thank you. Very good. Those who row the boat. Very good.
What do they call this? Crew?
The crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the coxswain, isn't it? The coxswain.
No idea.
Yeah. Right.
Not
so.
that posh.
They're in the boat. Very good. Thank you for the feedback, everybody. Yes, they're in the boat. So what the whole idea of this picture is that the students, how I perceive them, they're in the boat. They're doing the rowing. They're doing the work, right? And the coxswain here is the captain, and he is giving the instructions about what they have to do.
Yeah.
He's guiding them.
Row,
Okay.
row.
Exactly. Right. We need the instructor guidance. We still need the captain. My clicker is not clicking again. There's another click to come through.
Wow, coxswain.
I like to use, in my classrooms, I like to use pictures a lot. I like to use video. I like to use analogy. I like to use, you know, comparing ideas, visualizing ideas. And again, here, rather than just telling you that the instructor should guide the students, let's see how we can somehow maybe visualize
It's a
it.
practical example, and it also teaches you about elements of Western culture and
Exactly,
so on.
exactly. Now you can see
Russell
I've posted
Crowe.
a picture of Russell Crowe. Now Russell Crowe, Master and Commander.
never saw that.
Oh, another great movie. And he was an excellent captain, okay? But he guided his ship and he guided his team and he guided his crew. Okay, they did all the work, but he was the guiding light. Okay, that's what we're looking. Can you please clarify the analogy word that you mentioned? I need to learn more about it. Analogy, right? That's a good one. Now, to basically to draw a comparison with something.
Between two similar things.
Yeah, two similar things, we can draw a comparison between them. So, for example, in this picture, we're thinking about the students doing work and the captain and the teacher guiding them. So what I've done is I've taken a picture of a group of people doing something and someone guiding them. So there's the analogy, there's the comparison. Yeah. Thank you for the question. You're more than welcome. Thank you. Like a teacher's day about teacher, compare, employ a boat. Okay, so the teacher is like in the boat with the students, but the students are doing the work.
And the teacher is just guiding them.
Guiding
like you're
them,
supposed to do in active learning.
Well, exactly, because when you think about the phrase like "who's steering the ship,"
Yeah.
you know, when you think about a ship, if you think about a ship, for example, and the ship is drifting in the ocean, it's just drifting. There's no direction.
Yeah.
Again, I'm using more analogy here. I'm using the idea of a ship with no captain. The ship has got no captain, the wind is blowing, the sails, and it's just drifting aimlessly through the ocean. Doesn't have any port or any direction or any destination. It's just drifting. You need the captain to set the course.
Yeah.
You need the captain to say 2 degrees left, 4 degrees right. Starboard and port, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't know.
The correct terminology.
I don't know.
I'm not a boats person.
Me neither.
But the idea is that without direction, the ship will just...
Yeah.
The students will just... They need the guidance. But they still need to do the work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the problem with this is that analogies and metaphors that talk about boats
yes.
are called nautical, Nautical. And these are quite old-fashioned, and most people don't know about boats, so some of them can be very confusing.
Right.
But there are some that are commonly used, like about who's steering the ship, meaning who's in control of it, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So they can be really confusing.
Yeah. Maybe it's because I'm so old. Maybe that's why I'm using them.
No.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. I try to think of myself as still a young guy, but I'm not so young
You
anymore.
walk the plank.
I walked the plank, exactly.
There's
These are
tons of them.
wonderful expressions, indeed. Right, now, clicker time.
Sorry.
Okay, for everybody watching, this is my clicker, okay? And we'll see at what point do I throw it away, because it's not working very well.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
It'll be fine, yeah. We need to, okay, there we go. All right.
the camera.
So, right, now without getting too much into, okay, thank you, right. So yeah, we want to promote a higher level of thinking. We don't want students just sitting and listening and remembering. We want them to actively think about things, problems, etc.
Yeah.
So active learning helps promote higher order thinking, such as application of knowledge, how to take something that you know and apply it, okay? We want to get students to think a bit deeply. We don't want them to think just listen and repeat. We want them to think deeply about things. So we need to give them the fuel for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a quick, very, very simple, I think you guys have seen this last week already, right? Bloom's taxonomy, right? We go into the idea of remembering and understanding. Then we can start applying things, analyzing things. This is where problem solving comes in, and evaluating things, so you can use case studies and things. Critical thinking, thank you. Now, Simon, remind me, how do I pronounce this gentleman's name?
Racer.
Racer.
Like speed racer.
Like, okay, Racer. Because every time I look at, thank you, Racer, for your input. Every time I look at it, I keep seeing recycle. I'm very sorry. Thank you, Racer. Okay. Right, and then this is a bit more detailed. Again, last week, you guys would have seen this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
Last week you would have seen this, but the idea is, of course, is to just try and build our students up to, using that. Okay, let's use the brain. Analyzing things I really like to do. When you see something and just analyze it. Draw connections between things. And I have a little activity later on today where we can work on drawing connections between things. It's like a mind map web thing. So we'll look into that a bit later on today. Right. Now, what we want students to do, they have to do this themselves. We can't make them do it, right? But
they have to be willing participants.
Yeah, but we can create the environment for it, okay? So, for example, we want the students, of course, to think. We want them to engage their learning by thinking for themselves. As Recycler said, as Racer said, critical thinking, okay? Discussing things, very important. We want to discuss things. You can solve a lot of problems by discussing things. You can sit all day trying to work something out by yourself, but then if you bounce an idea off somebody else, you can work together to solve a problem. Investigating things, which is a lot of fun. I used Sherlock Holmes in my lessons before. Again, I'm showing my age, but Sherlock Holmes is one of the classic authors for one of the classic books by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, correct? Yeah. And some of the stories are very interesting for students to study. And we talked about, why did someone do this, or why didn't he do that, or who could it have been, and why do you think he did that, and why do you think
what didn't happen?
What didn't happen, what did happen, how did they make that work without other people knowing, and so forth. It was very, very interesting. We discussed it and we investigated together. And of course, at the end of actually my session with my students, I got them to create their own little mystery.
Oh, that's cute.
Taking some of the hints out of what we did over the course of the semester, they created their own little mystery. Very, very short, but they took a lot of the ideas. Right, so these are the things that we want to try and do. And of course, finally, we want the students to take risks, don't we?
Yes.
Taking risks is really important. We don't take a risk. Was it who dares wins?
That's right.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yeah. Carpe diem, seize the day. All of these things. Yeah. Right. Now, here again, we've seen this last week of some examples. Let's just read through this. A traditional class is common for only some students to give a course, to participate, asking, responding questions. Like basically, you have a whole list of activities here that go from simple to complex. And today we'll look at some of these. We've got the think, pair, share, for example. We will look at the writing papers. We'll also look at some brainstorming. And we've got some hands-on stuff as well.
Also, jigsaw activity where you have to connect two things that have been split in the middle, and you have to put them together to make a whole. Okay, so some of these activities, outlined here, we will look at a little later today, okay? These are the samples, excuse me, but we will look at these a little later on today. The whole idea is to get students working together. Now, this is a slide that later on today I'm going to come back to because I have an idea that I come up with myself, actually. It's something that I've used in my classroom when lecturing on history and when lecturing on different topics, like current topics like freedom of speech and these kinds of things. And I've used a particular technique where we break up the lecture into, we interspace the lecture with little activities. So there'll be, for example, I might talk about something for 10, 15 minutes, but then I'll straight away jump the students into an activity, then we'll come back to the lecture, and then I'll jump them into another activity. A little later today, I'll come back to this slide and I'll explain more about it, okay? But for now, we're going to look into some problem-solving things. Okay.
So now, what we're going to do now is we're going to start engaging you again. All right, what are we on for time here? We're good. All right. We're going to start engaging you again with a different PowerPoint. So I'm going to switch between PowerPoints in a second. Is that going to be technically okay? I'm going to be switching between PowerPoints, yeah? Okay. So if everyone can just hold tight for a second while we reset up the next set of slides for you, and we'll be back to you in a second, okay? The idea being that we're going to try and activate some discussion.
Okay.
And maybe some latent language.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to stop the share. 1 second. Okay.
Are we going to give them a break?
I'm sorry?
Are we going to give them a break or just keep going?
Or maybe would now be a good idea for a quick break.
Should we give them a break?
Yeah,
for 5
let's give them a little
minutes?
break
Yeah.
now. Yes, because what we're going to do is we're going to switch to another PowerPoint. So let's give you guys a little break. Get yourselves a cup of coffee or whatever, a cup of tea. And coffee's more popular in Thailand, isn't it?
No, I mean, people drink both, I think.
I think, yeah. They see coffee shops everywhere. So,
Yeah.
yeah, grab a coffee and we'll come back to you in 10 minutes. All right, we'll come back to you in 10 minutes. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
So, all right, everybody, we have 10 minutes to take a short
Sorry, I
break.
forgot to look at the camera. Did you notice I'm like staring at it now?
We have 10 minutes for a short break. You can go to the toilet to relax, drink water, to do something that helps you relax. And then we will come back to see an example of the activity.
We will come back here at 10:20 เดี๋ยวกลับมาพบกันตอน 10:20 นะคะ พักเบรก 10 นาทีค่ะ All right, right now I hope all you guys are ready to rejoining the next session. And we have the participants from our 3 platforms. The first one is in Zoom here, 173. And we have YouTube and the Facebook from the Secondary Educational Service Area 2 as well. ตอนนี้นะคะผู้เข้าร่วมรับชมของเรานะคะจากทั่วประเทศเลยนะคะรับชมได้ผ่านทาง3แพลตฟอร์มนะคะมี Zoom ของเราที่นี่นะคะ173ท่านนะคะอยู่ด้วยกันที่นี่ทั้งวันเลยแล้วก็จะมีในส่วนของ YouTube นะคะแล้วก็ Facebook ของกลุ่มนิเทศสพมกท2นะคะซึ่งตอนนี้ก็มีผู้ให้การรับชมนะคะอยู่ทั่วประเทศเลยค่ะเห็นคุณครูทุกท่านนะคะพิมพ์บอกว่าจังหวัดอะไรบ้างนะคะทวิยากรลงมาแล้วค่ะ
Thank you so much. Who had tea and who had coffee? Did anybody have anything? Water. Okay.
Wow. Good.
Okay. So we had some just coffee. Okay. How do you like your coffee? Black or with milk? I like my coffee black. Oh, sorry, with milk or black, with no sugar. No sugar. Someone had cocoa latte. Ooh. Oh, someone had a latte. Oh, very fancy. Okay, espresso. And now, easy on the cookies. After what? Easy on the cookies. Okay, you got to watch that waistline. All right then. Okay, so I take it you can see the screen, everybody, yeah? We have, let's engage you a little here, and you see there's a few little pictures, and we still got, matcha, we still got talking, we still got people talking about coffee. We've got a matcha latte.
Wow.
Yeah.
The green one, right?
Very nice, yeah. Now you guys are making me feel like I want more coffee, so let's get back, let's get back to the to our PowerPoint here. Let's engage you a little here. Now you can see I've posted 3 little pictures. You see a picture of a young boy obviously thinking, and then we've got our discussion icon, and then we have a young lady with a
What do you call that thing?
it's a, oh my goodness, what is it called? It's the looking glass. It's a magnifying glass. Magnifying glass. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes uses those.
That's right. That's right.
But anyway, what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you guys something. Now, the first little picture, of course, is it will be suited to like young kids.
Yeah.
But even older kids like this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know. So we have a picture here, for example. Now, this is a simple picture. This looks very childish, but you know, what can we do with this picture? I mean, what's the first thing you guys notice about that picture? Can anybody give me an idea? What do you guys notice about that picture? Yeah, I haven't given any instructions. I haven't given you any. All I've done is pop the picture. Compare. Okay, so we can use it very good, comparing. We can spot differences, right? We can spot differences. We can use this picture to elicit vocabulary from students and structures too,
Yeah,
right?
like what do you call the building in the back? Is
Yep.
it a house or is there another name for it?
Exactly.
What is the farmer driving? Is it a truck or does it have another name?
Yeah.
And obviously you can point out the differences.
Yes.
Yeah, because some of the things in each picture are different.
So we can use it for a multiple, you know, we can use it for just pure vocabulary.
Yep.
And we can use it also to elicit a certain structure from the students. In picture 1, there are, while in picture 2, there are, or there isn't, etc. So yeah, there's a multitude of ways we can use this. This one is a very simple one, very basic one, but you can have a bit more color, for example, here, which is a bit, Pratom students, for example, love this kind of thing where they can play with the idea of, and again, if they're, as Simon said, if they are, someone said here, Lada wants to find something the same or different. Yes.
Yes.
Good worksheet for kids. Yeah.
Spot the difference. Yeah.
Exactly. It's also like I've used these kinds of things. Obviously, you can choose your picture based on the level or the age of your students. But I've found that a lot of ages like this kind of thing. You know, the whole idea is to observation and how can they spot differences. You know, we could go through this with you guys now, but we have some other things for you to do. All right? Okay. Now, here's a picture. And actually, this I will challenge you. This picture is not for kids. This is for more like older students, certainly Matheom levels or students of different disciplines. So for example, maybe students that study history. We could use this idea. I'm going to challenge you guys now. I'd like you guys to look at this picture and give me some input. So what kind of things, I'd like you to work out what this picture represents, okay? So you'll need to look closely. You'll need to look carefully, right? Like we can discuss between yourselves if you like. You can discuss with a partner, have a think about it, you know, examine the picture. Examine the picture.
Also, when you're talking about something, especially something that you don't know, if you want to report information, you use who, what, when, where, why, and possibly how in order to talk about it. So who are these people? What are they doing? Where are they? And so on.
Well, how do you pronounce his name again?
Racer.
Racer, well done. I don't know why I have such difficulty with that name. It's completely...
The Battle in the Blizzard. That's a good one, too.
The Battle in the Blizzard. It represents a scenario about war. Racer says Battle in Waterloo. Very good. These are all good. So, but I suppose we can look at what do students have to do. I mean, you guys, you know, we can kind of cheat a little bit, right? Because you guys know your history and you're adults now, so you may have been exposed to this. But some students, for example, might not know, for example, what era this even is. So, you know, to examine the picture, can we get some feedback? Although you guys are guessing correctly, almost, I'd like to engage you a little bit for what you see in the picture. Can you guys tell me? We've got, someone says World War I, battle in a blizzard.
Trench. Yeah, that makes sense.
We've got cold, we've got war, we've got starvation. Can anybody give me an idea of how you know what period it is? Like World War I, 1914, 1918. World War II, 1939, 1945. Is it before this or after this?
Look at the transport.
Risa says the guns, their clothes, in particular the
hats.
Okay, the hats, for example. The hat, the cart, very good. The outfit of the soldier, Atiwat, thank you. Now, Tamakorn says World War I, the armor. We have also someone saying something about the guns. They use the classic guns, the muskets, yeah?
Yeah. And they have bayonets, the knives stuck to the end of
Yeah,
them.
the bayonets. Now again, they look old, don't they? And the wagon wheel, it looks old. Yes, the knives, exactly, the bayonets. So we can get an idea from the picture of the period. And we think we can say, right, it's happened before World War I, because those hats before that, right? The painting itself replicates the old-time war. Very good. Well, I forget who said it. It may have been Reeser. It may have been Reeser, but Reeser, I think, said... Okay, Reeser said battle in Waterloo. Well, actually, it's a little bit before Waterloo, but it's the same period of history, the Napoleonic Wars. This is the retreat from Moscow. Okay, in 1812. So when the Russians, when Napoleon invaded Russia in 1812, and they retreated after they occupied Moscow, they went back to France, and a lot of the soldiers died in the retreat, and it was the winter caught them. So there we go. Cold War, starvation. So a few years before Waterloo, but well done. But again, the point here is, what did we do with this picture? We just put a picture up. We've created some discussion, haven't we? Yeah.
Yes.
We've created some discussion. Now, of course, having a picture like this, creating some discussion, our lesson would somehow need to be related to,
of course,
either this particular period in time, or it might be related to a topic today, for example.
Well, for example, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia now.
Yes.
This is a conflict between Russia and France a long time ago.
Exactly, exactly.
Maybe.
That's right. There's a connection between the idea of war, the idea of suffering, the idea of hardship. You know, we can bring all these ideas into our classroom, and we can use these pictures to represent that. But again, this picture, what it does is it creates some discussion. Okay.
The word that we often use is evoke.
Evoke, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
If something is evocative, it evokes a particular feeling and can generate discussion.
Yes,
so it
yes.
can be useful.
So here we have, Risa says, I visited the Waterloo in Brussels and I saw a similar pic. Very good.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Again, we have war, migration. I'm very happy with the input from you guys. It's really, really good. So what's the old phrase? A picture speaks 1,000 words?
Yeah.
So using pictures, really, really important in the classroom. We can think about it, people. We've got one picture, and we've been talking about it now back and forth for a good couple of minutes because of one picture. The key is choosing a picture that's interesting. I chose this particular picture because it's not clear. It's, you know, you see there are soldiers, you see there are guns, but there's no real clarity about who are they. There's a few hints. The hats is a hint. The wagon wheel is a hint. Exactly. So it makes the students have to examine it a little closer. If I had a picture that was quite obviously World War I or World War II, then there's very little to discover in the picture. Yeah. Okay. Here's another picture. Let's create some discussion with this picture. Have anybody ideas who might have painted this? What's it about? Or what kind of point is it trying to make? Alone, okay. Jordan Bud says Napoleon's defeat in Russia. That's correct.
yeah, lips and nose. That's right.
Lips and nose.
Because the mountains are the eyes, the woman's head is the nose, her shoulders and her back are the lips. Yeah.
Okay. So, why would I use a picture like this in the classroom? I suppose, again, we would create discussion. But someone has said, in the face of a child, visual effects. Does anybody know who painted this picture? I mean, it's if I'm not mistaken, it's Salvador Dali.
It is?
Yes, I believe so. The idea for this picture is to give the idea of abstract, something that's a little different. There's a couple of meanings in there. Someone said Picasso.
Yeah,
I think it was Salvador Dali, but I can double check. You might be right, Tamakorn. Maybe it was Picasso. But I think it was Salvador Dali. Anyway, the point is here that we use a picture like this, again, because it's unusual, to generate some discussion. What can you see in the picture? Well, I can see a woman sitting on the beach and maybe her son beside her with a hula hoop. And I see some hills in the background with some houses. Again, researchers engage the students for critical thinking. Very good. But what else can we see?
The shadow.
The shadows?
The shadow next to the boy. It looks like someone very big is standing behind them.
Okay, okay. And we've got, so some people will look at this picture and see the face immediately. While others will look at the picture and see the lady and the boy immediately and not notice the eyes, for example, in the mountains. So the idea, of course, is that different students will see different things first time. But again, it creates discussion. It's an interesting picture. But, I mean, I would use different perspectives. Thank you very much, Jordan. That's right, different perspectives. I would use a picture like this if I were teaching something a little abstract. For example, metaphor. And if I was teaching idioms, idiomatic expression, I would use an abstract idea, an abstract picture. Exactly. Thank you, Tamakorn. Abstract. One of the things that I've used in the classroom when teaching metaphor is I have drawn a very simple picture on the board, a house with a chimney and a little garden, and I've just asked the students, what do you see? They say, I see a house, I see a tree, I see a bird, I see a chimney, I see a road. Very simple. But then I'll draw something abstract, not as beautiful as this, but something a little crazy. And then I'll ask the students, what do they see? And they'll say, oh, I'm not sure. I'm like, good. You have to think about it. You have to look at the picture to try and work out what it is. Okay? It's abstract. And then we take that concept and we use that to talk about the figurative language, abstract language. When we talk about my wife shot down all my ideas, for example. You know, it's not, if you were to represent that visually, you would have to draw your wife with a gun, holding it up and shooting down ideas flying in the air, right? But of course, that's not what's really happening. So abstract pictures can be very, very useful in the classroom. I like the fact that we're coming with life, hope, and strength, Krupantip has said. We've got Tamakorn has said abstract, Jordan, different perspective. Exactly. Somebody else has written hope as well. Krupanang, thank you. You've written hope as well. I'm asking you, why do you say hope? Why have you said hope? That's an interesting one. It's been repeated here a couple of times. What has made you think about hope? Michael has said the color of global destruction. Somewhat doom and gloom. Oh, I hope not, Michael. I really do. I hope not. But I mean, I prefer to go with the idea of hope, actually, if I'm honest with you. Let's hope for something good in the world.
Well, she seems to be looking at the fishing village up there. So maybe she hopes to go there, hopes to get there.
Well, I suppose we could ask the question, why do people sit on the beach, sitting and looking out to the sea? Why do people do that?
Soothing, I suppose.
Soothing. Why do people need to be soothed?
They feel bad about something, so they want to go somewhere where they can relax and think properly, you know?
Yeah. Here we have like what to imagine, to daydream. Thank you. Kirawan has what to imagine, to sit and look out, to maybe daydream. Jordan has daydream. And Michael, okay, thank you, Michael. You've changed a little bit from world destruction.
They're desperate.
To aiming for hope. Okay, thank you. That's a little more positive. Considering, thinking, yeah. No, someone said they're desperate.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
The woman sees the river in the sky. Maybe she's planning her life in the future.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, what's the word? Contemplation.
Contemplation.
Contemplative.
Yeah. She's looking in, pondering. Very good. That's a great word.
Yeah, pondering. That's a great word. Yeah.
Now, when I look at that picture, I don't see a young woman.
No, she looks more middle-aged.
Middle-aged, yeah. And I think perhaps because she has a kid.
Maybe he's a ghost. He looks like a ghost.
Maybe he could be a ghost.
I think the kid is a ghost, personally.
Okay, well, there Simon thinks that the kid is a ghost. So do you think then that maybe if she's sitting there looking out to sea,
maybe the kid drowned.
She's thinking about her child who has passed.
Yeah, maybe the little boy drowned in the ocean. I don't know. That's
so
really,
maybe we
that's
need
very
to go,
bleak.
Yeah, maybe we need to, I think we need to go back to Michael. Michael, I think you can give us some more doom and gloom there, because I think that there might be this meaning that maybe she's missing her child and the child is represented in the shadow.
Maybe.
And she's looking out to...
The child has no face.
Features,
He has no facial features, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we could probably talk for another 20 minutes about this picture, but the whole concept here, the whole point we're making is, what have we just been doing?
What you want to do in your active learning class is to get your students to look at things in a different way and from a different perspective.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
To be able to look at something and see two things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See many things.
Many
exactly.
things, yeah.
Right. And importantly, we are talking about it. We've got lots of material to talk about from a simple picture. Yeah. But again, the choice of picture, I think, is key, isn't it? We need to choose our pictures carefully.
Yeah.
Because, again, as I said earlier, we can have a simple picture and we don't really get a lot of, as we say in Ireland, we don't get a lot of mileage out of it. Yeah. That basically means we don't get a lot of time. We can't do it, we can't use it for very long because we're not, it's not interesting enough, it's not engaging enough. But this picture is very interesting, it's very engaging. And they're all on the internet out there to be found.
It's open to interpretation.
Yes, exactly. And so we have, we can get a lot of mileage out of this. We can create a lot of discussion out of this picture. Okay. Right, input, fantastic. Thank you, guys. We'll move on. So one of the things we talked about is getting students to solve some problems. And sometimes we can, I want to illustrate something here, and how I'm going to illustrate it is by seeking some input from yourselves about how to solve a simple problem. If you have a piece of paper at home, and if you want to replicate this at home on a piece of paper and try and solve the problem, you can see there are 4 lines and there are 9 dots. And the idea is you need to join those 4 lines, use to join all those dots with those 4 lines. Can you try that at home? Do you think that's possible to link every one of those dots using those 4 lines?
I'm really bad at these kind of things, I'm sorry.
Well, I've done this many times, so I know already the answer. But what I'm doing is, this is not just for fun. Guys, this is very important. This is fun, but it's not just for fun. Of course, I'm engaging you, but there's a reason behind this particular problem. And you'll see in a moment if you can solve it. Shall I give you guys 30 seconds? 1 minute? Can I give you guys 1 minute to try and solve that? Okay, someone is drawing on the screen. Thank you.
Cool.
Excellent.
I didn't know they could do
They
that.
can. Have a go. Have a go.
Yeah, do it.
My recommendation is to do a little, do one at home and try and do it at home. And once you've got it right, then you can draw on the screen.
So 4 lines,
4 lines.
connecting all 9 dots.
Yes. So for example, you could, I can do here 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. So I need to think of something else. Anybody? Has anybody had any success at home with this? I saw someone with a red line earlier on there, but it just kind of disappeared. They went, oh, I'll try. Oh, no, I'm not trying. Who wrote the green line?
I don't know. We can't see.
Okay. Okay, so let me see. I don't have any in the chat here, so maybe I'll just...
They're busy solving.
They're busy solving it. I'll give you another 30 seconds, okay? 30 seconds, and then we'll move on.
Look, there's the red one.
There's the red line, okay.
It says the name, too. Ying.
Okay, Ying, that's 1 line. You've got 3 more. Ying's trying very hard at home. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. You're thinking a little differently for sure. But they're not even the lines. Are the lines connected though?
Well, the dots are connected.
The dots are connected, but are the lines all connected with each other?
Do they have to be? Oh, yeah. I remember this one.
Okay. That's a pretty good effort. Who wrote that? That's a pretty good effort. Okay, cool. Let's clear that screen so I can actually show you, yeah? Thank you. Good. That was a good effort. It's almost. Who wrote that green line? Or drew that green line? All right. Okay, so I'm going to click it here for you guys so you can see. I want to get to the point I'm making. Okay, Risa says, it wasn't me. Okay, all right. Tamakorn said, I give up. Ha, ha, ha. Well, there we go, guys. There's our 4 lines. But what have you noticed about, we've joined all the dots. We've used 4 straight lines. But what have you noticed? We've gone beyond the square.
Oh.
Yeah. We've gone beyond. If you look at the dots, you think in terms of a square, right? So we feel confined to that square. Okay? We feel like we must solve this problem within this square. But if you go and draw the line beyond the square, like we've done here, exactly, thank you. Raisha said limited. Yes, we're limiting ourselves to this, where we should be thinking a bit more beyond.
Yeah, people use the expression to think outside the box.
That's right. That's what's coming. There we go.
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
that's all right. There we go. Yes, that's right. You've anticipated, Risa, you've anticipated what I'm actually going to talk about, which is indeed thinking outside the box. Think outside the frame, exactly. We have a habit, we have a tendency to kind of think in terms of what's directly in front of us, I suppose. Yeah. Now, clicker. Expand outside. Yes, thank you. Clicker. Oh, okay. Now, so now you understand the concept a little bit of thinking beyond the frame or thinking outside the box. I have something a little more difficult for you. You have 4 lines here, and I want you to add 4 more lines and turn that picture into a car. Okay? And you're thinking to yourself, what? How can I do that? How can I turn that into a car? Well, you can. You can. Of course, Simon's not going to tell them, are you, Simon?
No.
Okay, good. Simon's not going to tell you.
I can't remember actually.
4 more straight lines. Remember now, as recycler, okay, so 4 lines plus 1 green line. As Michael said, expand outside. This person's name is in Thai, so I cannot read it, I'm sorry. But imagine to thinking a different way. Very good.
Yes.
Michael, what do you say, sir? What ideas do you have, Michael? I'm loving your smile, sir. I really am. You're like me. We're like twins. Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome, Michael. You're welcome. You have a great smile. Like I think we both see the same dentist.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got 4 lines. We've got 4 lines, and we want to turn it into a car, remember? Any ideas? Now, this is very tricky, but again, the whole concept is to think beyond the frame, think beyond the box, yeah? Just to make you guys, I suppose, just to make you feel better, I've done this activity actually many times over many years, and this has always proved to be probably the most tricky of the ones to solve. So I wouldn't worry too much if you don't get it. The whole concept here is, the whole idea is that it is possible. If you do think hard enough and creatively enough, it actually is possible to make this happen. Someone is, yeah, I said straight lines.
Well done. But that's cute. It looks like a turtle.
Yeah, I actually meant it straight lines. Can it curve? I'm sorry, Tamakorn. No, it cannot curve. They've got to be straight lines. Okay, well, I tell you what. What's the term we use? Shall I put you out of your misery?
Yes.
Okay, I shall put you out of your misery, which is another expression we use in English to say, okay, we won't let you suffer any longer. I'm going to show you. Can we clear the screen from the drawings, please? Thank you so much. It was a good effort. All right. Here we go. 4 lines, and I'm going to turn this into a car. Okay? 1, 2. Any ideas? 3. Yeah, Michael's got it already. 4. Is that or is that not a car? Yeah, a taxi. Everybody, a taxi is a car, right? Okay. A taxi is a car. Yes, you do, Tamakorn. Yes, you do. The most important thing,
I don't
Tamakorn.
have creative learning.
You do, Tamakorn. The most important thing that you were doing was thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's remember the concept. You're thinking about it. It's like you're exercising your brain. What could it be? How could it be? And when you've seen the result, you can incorporate the idea. How can I trick my students? You know, how can I fool them into thinking about something a long time?
It's not so much tricking as misdirecting them.
Yeah,
Like when they see that, they think it's going to be a diagram of a car.
Yeah.
But, you know, it could also be a word. So,
Exactly, a word that represents a car. You see, as Simon says, we're kind of misdirecting you a little bit, but it's all part of the fun, and it's all part of the way we engage people. Okay. All right then. So these are just a couple of images that kind of illustrate that concept of thinking beyond that box. Okay, we want to think beyond the box. Sometimes we find ourselves stuck in a kind of a void, right? We're stuck in a spot where we can't be creative. You have a mental block sometimes about things, you know, a creative block. So, for example, I think teachers experience this a lot. I think teachers experience, if you've been teaching for many years, and you've tried to be creative with your classes, but there's many times where we would have, I would say, a creative block.
Yeah.
Where we just go, I cannot seem to come up with ideas. I'm racking my brain. How can I do that? And we do get stuck sometimes in these little boxes. And a little bit of research, a little bit of mental exercise can be helpful to overcome those blocks. So yes, as one of you guys pointed out earlier on, we need to think outside the box. We've been using a lot of idiomatic expression today in our talk. We've been chatting a lot, and we use all these terms like thinking out. Thank you, Tamakorn. That is true. We have to think outside the box. Okay, so now it's not over yet. We have a long way to go. We're going to challenge you a little more now. So what I've done here is I've put a box for you. And I have just two words there. Well, it could be a one or it could be I, and you have the word stand in the box. This is a message. This box is trying to tell you something. Does anybody know what this box is trying to tell you, or what this image is trying to tell you? Again, now thinking a little more laterally. Okay, we're not thinking like that. We're thinking like that. If you feel like you know the answer, feel free to pop it in the comments section.
Oh yeah, this is a rebus.
Yeah, exactly. This is a rebus. Yeah.
I'm going to do that later.
Yeah. Well, Suchada, congratulations
well
to
done.
you. Round of applause for Suchada, I would say. Yes, it is. For everybody else, it is I. It's under. I understand. There we go. So, special congratulations to Suchada who got that. I understand. Well done. Good job. We even got a smiley face. Right. So that's an easy one to start things off with. Perhaps we can... Thank you, Michael, for the congratulations. Yeah, Michael says congratulations. We have the next one.
Rue.
Yeah, rue, which of course is a French word, isn't it?
Well, it means street in French.
It's street in French, Rue de Paris.
That's right, and it also means to regret something in English.
Ah, right, indeed,
Like you'll rue the day.
Rue the day that
You'll rue the day. You'll regret this day.
Okay, to rue, yeah.
It's a very old-fashioned word, though.
I haven't heard it in a long time.
No, me neither.
Yeah. Are there many things in life that we rue, right?
Yes, definitely.
Rue the day that I sold my motorbike. There you go.
Okay, so R-U-E.
R-U-E. Now, Atiwat, it looks like congratulations are in order for you.
Yeah.
Because Atiwat has just posted, are you ready? Very good. Because we have the R and we have the U. And when you link them together, you have R-U, the sound.
Yes.
And then the E is red, so we have...
Ready.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? Yeah.
And we have, are you ready? Tamakorn, almost. Are you end? Not until 3 o'clock today, sir.
R-U-E.
A little bit later on, then we'll be ending. Good job. Okay, well done. Atiwat, congratulations to you. Are you ready? Michael, you're up next. This one is easy, guys. This one is easy. We have just one word in that box. We have just one word in that box. Thank you, James. Got it? James, Ladawan, got it. Very good. Very good. Oh, someone has withstand. Michael has withstand. Why do you say that, Michael? Why do you say withstand? It's a good word. Why did you use withstand? That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm interested in what people, what they see. So, Michael, can you tell me perhaps? Okay. Arsa, I thought it was standalone.
Oh,
very good.
It could be standalone.
It could be.
Yeah.
I think it could be standalone. It might be easier if it were in the middle, though.
Yeah. With the rebus, they always, a lot of it is about the position, whether it's in the bottom, the middle, the
Exactly.
top, under another word or symbol. But yeah, standalone, definitely. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Michael says, oh, because it was just
One
word in a box. Okay,
Yeah,
yep,
yeah.
yep. Beside the box. Yeah, we've got lots of information here, but
Sometimes the non-correct answer is better than the correct answer.
Yeah.
Stand out.
now I did see
I
that
like this one.
I can't stand this smell.
Yeah. So they're like the smell is really bad at the bottom, so they've moved all the way up to the top.
Well, that is
That's
very
good. Yeah.
that is very clever. That's Sirintip. Sirintip, good job. I can't stand the smell. You're creating a whole new meaning there.
So in many cases, the wrong answer is more interesting than the right one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. I think if you wanted to create one like what Sirintip,
Stand in.
Yeah,
in
stand
a box.
in a box. Very
Wow,
good.
well done.
But just going back to
Stand out too.
Sirintip, just go back to Sirintip. I like what you said. I think, for example, if you had a couple of
Like stink
like
lines.
like lines below there, and you could make it very.
But that would be very easy.
I still think it's really, really good. Well, I think everyone deserves congratulations there because we got a lot of very good answers. And I think the key thing is here, as you said yourself, sometimes the answer, not necessarily the one we're looking for, is great.
And it's great if it's ambiguous too, because you are not limited to just this is the answer. Okay.
There are
next.
no
Yeah.
set answers, exactly.
Yeah, well, there's one kind of main answer, but there are also other alternatives you can use. Yeah.
And I think, and again, because the answers are claustrophobic, difficult word to spell that. Yeah, claustrophobic. Because the answers from you guys are coming in thick and heavy.
Yeah.
It's again what we're doing is we're creating discussion. A box with a word in the top of it.
Yeah.
And look how much we're talking about it. Okay. Now, when I click the next one, I expect to have answers almost immediately. Michael, are you ready on the keyboard? Michael, you know I'm going to be picking on you today. I feel a connection. I'm picking on you, okay? Right, fast fingers. Are you ready? Oh, now, sorry, before I click the next, my mistake, I'm sorry. Before I click the next slide, why me, he says. I don't know, you've got a happy face. I'm gravitating to you. I added this in here, like A, B, and C, because if we were doing this activity, for example, with our students, and we had teams, for example, and we had like one team and another team, and you're waiting for the answers to come from the students, and you want to reward the correct answer, we can award them points.
Yeah.
You know, so this is a little thing we can add in after each slide, and it awards points. So, for example, you know, you get the students to pick A, B, or C, and they pick, oh, I'll pick C, and then they can see how many points they actually scored for getting the correct answer.
Oh.
So it's a way we can add a little, I'm not going to add one for every slide. This is just to show
you make it a little competitive.
a little competitive
Yeah.
in the classroom, yeah. So rather than just having the students guess, you can set it up where we have a little bit of competition. Now, you can have reward after every slide, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. Some can be, they're worthy of a reward. Some are just everybody guesses.
This is very popular right now, the idea of gamification, where you make a lot of activities into a game or a game where people can win or lose something.
Yeah. I think, and you know, we all know that students can be quite competitive, but I think the focus needs to be on more the participation and not so much the, you know, one-upmanship, you know, but we want to make sure that the students are involved, a little motivator, a sweetener, but it's not the whole idea, of course. So, there we go. There it is. The quick answer should come in now, very quick. That's the one I'm looking for. Yes, well done. Exactly. Sit down. That's it. Now, for something like that in the classroom, I probably wouldn't even reward points because I would do something like this. I would say choose A, B, or C. Okay, so let me ask Let me ask Urani, what do you choose, A, B, or C? Urani, is that right? Urana, I'm very sorry with my pronunciation. I've been in Thailand this long and I still cannot pronounce. Okay, Tamakorn says A. All right, Tamakorn has said A. Michael, what would you like? A, B, or C?
He wants C.
Michael wants C.
Oh, she wants C too.
Okay, Urania wants C. Now, again, because this was so easy, you can only imagine what kind of points I would be awarding. So if you chose A, you would probably get only 50 points. If you chose B, you might only get 5 points. Or if you're unlucky enough to choose C, maybe you don't get any points.
Maybe you get negative points. There's also another way we could use this one too. If we look at the previous slide, it has sit.
Do we go back?
Yeah, could you?
Yes. Okay.
What if we move sit from the bottom to the top? What could we say?
Oh, yes. Well done. Exactly. So Simon asked the question there, what would the answer be if we moved sit from the bottom to the top? Waiting on responses here.
Yeah.
There we go.
So what does that mean? There's two meanings. First one is if you're sitting like this, and then you sit straight.
Yep.
That's sit up.
Yep.
Like if you're a kid in school, your teacher might say, sit up, you know. Also, it's like an exercise where you lie down and then you do this.
Oh,
you know?
sit-ups.
Sit-ups, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So yeah, so I like that idea where you can take the existing puzzle and then just add a component to it. Yeah. Right. So we went through that already.
Sorry.
Now we're looking at the next one. Again, you see a word. Sit tight. Oh, we're still on sit. Let's move forward now for our next slide. What do you guys think this one might be? Hear me, Michael says. Tamakorn says hard. Anybody else have any ideas? I mean, can you see a word there? Oh, Risa says split hair. Tamakorn says hair. Okay, Tamakorn, you say hair, but when you write the word hair, do you write it like that? H-A gap I-R? What do you think? Do we write hair like that?
Well, I like this one, split hair, because like if you have long hair, sometimes it gets split at the end.
Exactly,
So that makes sense to me. Harder.
Well, I think we can say that the word hair is involved here, but it's about the positioning. It's about the positioning of the letters. It's like as if imagine that I wrote the word hair on a piece of paper, and then I separated the H-A from the I-R. What would I need to do with the paper? If I have the word hair on a piece of paper, and I wanted to separate the H-A from the I-R, what would I do with the paper? What would I do? Ah, very good. Lenovo to everyone said, cut. I would cut, would I? Yes. I would cut. So now if I take the word cut and I take the word hair, what do we get? Thank you, Michael.
Hairy.
You're in the winning column. Yes, sir. Haircut. Look, you see? I just had a haircut. Yeah. Especially for today. Haircut is correct. That is right. Well done. So congratulations in order there. There we have our visual to illustrate the haircut. Okay. Well, there we would use the points if we needed them. Now, this one again is very easy. Any ideas? Yes, everyone got that one. Well done. Slow down. Exactly. When would we use this? Slow down.
Well, I mean,
For driving out or
well,
driving?
yeah, exactly. Like you could tell someone to slow down
Thank you. Atiwat said during driving, yes.
when speaking.
Yes, oh, that's right. Yes, slow down. And when we're speaking, can you speak more slowly? Slow down. Yeah. Or we're explaining something.
Yeah.
Slow down, slow down.
If you were walking with someone else and they were walking too fast, you could say, hey, slow down.
Right, yeah. Or when driving, slow down. Yeah. I'm always saying that to my wife when she's driving, slow down. Okay, so in this context, I've used it for the driving aspect, so it's slow down. Okay. Right, and here we have another one. There's quite a few of these, so we're going to walk our way through them, but we can expand on some and flick through some others.
Yeah.
So here you have the word hot. Okay, Risa got that, red hot. Now, I chose this one, and thank you also to the other person whose name is in Thai, I cannot see, I'm sorry, who said red hot. When would we use this word or this phrase, something is red hot?
It means it's very, very popular.
Very, very?
Popular.
Oh, okay. So that's a more abstract meaning for red hot.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a literal meaning, which
Yeah.
means it's very, very hot. And then there's an abstract one, which means something's very, very popular.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Or what about, you know, but even if you think about red hot, you know, you even think, why do we use the color red?
There's another color that we could use instead of red.
White. Yeah, white hot.
White hot. White hot means like super hot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because things are so hot that's beyond even the red, right?
Yeah, and if you touch it, like, you know, you're burn up, you know. So
Yeah.
white hot is hotter than red hot.
Yeah.
Red hot is just very hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the idea here, of course, when the student's spicy, someone has dangerous.
It's spicy, yeah.
We'd use red hot when we talk about chilies, for example. That's red
Yeah.
hot, it's very spicy.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But you know, you'd also use red hot to describe, for example, a really good-looking guy.
Would you?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
so
okay.
hot, he's red hot. Oh, absolutely. I mean, for example, look at Orlando Bloom here, or Patterson, or who's that guy in the middle? James Bond.
That's right.
That's me when I was younger. I know, oh my God. 007, but is that really 007? No, it's actually me, my face. But that picture is about 10 years ago. The pleasures of Photoshop.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it's-
didn't notice it.
Yeah, it's my face 10 years ago. But again, when we're describing, I know we got some people laughing, going, good looking, I know, 10 years ago. But you think about, we can use the red hot. We can use red hot to describe people too. So there you go. Some really good looking people or a topic that's very, very hot right now.
Yeah,
There's
some-
many meanings for
It
it.
can mean very popular, too.
Exactly. Famous, cool here. We've got red hot. Sizzling. Yeah, Michael says sizzling. I think there's a few people, there's a few actresses today that are rather sizzling, I will say. Yes, popular. There we go. Okay. Moving on. Moving away from the handsome guys. Now, but you know, just to recap though, again, what have we done? We've taken one word and we've elaborated on it for a multitude of meanings. So again, we play with this idea. You
And
know,
even extended it, too, going
Absolutely.
beyond the one color, yes.
now, I mean, what I would say that is in our classroom, you know, we wouldn't have 20 of these and you know, use in the classroom in one sitting. We wouldn't do that because it would be like overkill. Now, today, we are going through a few of them because I want to expose them to you. Or rather, I want you to be exposed to them. But in the classroom, what we might do is we might use one or two to create some talking, some discussion about what we're teaching that day. Or we might just do it as a filler or as a kind of a switcher to kind of change up the mood in the classroom. Sometimes just to interject something in to momentarily engage the kids. What I wouldn't recommend, and I think both Simon and I would agree on this, is that we would use, what we wouldn't do is to use like 10 or 20 of these in the classroom in one sitting, because it doesn't matter how much fun it is, too many of them will become, samey.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if they get stuck, if they don't know the answer, you can prompt them a little bit.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Like with this one, you could ask them, why don't you ask me if it's a person
Yeah.
or a place or a thing?
Or a word, or yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we've got some people adding some input here.
Extensive reading.
Extensive reading,
That's
okay.
a good one, yeah.
Well, that works. That kind of works with our concept today a little bit, doesn't it? Because we're talking about teaching and things like that. So let me see what we have here. Emergency room.
Suffix -er.
Suffix -er.
That's good,
You could be
actually.
close actually with that. Suffix -er. How do you say it? Extensive reading. Acronym. It could be. Yeah. Well, that would be for emergency room, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, if you look at the other words that we had, this is not a word, it's a part of a word,
Yeah.
perhaps.
The end of a word, too.
Yes, right.
So it's
we
the
have
beginning.
Yeah. We also have the size. It fills that square, doesn't it? It doesn't, it's not, why didn't I not make it smaller?
Yeah.
So we have, it's rather big compared to the other words. So do you think that maybe there's a reason for that, perhaps?
Yes.
Michael has said learner. Okay.
Not exactly.
I mean, again, think in terms of the size of the E and the size of the R. What do you think? Yes! Who's that? Arasa. Arasa?
Bigger.
Okay. Round of applause for Arasa.
But also, couldn't it be boxer?
It could be boxer.
Yeah.
It could be boxer, or it could be bigger.
Because it's a box plus ER. I don't know.
I think we need to give a shout out to Arasa. Very good
Yeah,
to
well
get that
done.
right. Yes, you are correct. That's what we were looking at. We were looking at bigger.
I never even thought of bigger.
Like a line, for example, is big. Yeah, a whale is
Bigger.
bigger. And then, of course, what will be, you've got an elephant, which is bigger than a lion. A whale is, we use the enlarge. Okay. We've got a couple more to go, and then we're going to move into something else. But let's continue with these for now.
Chamadina.
Yeah, chamadina. Again, the clue is well done. Somebody got that already. Great job.
Wow.
We have, how do you pronounce this then? Trianami?
I'm not sure.
Trinami?
I have no
Somebody
idea.
said made in China. Exactly. Look. If you take M-A-D-E away, you have C-H-I-N-A, China. Where is the made? It's in China, isn't it?
That's very clever, yeah.
Yeah, so we have made in China.
So what is this called? Anagram, right?
Anagram?
Where you can look at a word and you can make another word out of it?
Oh, yes.
Kind of.
So, for example, these are some of the things that could be made in China, although today I think you have everything is made in China.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah. This is one of my favorites. Somebody says toys. Yes, the toys are made in China, but the idea was, of course, the China and the made in. That was the result. Okay, so there we have, James has said eraser. Okay, that's pretty good. You're using the words, the letters rather.
Yeah.
But it's not an eraser. We're looking
no
at something
S.
else.
But
Kiwi-Khan has said area. Okay, because you have A, and you have E, and you have R, and you have A. It could be area. Okay.
Rear area.
Joseph has said, Abner has said ear toy. Michael has said rare. We have another person saying rare as well. A lot of people saying rear or rare. So you're looking at the letters and creating words. But again,
Focus on where it is. It's where is it in the box?
plus, you know, like what we said earlier on, the positioning is one thing. But then there was the positioning, whether it be on the top or whether it be on the bottom.
How big the letters are, how small they are.
How big the letters are, how you know, the size of the letters. But now you have, for all the world, like the positioning of the letters is in a
shape.
In a shape, isn't it? Ah, yes, we've got it. We've got one. Uraiwan, where are you? Congratulations, you've got that. Earring.
And it's a circle.
Yes. Urawan got it correct. Well done. It is indeed ear ring because you have E-A-R, E-A-R, E-A-R.
Oh, so
in the
ear
shape,
in a ring. Yeah,
in the
yeah,
shape
yeah.
of a ring. Ear ring. There you go. There we have earring. Okay. Right. Let's try and speed these up a little bit. Here you have another one, guys. For anybody who would like to have this particular PowerPoint, you can let us know, and I'm happy to send it to you. Ah, right, Michael, well done. Yes, correct. Examination.
Because shape of an X.
Exactly. We have two words here, well, bits of words. We have amination in the shape of an X. So there we have examination. Well done. Good job. You guys are getting good now. And this is our picture clue that I would use in the event where students were not getting
prompts.
These will be prompts, yeah.
Good.
If the students are not getting it, then I might put a picture prompt in there.
Yeah.
You guys are getting it without the prompts, you see, therefore I don't need to use them. But for example, the students are like, I'm not sure, click, prompt. Oh, what's he doing?
Yeah.
You see, T-E-S-T, we have a test. Oh, what's a test? Another word for test? Examination. Okay. Prompts are important. Okay, guys, we're almost done now. Going to tax your brains before lunchtime. Almost done. Thank you, Michael. You're getting good. You're getting good.
With these ones, the more you do them, the quicker the response. I've noticed that his responses have gotten faster and faster and faster.
That's exactly right. And I think there's a very good, I'm sure there's some neurological reason for that.
Well, you pick up the pattern. You recognize how it works, and then you get faster and more accurate.
Agreed. I think, sometimes for, just to elaborate a little bit, sometimes for students, they might feel like they don't get them. They can't get the first one, they can't get the second one. But then as the activities go on, they start to kind of tune in.
Yeah.
And it's like you start thinking in a certain way, and you become a bit more, as you say, you see the patterns. Yeah.
I mean, some people are naturally better at these than other people, but I think it's something that if you practice doing, you can pick it up quite easily.
Well, I agree. I would consider myself very much a guy who learns by doing things and hands-on. And I'm very good when it comes to logic puzzles.
Yeah.
But I'm not very good when it comes to letters and words. So you might put like a bunch of letters up and say, make a word. I'm like, oh, I can't do that. But you give me a logic thing with shapes, and I can do that really easily. I'm also good with remembering things like flags and things like that, colors. And so everyone will be, to some degree, better or worse at this. But so far, you guys have been doing very well.
Yeah.
Now, somebody put Norway. Oh, I like that. Abner said Norway.
That's a good
now,
one.
There's no R sound though.
No.
But it's not bad.
It's a good idea.
It's a good idea. Norway. Yeah.
No way in.
No way in.
That's a good one because like the way can't get into the no box. But no way out would be a more common expression.
I like no way in though.
Yeah, that's clever, yeah.
There's no way in for the way.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
You think about it, way cannot get in.
Yeah,
no way
exactly.
in.
It could be a real answer, yeah.
So I think, Abner, Joseph, you're thinking beyond the box.
Yeah, definitely.
Well done. Right. So the correct answer was, at least what we're looking for was no way out. The no and the way is outside. Okay. And here we have some visual representations. Again, you know, if the students were not picking it up, I might pop them up there and you could see Bush trying to get out and there's no way. And of course, now you have the stop sign that shows there's no way to get out. You can't go forward, you can't go back, you can't turn right, you can't turn left, you got to stop.
Yeah.
There's no way out. Okay. I'm saying nothing now. Way in, Michael said. Way still. Sorry, way in, Raisa said. Anyway. Keep going.
Where is it in the box?
Beating around the bush. Are you saying that I'm beating around the bush? I do sometimes beat around the bush. I will not lie. Well done.
Only way, in a way.
Only way, in a way. In a way, I quite like that, yeah.
No entry.
Way back into love.
Wow, that's a good one.
Now, where's
but
that coming from, though, Tamakon? Now, where do I see love in
I
there?
like that answer, but it kind of...
Way back home. Uh-huh. I think Tamakon must be at home listening to romantic songs in the background, perhaps, and now these pictures are stimulating his or her thoughts. Tamakon, is that a man or a woman? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay, right. Well, we talked about the size of the word. We talked about the positioning of the word. We talked about if the word was cut in half or not. Now we have. Let's think about how many words are in the box.
Oh.
Yes, one upon. One upon. One upon has it right. It is one way. Okay, I've been instructed to tell you guys something. They have to do it. I can't see that. 9-6. You're going to have to write it more clearly.
It says 96.
Yeah. Miss Aw, you're going to have to, sorry, I'm just off camera type thing I have to say now. Miss Aw, write the words I have to say and I'll say it. Okay? Okay, so the correct one is?
One way.
One way. Remember we talked about no way out. Here we have one way.
Way is one of those words that collocates with many other words to come up with a lot of different ones. And as we can see here,
yes,
there are a lot of different ones.
A lot of people think that, yeah, we've got two way, one way. Yeah, we've got a few others. One way. All right. So that one, again, was one way. Now, very quickly, we're almost done.
Oh, God, is that a graveyard?
I don't know.
Didn't you say the picture?
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good for one way. All right.
Kiwi Khan said nothing. Yes, that's right. The slide that you're looking at right now is exactly the slide I want you to see. Michael says end. Not quite, Michael. Almost. Not quite. Tamakon, free time. Tamakon, what's this free time thing? Break. I'm liking... Am I tapping into your thinking now, looking for a break? No. Remember, what did we have now, guys? Again, I want to engage you a little bit. We had the word way, didn't we? What was the first one?
The first one, I don't remember.
Can you remember we had no way out, right?
Yes.
We had no way out, that's right. That was the first one.
Yeah.
Then we had one way, right?
Yep.
So we had no way out, and we had one way. continuing on from that, what do you see there now? Do you see way? I'm waiting for someone just to get it. There you go. Yes, we've got one. We've got one.
Clear the way.
We've got
Very
someone has said,
good.
no way.
Out
Very
of my
good.
way. That's
Cor-
good. I like that.
correct.
Out of my way.
Correct. No way. Now you don't see the way. No way. But when do we use that? No way.
For disbelief.
Could we use it like that?
Yes.
Like, no way, dude.
No way.
No way.
You can use it for disbelief.
Disbelief?
Disbelief, where you're saying you don't believe something. There's no way that's true.
Yes.
You could use it to, if someone asked you to do something and you wanted to strongly say no, you'd say no way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, you know, that's a very interesting point that you're making there because, you know, the tone of voice we would use with that.
Yes.
So, for example, the first one would be you'd say something and I don't
If
believe
it's
you.
disbelief, you'd say no way.
Right. Yeah. Disbelief. No way.
Yeah.
What if it's as you said?
No way. No way. No way.
No way. I'm not
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not doing that.
It depends on your tone of voice.
Okay.
A lot of the time.
Right. So.
Jigsaw. Yes, it is a jigsaw.
So basically these are, and of course I would give students most definitely some points for those, okay? There we go. Ooh. Now, we're going to come to this one in a moment. We have a little message we need to give you guys before we move on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What is the message I need to give our participants? Yeah. Yeah, we're going to give you a message, guys, now in a second. Hold the line, as they say. Hold the line.
There's so many hold expressions, right?
Yes.
Hold on a minute. Hold your horses.
Hold your horses. Hold the line.
Yeah.
Hold the fort.
Yeah, that's a good
Yes.
one.
Yes, that's correct. You will give 2 numbers, correct? Yes. What numbers will I give? Is it for the certificate? Okay. So code 96 blank blank.
Underscore, underscore.
96 underscore underscore. Is that what I have to tell everybody to do?
Yeah.
96. Okay. So everyone who's listening in, is that right? 96 underscore underscore. Okay, you got it, Tamakorn. Thank you. That was the message we had to give you. All right. It's
But
all
there's
part
supposed
of
to be 2 underlines.
96 underscore underscore. But I think they need what they do is. Yes, thank you. 96 dash dash. Okay, underscore underscore.
Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. That's the message we had to get across to you because apparently they
It's
have
a
to.
code, yeah?
They have to. For the people who are hanging out with us for the whole day, they'll be able to, you know, get their certificate. We hope to be able to keep you interested in our talk for the day. Let's see how we go. I know that it's a long day on a Sunday, but we'll do our best to keep you engaged. Right, we have now, lunchtime is 12 o'clock, correct? Okay. So we won't be having a break before 12. We have to run until 12.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to do this last little puzzle, and that should take us nicely to our lunch break. So this will be the last little puzzle that we'll give you, which requires quite a bit of thinking, and we'll see how well you get on. Remember, we talked about problem solving, having students solve problems in the classroom, and sometimes you can have interesting puzzles like the following one. You want to take a break? Bear with us, sorry guys. I mean, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll give people time to think about this, then we'll take a break. Then we'll come back and solve it afterwards.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Cool with me.
So this is what we're going to do, everybody. All right, we have something for you here. It is a particular little puzzle I want to give to everybody. Simon just had to drop.
Okay, sorry.
Right, so now here's the deal, everybody. We have a puzzle for you, a problem for you guys to solve. The mystery of the missing dollar, or the missing baht, whatever we want to call it. 3 men checked in at a hotel, and the clerk, the person on reception, charges them $30, which they split amongst themselves. So, you know, one guy pays 10, another pays 10, and another pays 10. Later in the evening, the manager tells the clerk that the guests were overcharged. So they paid too much. You charged them too much. So we need to return some of the money to them. So they should have only paid $25. So the clerk sends the $5 with the bellboy to send it back to the guests, okay? But the bellboy is greedy. He's not a nice little guy. So he decides to steal some of the money. He's greedy and decides to cheat the men. So he gives the men back $1 each. He's got $5, he gives them back $1 each. So now, each man has paid $9 for the room, because they got $1 back.
Yeah.
So 9 times 3 is 27. And the bellboy, the porter, has kept $2. So 27 and 2 is 29. Where's the missing dollar? Where did the missing dollar go? What we're going to do now is we're going to take a break. While we're on our break, that's okay. While we're on our break, you guys can be thinking about this, and we'll come back to it soon. Okay? All right. Guys, take some time to look at that. Can we leave that on the screen for them to see? Is that possible? Okay, so what we need to do then is give you a moment to take notes first. Okay, so what we want you to do now, guys, because we're taking a break, it won't be on the screen. I'd like you to take a quick note of what you see on the screen, all right? Take quick notes of what you see. You take a photograph of it with your phone, for example, and then you can be thinking about it while we're on break, okay? Can I get a thumbs up from people?
Dishonest worker.
We have a dishonest worker. The theme of the story is dishonest worker. But actually, the idea of this activity is to problem solve, okay? And there's a little thing I'll talk to you about after we've solved it. We've got a thumbs up. Claire Irish Sarge, okay.
Wow.
Claire Irish Sarge, wow, okay. Are you a sergeant in the Irish Army? And we've got okay, good, we're good. Okay, guys, so you've taken, okay, good. Everyone has taken a picture of it, or you've made notes. We'll take a quick break, a little break, a lunch break, whatever it might be, and we'll be back to you soon, okay? Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. So this morning we have learned about the technique, some activity that our speaker give to you, like the picture that encourage the student to make some question to discuss about the topic that teacher needs the student want to know, want to speak, want to think, want to discuss. So now we're gonna take some lunch. We're gonna take a break. So everybody, please take a break and come back in 45 minutes.
ค่ะก็ ต่อไปนะคะก็จะได้ให้คุณครูทุกท่านผู้เข้าร่วมทุกท่านนะคะได้พักเบรกกันก่อนนะคะไปทานข้าวกลางวันนะคะแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเราจะกลับมาพบกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะในตอนเที่ยง45นะคะเที่ยง45นะคะเราจะกลับมาพบกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งและก็เมื่อสักครู่นี้นะคะท่านวิทยากรทั้ง2ท่านนะคะได้ให้โค้ดกับเราแล้วนะคะ2ตัวนะคะของช่วงเช้านะคะก็คือเลข9แล้วก็6นะคะ96นะคะแล้วก็ยังเหลืออีก2ตัวเลขนะคะซึ่งก็ต้องรับชมรับฟังการอบรมในช่วงบ่ายนะคะแล้วก็จะได้อีก2ตัวค่ะพักทานอาหารกลางวันสักครู่นะคะกลับมาพบกันอีกครั้งในช่วงเวลาเที่ยง45 นาทีค่ะ ค่ะกลับมาหลังจากรับประทานอาหารกลางวันแล้วนะคะซึ่งก็เดี๋ยวทุกท่านน่าจะเข้ามากันในช่วงเที่ยง45นะคะตอนนี้ก็ยังเหลือเวลาอีกสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะก็เมื่อสักครู่นี้ก่อนที่เราจะพักเบรกไปทานข้าวกลางวันนะคะทางทีเชอร์ได้ให้โจทย์ไว้นิดนึงใช่ไหมคะที่คุณครูทุกท่านน่าจะได้แคปเจอร์สกรีนช็อตไปเรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะเป็นโจทย์ของทีเชอร์ที่ให้ไว้นะคะซึ่งทีเชอร์จะกลับมานะคะให้ช่วยกันคิดแล้วก็จะมีการสาธิตวิธีการสอนเพิ่มเติมนะคะอีก 2-3 หัวข้อนะคะเดี๋ยวทางวิทยากรจะกลับมาเพื่อที่จะสาธิตวิธีการสอนแบบเชิงรุกเลยนะคะในส่วนนี้ค่ะแล้วก็สำหรับโค้ดนะคะรหัสสำหรับรับเกียรติบัตรเมื่อเช้านะคะก็จะเป็นเลข96นะคะจะเป็นเลข96ก็ยังขาดอีก2ตัวนะคะซึ่งก็จะต้องรอฟังในรอบบ่ายนี้นะคะค่ะตอนนี้ก็ทุกท่านก็เริ่มทยอยกันกลับเข้ามานะคะสู่ห้องซูมนะคะแล้วก็มีผู้ที่สนใจนะคะจาก Open Chat นะคะจะขอเข้าร่วมกิจกรรมในช่วงบ่ายด้วยนะคะก็ติดตามได้อีก2ช่องทางของเรานะคะทั้ง Facebook นะคะกลุ่มนิเทศสพมกท2แล้วก็ YouTube ด้วยนะคะก็เดี๋ยวรอให้เวลาถึงเวลาสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะสำหรับผู้เข้าร่วมการอบรมในวันนี้นะคะก็มีทั้งคุณครูภาษาอังกฤษนะคะชาวไทยนะคะแบบเรานะคะแล้วก็คุณครูต่างชาติด้วยนะคะจากหลายๆโรงเรียนเลยนะคะเท่าที่สังเกตจากชื่อนะคะผู้เข้าร่วมการประชุมนะคะก็มีคุณครูชาวต่างชาติด้วยนะคะซึ่งก็จะได้ช่วยกันนะคะนำวิธีการต่างๆนะคะที่ได้เรียนในวันนี้เกี่ยวกับ active learning นะคะไปปรับใช้นะคะกับห้องเรียนของทุกท่านนะคะค่ะตอนนี้ทางกลุ่ม Open Chat นะคะก็เริ่มที่จะติดตามทุกท่านกลับมานะคะในการอบรมช่วงบ่ายนะคะ อย่าลืมนะคะโค้ดสำหรับเมื่อเช้านี้นะคะคือเลข96นะคะแล้วก็ยังขาดอีก2ตัวสำหรับช่วงบ่ายนะคะ ค่ะตอนนี้ก็เที่ยง45แล้วนะคะทุกท่านก็กลับเข้ามาสู่การประชุม Active Learning อบรม Active Learning ของเรานะคะก็ลองทบทวนนะคะตัวโจทย์ค่ะที่ทางวิทยากรรอบเช้านะคะได้แชร์สกรีนไว้นะคะตรงนี้นะคะซึ่งอยู่หน้าจอของทุกท่านแล้วนะคะ The Mystery of the Missing Dollar นะคะก็เดี๋ยวลองมาดูกันว่าจะมีคุณครูท่านใดนะคะไปแอบคิดมาในระหว่างทานข้าวกลางวันนะคะหรือมาเห็นโจทย์ตรงนี้แล้วก็คิดได้เลยนะคะก็เตรียมตัวที่จะตอบกับท่านวิทยากรนะคะได้แล้วก็โค้ดของเมื่อเช้านี้ค่ะคือ96นะคะตอนบ่ายก็รอท่านวิทยากรอีก2ท่านนะคะอีก2เลขนะคะเดี๋ยวท่านจะมาบอกให้เรานะคะตอนนี้ทุกท่านก็กลับมาที่โจทย์ที่หน้าจอแล้วนะคะในระหว่างนี้นะคะลองช่วยคิดโจทย์นี้กันดูก่อนก็ได้ค่ะเพื่อรอท่านวิทยากรนะคะเพราะแน่นอนเลยว่าเมื่อเช้านี้ท่านอาจารย์ทุกท่านนะคะแข่งกันตอบคำถามผ่านช่องแชทนะคะรัวมากๆว่าตัวคลูต่างๆ hint ต่างๆที่ท่านวิทยากรนะคะนำมา เป็นตัวอย่างนะคะเรื่องของกิจกรรมcreative learning ในชั้นเรียนของเรานี้จะเป็นอย่างไรนะคะทุกท่านก็พยายามตอบคำถามกันหลากหลายนะคะซึ่งก็แสดงถึงความคิดสร้างสรรค์มากๆถ้าเป็นกิจกรรมดังกล่าวเหล่านี้นะคะนำไปเล่นๆกับลูกๆของเรานะคะก็จะทำให้เราได้เห็นถึงทักษะของเขาเพิ่มขึ้นนะคะในเรื่องของความคิดวิเคราะห์ชั้นสูงได้นะคะตอนนี้ก็ทุกท่านก็กำลังดูที่หน้าจอเพื่อพิจารณาของในส่วนของโจทย์ที่ให้ไว้ก่อนไปรับประทานอาหารนะคะตอนนี้ก็กำลังนั่งคิดกันอยู่ตัวพิธีกรเองก็พยายามนั่งคิดกับท่านด้วยนะคะ อีกสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะท่านวิทยากรก็น่าจะพร้อมแล้วนะคะที่จะมาต่อในช่วงบ่ายนะคะซึ่งในช่วงบ่ายนะคะก็จะเป็นเรื่องของ evidence that active learning works นะคะและก็มี example of active learning activities ด้วยนะคะจะมีในส่วนของการสาธิตนะคะวิธีการสอนแบบ active learning creative learning ต่างๆนะคะที่จะช่วยให้เราเนี่ยมี implementation ของเรื่อง active learning ในชั้นเรียนนะคะ
And we're back. Okay.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Good. Did you have lunch already? All right, so I hope you guys had a nice break. Good. Some of us have had lunch. Well done. Right, so we're back in the afternoon now for a few more little sessions. And before the break, we gave you this little problem to solve, didn't we? Okay, say, who's that? Someone said, I can't complain. Good.
Good.
Right. We gave you this little problem to solve. I think it's on the screen there. Can anybody give us some feedback on this problem? Has anybody actually solved the problem? And if so, how did you do it? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yes, I have already.
I think that's related to lunch.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was the mystery of the missing dollar.
We still have our team here, our team of participants chatting about lunch, which is fine. But did anybody get a chance to look at the problem that we posed before lunch? The one about the missing dollar. It's on the screen now. Did anybody have a chance to play with that, to solve it? Any feedback on that? Remember, we have 3 men. They all went to a hotel. They paid $10 each. Okay. They paid $10 each. What happened? They overpaid by $5 and $3 were returned to them. One per person. And the bellboy, the greedy little guy, he kept 2 for himself. So that means they all paid not $10 now. They paid $9, right? 9, 9, and 9.
Yeah.
27. Plus $2 to the bellboy. 29.
Yep.
So what happened to the other dollar?
Can't hear you, they say.
Okay, guys, thank you for telling me. Can only hear Simon.
Yeah, I see. They can't hear you.
But do you need to hear me?
They do. They do.
Okay, can you hear me now, guys? Awesome, okay. So
Okay.
I'll just have to, a bit. Oh, some people saying no. There's no.
There is no missing dollar.
Okay, good. Someone is saying there's no missing dollar. Yes, but quite low. People are saying it's quite low. So can we? Technical issues, technical issues.
Okay, so there is no missing dollar.
Okay, that's very good. There is no missing dollar.
Because
Yes, exactly. We need, how did you work that out?
there is no missing dollar because the men spent $27, of which 25 went on the room, 2 went to the bellboy, The 2 that went to the bellboy came from the 27 spent, with the other 25 going on the room.
Excellent. Thank you, Claire. Yes, and also, yes, we've had other people who've got it right as well. The men spent 27 of which, okay.
Racer, yeah.
You cannot add the 2 to the bellboy. It has to be in the 27. Okay.
Yeah, very good.
All right. So there we go. You know, this is one of those little fun things that we can do just to get students thinking about solving a problem. Now, you know, you guys are online and you're on home individually. And, you know, of course, you could possibly Google the answer.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure they will.
But in the classroom, for example, you know, you'd have a different dynamic, wouldn't you? You'd have students being presented with this maybe for the first time. Maybe you don't have any access, or you won't allow access to Google to work it out. So then you'd have some collaboration with the students discussing it, you know, in their own language even perhaps, and then coming up with the solution. So yes, correct, well done. That is indeed the correct answer. There is no missing dollar. But the key is, some people, now, I'd like to ask how you guys worked that out. Did you visualize it in any way, or did you just think about it, you know, in a pure mathematics, in a mathematical way? Or did you actually visualize it? Because, for example, some people, they might want to put things on paper so they can better understand the problem, okay? So, for example, now my clicker, are we going to have fun with the clicker again? Okay, maybe I need to do this.
Can you do it manually?
Maybe try here. Okay, sorry guys, we're just having another little technical issue now. Again, it seems to be the clicker from... Okay. Okay, I need to change the slides. I'm sorry. Okay, slide. Are we good? Okay, that's, which way is that way? Any?
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, okay, but that's going backwards now.
Is it?
Okay. There we go. So for example, I've posted something up there, you know, that where you could, if the students were having difficulty, for example. Yes, is it, how do you say his name again? Recycler, is it?
Racer.
Racer. I never get that right. I'm very sorry. I'm apologizing to you, Racer, because I never get your name right. Involves mathematical skills plus some thinking about, you know, the wording, because we're being fooled by the way the puzzle is worded, aren't we?
Yes.
So sometimes to visualize it makes a lot of sense. So for example, we could give the students this as a template and have them fill it out. So, you know, for example, what do you see here? You know, we've got $30 here. That's what the guests paid. You know, the hotel, there's a missing spot here. What did the hotel get? We can add as much information as we want or as little as we want. And we can use this to set students up with at least some way of working it out.
Yeah, you diagram a structure for them so they can figure it out more easily.
Yeah. There's missing pieces here, of course, so you can see here the guests arrive. Okay, the guests arrive, that's the scenario. So the guests have $30. That means the hotel doesn't have any money yet. It means that then the bellboy doesn't have any money yet, right?
Yep.
Okay. But now you'll see the next line. You see the guests, they've got no money. So where did the money go? Well, they paid for the hotel.
Yeah.
So that means that we would insert 30 into the hotel, right? We would put 30 in the box for the hotel. Can I use the annotations here? Perhaps. Let's see. We could use, we'd put 30 in here, wouldn't we? And the scenario would be they've paid for the hotel. And again, building it and building it and building it, we can see then they can start working out where the missing dollar is, or in fact, there is no missing dollar.
Yes.
Okay. Let me clear the annotations there, 1 second. Okay. And our next slide. Sorry guys, our next slide is still not coming up. Okay.
That's better.
Okay.
So arrow up, right?
Right, we're having issues again with the slide. Sorry, guys. Okay. So here you see like the finalized version, okay? Some students might want to use this kind of strategy to work out the problem. You know, you can see there that it's all laid out mathematically for them. But the trick, of course, is not itself in, where's that slide gone? My last slide is missing. Of course, the trick is not in the actual math, it's in the question itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think we guys have solved that already. Now, there's a lot of people who've commented on that. We can see. What can we read one or two of those? Yes, I followed you, not looking at the situation, and I got the same answer as Claire. Okay, very good. Involved medical skills. The question is a bit tricky. Exactly, it's about the wording. Okay, well, anyway, we are actually running behind schedule a little bit, so we're going to move forward now. Again, this is just a sample of a little problem, a little puzzle that we can give to kids in the classroom, have them discuss it between themselves and come up with some kind of an answer. And how language can play tricks on us.
Yes, and how our assumptions, what we believe about things, can be used to confuse and trick us.
Okay, right.
So, yeah.
Okay. Right, so now we're going to just talk a little bit about some simple activities that are actually very, I suppose they'll be like buzz activities now in the active learning field. You'll probably hear them mentioned from time to time. And the first one will be called a 1-minute paper. Now, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this, but this is a really nice little activity to do with your students. Does anybody know what the 1-minute paper is? Can anybody give me some feedback? Anybody an idea what this 1-minute paper would be? The term itself is quite explanatory, isn't it?
Yeah.
1-minute paper.
Self-explanatory.
Yeah. When might we use this? What is it? What exactly is the 1-minute paper? Well, for example, you get your students to write for 1 minute about something. Then, once they've done that, you can collect the papers and you can review them yourself in your own time. Now, what does that mean? Well, for example, my school years, why is it not showing up on the?
I don't know.
I have here, take 1 minute to write about, for example, my school year so far. So we're a few weeks into the semester, perhaps we're a month or two into the semester. Where are we now in the semester? A couple of months in, aren't we?
Yes.
So this might be a good time to ask students to write a 1-minute paper. I mean, you can be flexible with the minute, I think. It can be used as a formative assessment. It can be. If you want to grade them, you can. But the idea more is to get some feedback from the students. Okay? So you get them to write 1 minute about their school year so far. Now, you can leave it like that, or you can give them a little bit of a scaffold to work with. So, for example, you can give them some prompts, which will come up on the screen now in a moment. There's a little delay from my click to when it appears on the screen. Yeah, there's quite a long delay, actually, where it clicks and it doesn't come up on the screen. There we go.
There it is.
Yeah, we're looking at a 20-second delay there. Okay. So, for example, you can give them some prompts on the board. So we don't just say to students, write for 1 minute about your school year so far. They'll be like, well, where do I start? You know? So we can give them some prompts. Now, I've clicked a few up there on the board, but unfortunately, they haven't shown yet on your screen.
I'm sure it'll appear soon.
Okay.
Ish.
Okay. Right. Okay, there we go.
What do we need to expect? Words or how long they need to write in the case that they are not high proficiency students?
Good question.
Yeah, that's a great question. If they're, for example, Thai students writing in a second language and they're not high proficiency students, you could extend the time.
Yes.
You could say, write 3 sentences, write 2 sentences, something like that. You could modify it to suit the needs of your students, definitely.
Yeah, we're calling it a 1-minute paper, but I mean, it's, we're not necessarily, I think the idea behind the 1-minute paper is that, it's short. You want to keep it short, but we don't need to stick to 60 seconds.
Yeah,
You know,
and
we
this isn't an ESL, EFL context. This is like in a Western country where the students or the kids,
First
in
language.
this case, it's their first language. So
yeah.
writing something in 1 minute is easy, you know,
yeah,
for
easy
them.
for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think even though the fact that, you know, you might extend it beyond the minute, you might even call it a 5-minute paper, that's fine. But you can still, you know, steer the students towards bullet pointing.
Yeah.
You know, get them to write in a more kind of concise way. So just ideas.
Yeah.
You know, rather than full sentences about things. Because the whole idea here is that we want the students to communicate with the teacher, right? By putting down their notes, putting their points down for the teacher to take away and assess where they are right now in the semester.
And it's authentic because they have to come up with it straight away. So you get to see how quickly they can react, how long it takes them to form sentences and so on.
Exactly. So you have, you know, it's a very useful tool for the teachers to assess where the students are at right now. Okay. You know, there was a question about could it be part of the formative. If you have a task, if you're outlining a task for them, and you want certain key concepts to be presented, and they appear in their 1-minute paper, you can grade that.
You could do a series of them and track their improvement or lack of improvement.
Yeah.
You could grade that, I suppose.
Exactly.
Let them think about their experiences about the topic in short notes or some sentences, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Students are asked to take 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one, yes.
Exactly. I like that we're talking about this together because I'm sure that you guys may have used this strategy yourselves in the classroom. You know, it's more about like making sure that we're showing the different things that we can do. You know, I mean, I might use it, but some people may not. But you might be aware of it.
And if it was created outside ESL context, then you have to modify it accordingly based on the needs of your students.
Exactly. Again, 1-minute paper, very useful. Okay, I'm going to change slides now. And this might take a second. Okay, there we go. Think, pair, and share. I mean, self-explanatory. Students think about something.
They work together in a pair.
They pair up.
They share their information.
And they share their information, okay? Present students with a question, a problem, an item for reflection, okay? Give them a minute or a couple of minutes. Again, we can give them more time.
Yes.
We don't need to. The idea is let them think about it first and then share their ideas with their partner, okay?
And I would suggest you don't get, like, say, student A to talk about what student A talked about.
Right.
You would get student B to talk about what student A talked
Absolutely.
about, and vice versa.
Absolutely, yeah. The whole idea is that they communicate with each other, and then they can then talk about what the other person said.
Yeah, and then they're demonstrating their listening as well as their speaking skills.
Right. So again, but this is a tricky activity sometimes to monitor because especially if you have a lot of students talking at the same time.
Yeah, it can be kind of chaotic.
Assuming that you have kids that they're active and they want to get involved. It's actually I actually used this activity myself yesterday when I was teaching, and I gave them a topic sentence and we had a look at that, and they start thinking about it and discussing it between themselves. And I found that you did have students that were very interactive and they really were getting involved. And you have other students who are a little shyer, but the teacher moving around the classroom, helps.
And I've done this with university students too, and it works just as well. So.
Yeah. Okay, so what's happening on our slide there?
No idea.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Right, so let's continue. There's a couple of notes here, basically, on the questions. So, for example, the kinds of questions that we give, they should be somehow stimulating. They can't be just simple recall questions like, a simple answer to a simple question. No, they should need to be a bit more challenging. So, for example, give them something like the following. Here's a good one. Should homework be banned? That would be a nice question to give our students. I wonder what the answers would be. Do you think we'd have a positive... What do you think the answers might be to a question like that? So we'd have students discuss this now. Banned on Fridays.
Yeah, that's fair
Thank
enough.
you, Claire. You speak the truth. Indeed, banned on Fridays is a good idea. Let the students have the weekend to
Yeah.
themselves. Yeah. And then who's yes, please? So, okay. That we have a student telling us now that they want. Okay. Saturday, Sunday should be their rest day. Thank you,
Should be,
Claire.
should
I
be.
agree with you. Yes. Saturday, we need to give, because, and that's actually, Claire, you're making a very good point there, because we need rest. Students need the rest, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you go to the gym every day, you don't take a rest day, you never actually develop. You need to take a rest day to regenerate. It's the same thing with your study. Your brain gets frazzled. You need to take some time away from the books. So yes, I completely agree. Can money always buy happiness? Could be another one. Again, this is an interesting one for students to discuss between themselves and then share the ideas amongst the class as a whole. Okay? Provocative questions to some degree. And finally, this is one I did yesterday. I've clicked it. There we go. Yesterday, living as long as possible. Living for as long as possible is always best, no matter what. Okay, Claire has added take some time to relax and have family bonding
as
okay.
well.
But this last one here I've posted, I actually was teaching a lesson on old age yesterday, and I used this as a prompt. And I got students discussing this, about living for as long as possible is always best, no matter what. And I got some interesting answers from students. Yeah, it was quite interesting. Well, they say things like, you know, I don't want to be a burden on my children.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't want to be in a wheelchair. You know, I don't want to be, you know, I want to be cognizant all the time. I don't want to be a vegetable.
So they want a good quality of life, not necessarily live forever.
Exactly. Somebody prepare a transfer for Jordan because money can solve most of his problems.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
That's realistic. Yeah.
But again, as you see, we've got, a very simple concept. Think about something. Yes, I think that's Claire is saying money can buy some temporary happiness.
Definitely true, yes.
I think the thing about money is, at least for me, I would say I'd rather know if it buys happiness by having it.
And then finding out.
And then finding out.
Yeah,
I'd sooner at least try and find out, right? You know, I think, you know, I love travel. I love classical music, you know, so I'd like to travel and look at some classical music concerts, for example. If I had money, I can do that.
Yeah.
That brings happiness, right? But okay, it's an interesting question. Right, and then we move on to kind of, it's also the idea of the 1 minute paper, but it's getting students to write about what they're not sure about, what they're confused about. So, you know, how did their semester go so far? What are they confused about in their semester, for example? So it's not just talking about like the positives, but also the negatives. So it's like the 1 minute paper, as we said, but ask the students to identify confusing things.
So the muddiest point means something like the hardest part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are they having difficulty with? You know, you've heard the expression that something is as clear as mud.
Yes.
You know, I'm sure Claire might know what that means. Do we have anybody who understands what that expression would be? It's as clear as mud. Right. Yeah.
It's not clear.
It's not clear. Exactly. It's far from clear. It's the opposite. Okay. So I've popped up after reading another student, after reading each other's papers, for example. Now the first one you see you can have where the teacher reads them.
Yeah.
Getting an idea. But this one could be where the students read each other's. Yes, thank you, Reese. Unclear. Where the students read each other's papers so they can get an idea then of what their peers are confused about. And what does this open the opportunity for? I mean, it opens the opportunity for them to help each other.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I'm confused about something here, but Somchai or Nadaporn isn't, and they can explain it to themselves.
Teach each other, yes.
Exactly. So there's a value in that. I still think that those particular 1 minute papers can be taken by the teacher as well, but they would serve two purposes. Yeah. All right.
Not clear at all, she said.
There you go. Yeah, clear as mud. Not clear at all. Right. We have another one here called concept map engagement, and you can see I have a picture of some sticky notes or some post-its, and simple things like post-its can be very, very useful in the classroom for a number of reasons. They're easy to stick around the classroom, and also, you know, it's a great way to position them on a board anywhere we want, and we can create a map around them. Yeah. So, for example, we write a term on a post-it related to whatever the teacher would like to talk about. Is it technology? Is it something topical in today's world? Is it freedom of speech, or what is it? And the teacher can say, right, one term on a post-it related to, for example, technology. Okay, what do the students do? Well, they stand up, first of all, and they can move around. They write their note, and they post it on the board. Okay? You can have 10, 15, 20 students in the classroom, and they posted them all around the board. And now what we can do is look at ways to link the ideas. Yeah? So we can add words that are synonymous with the keyword, or are somehow related to the word.
Yeah, like
maybe
he has global warming, you could write climate change, melting ice caps, increased temperatures,
activism.
etc. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly. This is a good activity because what will happen is that you it's a little bit like you wind the students up and let them go, because they will come up with the ideas themselves. Obviously, something like this would be good to follow on from a lesson that you did on, say, for example, global warming, to see if they've taken in the vocabulary that was used in that lesson, for example, or some of the ideas. But yeah, they can map out some ideas on the board and then start to link the post-its, link the ideas. Discuss, collaborate, and link the ideas. So you end up with a kind of a web on the board. So you'll have, you start off with one word to give to the students, or two words in the case of, say, global warming. The students then create a whole web of ideas based on that and link what is linkable. What has a teacher done in that particular scenario, if you think about it?
Well, basically just directed them.
Yeah. Just facilitated, right? Stood a little bit in the background. There we have the pandemic, COVID-19.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't think of that.
Yeah, and there's so many things that we can talk about that. You can also have, the pros and the cons of it, the good things that have come out of it, the realizations that we've had because of COVID. You think now when you see that when the day comes when we don't need to wear masks anymore, yippee. I mean, we're not wearing masks now, but that's only because we're on camera. But, once we get off camera, we're back to wearing masks again. There's a great feeling of, you've got a better understanding of what freedom is now when you've been boxed up with masks and in your house and whatever, So all of these ideas can be mapped out. Do you guys think that something like this would work in your classrooms? That's a question to everybody. What do you think? Something like this. Again, it doesn't take a whole lot of input in terms of writing for the students, but, collaborating and working together and discussing things, you kind of leave them to themselves. Yeah, okay, I'm glad we've got a yes from one of our team there. Yeah, we could use this in the classroom. And I've always found that when you kind of give them time to just do stuff, they get on with it, don't they? Sometimes we feel, exactly individually or in groups, sometimes we feel like we have to direct the students all the time for every little thing. And we really, I've made that mistake, many times. But the amount of times that I have just kind of left them to it. Okay, give them the direction. They know what they need to do, and then just let them do it. The results can be amazing. What they come up with can be amazing. So yes, I think this is a very valuable activity. Right, now we have something. Is anybody familiar with this one? The word cloud guessing. Is anybody familiar with that? Now, if you notice at the beginning of our talk today, I had a little word cloud about all that information about me, but this is a little bit different, where we're not looking to ask. We can ask questions ourselves, but we're not looking for answers, so to speak, but we're looking for the idea. All the words are related to something, the topic. So, has anybody familiar? Yes, I'm used. Method.com to use word cloud. So the word cloud generator, is that right?
Yeah.
Actually what? Yes, the word cloud, they're very useful. Yes, they're very useful. These are, they can be a good intro to have students kind of prep them for a topic that's coming up. Yeah? So for example, I think I have one here. So I'm going to ask you guys if you can see that clearly. There's a word cloud now that I've generated. Can any of us guess the topic? And then I'll put you guys in the position of the students now. And is there any? Can you guys come up with what this topic might be? There's a lot of words there. Some interesting words. Human rights.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
good.
that is true.
Can you give me society? Thank you.
All humans or?
Yeah, well, human rights. Okay, can anybody give me some supporting? Why do you say that? What words stood out to you that made you think human rights? Gender balance. Okay.
Well, gender equality, I guess.
Yep.
Society. There's a lot of
Society.
words to do with that. Girls, feminists.
Gender related.
Women, yes, of course.
Gender based.
Yes, that's right. And just gender by itself. So it does seem to be about women, activism,
Yep.
that's right.
Yeah. And which part of the world do you think maybe this topic is, or where this issue maybe might be prevalent right now? Challenges in today's society? In some parts of society, yeah. Central Asia.
Is that right?
Azerbaijan. Yes.
I can't remember if that's
Yes.
true. Okay, good.
Yeah. Near
Azerbaijan.
Georgia, just south there, Georgia, Azerbaijan.
Central Asia, yeah.
Yep. I'm
Okay.
thinking of Azerbaijan, Jordan. Turkmenistan near Tajikistan, yes, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, all that area there. Yeah, so you can see the word, where is it?
Former Soviet Union.
Yeah, Azerbaijan. Right, so this part of the world, right? So this particular, the students can be guessing, they can be guessing in advance what this topic is about. And I actually have the piece here. Let's just pop it up. There it is. And it'll come up on your screen there now. Combating stereotypes to prevent violence against women in Azerbaijan. And that's the actual text. There we have activism, you see. Azerbaijani activist is fighting to improve gender equality in her country, okay? And address the daily challenges faced by women, yeah? Okay, and girls. Right, that's our, students can guess that, right? Now, of course, we could get the students to write out their thoughts. We could get the students to try and build, a framework based on the words that they have, and then we can give them the
You could ask
text.
them to research the topic of
Yeah.
Gender equality in, how do you say it? Azerbaijan.
In Azerbaijan,
That's right, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing as well. I mean, sometimes we forget that there's a whole world out there. Knowing a little bit about geography helps. Where is Azerbaijan? What kind of, what is the history of that part of the world? I mean, are they predominantly one religion or another religion? What's the climate like there? There's all kinds of things we can, Violence against women and children. There we go. Thank you, Claire. Right, so I also have one more for us. I've just popped it up in there. A little bit lighter, a little less serious, I would say. I'd like you to look at this one and see if you can come up with what the topic might be. And maybe beyond just the topic, but the tone, what the tone might be. I'll leave you guys a couple of seconds to look through that. Father's Day, thank you, Michael. Again, we have a location in here too. Again, if we know our geography, happy Father's Day to you both. There's some key words in here, though. There's words that stand up.
Right.
Cleveland, Ohio, yes. Okay, so where is Ohio? It's in the States, yeah. The U.S. of A. So we know this story is maybe from the US. We're looking at there's a father involved somehow.
Yeah, I mean, they have all words related to family.
Yeah. But there's a couple of words there. There's Thanksgiving. Okay, so American family. Good.
very good.
Good, yeah. So we got an American family. We're in Ohio, Cleveland. Maybe it's Father's Day or Thanksgiving. All of this sounds rather positive. So we're looking at a positive story here. Are we?
Yeah.
Are there any words there that maybe have a slight, I won't say slight, rather negative ideas?
Madness?
I see one there. It's quite
Yeah, that's right.
madness. Okay, we've got madness.
Shocks.
Tired.
Shocked and explodes on the right.
Enough. There's a big word there that nobody has yet picked up on, and it's related to marriage. Can you guys pick it up? Okay, there we go. Broken
Divorce,
family,
yeah.
divorced. Okay, pressure. So, domestic violence. This is getting out of control. Okay, so we've got the word divorced coming up here a lot. Right, the word divorced is there. We've got a happy family, perhaps, or a family in Ohio, Cleveland. Maybe they're getting divorced. Okay. But there's a lot of nice words in there, but yet we might have a sad story. Or we might not.
I don't know, screams, angry. That doesn't sound good.
I honestly think that students would probably come up with the wrong idea the right idea in terms of people are getting divorced, perhaps.
Yeah.
You know, like they're going to be in America. There's definitely a family. People are upset. There's some anger. There's some madness. But until they understand that it's actually a joke, they won't pick it up. So, for example, I've just changed the screen for you. This one is interesting. So I'd like you guys to read this actually, so you can see the outcome. Yeah, exactly. You can read through it and you see it's not quite what it seems.
It's a trick. Yeah.
It's a little bit trick. So I'm going to give you guys a minute now just to read through that before I change the slide, okay? The things that parents have to do. Simon is reading it now.
Yes, I am reading it. Well, why do they care so much if their parents get divorced?
I'm sorry?
I mean, it just seems weird. Is this true?
Keep going.
I know, I read the last part
Yeah.
first.
So you can see, if you had a chance to read through it, we're going to give you another 30 seconds or so to read through. Now, I've entitled this The Divorce, but we could probably come up, we could get the students to come up with a very suitable title for this.
That's another thing. You could have no title, or you keep the title and say, what's a better title, what's an alternative title, all right?
Or what does the title, exactly, does the title give the game away, though?
Ploy of the parents to make their son and daughter go home.
Yes.
That's a great word, ploy.
Yeah.
Ploy is like another word for trick. Very
Exactly,
good.
exactly.
An alibi to bring all the family together. An alibi isn't exactly the right word, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
An alibi is when you have an excuse for a time when a crime was committed that the police suspect you of. All right?
You've got that covered by having people knowing where you were, other people knowing where you were, what you were doing.
Like if the police thought I killed somebody last night, I could say, no, I was with him the whole night. Yeah. And he would say, yep, that's true. He would give me an alibi.
Yeah.
So not quite right, but it's a great word.
Yeah, ploy certainly is. It's a technique. They're tricking. I think it's a rather. Rather than me giving my opinion, let me get your opinion. What do you think of this? Was it there must be the mother and the father, because they're both in on it, right?
Yeah.
So the mother and the father are both in on this, and they're talking to the father's the one who's running with the plan, who makes the phone call, right? So what do you feel about the mother and father in this? How do you think that that was a nice thing for them to do?
Not really, no.
But then, okay, which is good. I mean, you know, we think about that, right? Maybe that's the only way they can get their kids to come.
Yeah.
Which then says more about their kids, right?
It's a type of manipulation, yeah. He said, no, it might affect child's feelings. That's very true. It would affect their feelings.
And somebody else said a lame excuse.
Yeah, a lame excuse. It is, definitely.
But I mean, if you think about it, this is where when you're chatting with the students about, obviously, you know, you can get into the details, but you think about, it says more about the kids, really, if mom and dad have to play such terrible tricks to get them to visit, right?
And also their reaction is so extreme.
Yes.
Like when your parents get divorced, you don't yell at them. You just say, oh, that's sad, you know, too bad for you, you know?
Yeah, but I think we've got a lot of sympathy coming from everyone for the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not really a nice idea. It actually hurts their feelings. Okay. No, especially the reason to celebrate Thanksgiving is in a city with a sports team named Indians.
They made them change it.
Did they really?
Yes.
Okay.
Now they're called the Guardians.
The Guardians?
I know it's a terrible name,
Okay.
but yeah.
Well, that's political.
I just read about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of the American football teams that have like Native American
The Redskins
names.
and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to change it.
Yeah. But again, okay, so here we are talking now about this. But again, what's happening here? We're having a discussion. We're chatting about something. All started from the idea of a cloud of words, and now it's when looking at the text, we can talk about it in more detail. So can anybody then give me, or rather give us, a more suitable, a more suitable title for this text? What would be more suitable? Or would we have to invert commas on divorce? The divorce, perhaps.
Yeah. Although we could change the title.
Okay. Do any of us, our colleagues out there, have any ideas about the title? What would be a good title, everybody?
A Thanksgiving divorce.
I'm waiting for, okay. Someone got that. Someone liked your response there.
Yeah.
Would anybody like to give us their idea of a title for this? Good divorce.
Unexpected Thanksgiving. A Thanksgiving surprise.
I don't know. Some divorces maybe are good. Maybe some are not so good. I think it all depends, doesn't it?
But they're not children. Like, they're adults. So,
Exactly.
What the hell's their problem?
Unexpected Thanksgiving. Okay. What about the crafty parents? A divorce to celebrate. I love it.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Good. Bye-bye divorce.
That's very cute.
But you can see, we can come up with a lot of fun names for it. I certainly think, given that the actual text does end in a joke, I think that the title could be a joke also, or at least
definitely.
be light-hearted. Yeah. Divorce, Return of the Kids.
Ooh, like a movie.
Oh, that's actually very movie-like, isn't it? Yeah. A Twisted Thanksgiving. I like that one.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Alliteration.
Mom and Dad on their best behavior. Okay. Right, well, we've talked about that quite a bit, so thank you guys for your input. Tricky Dad. Revenge of the Parents. Okay. All right, well done. Thank you, guys. Let's just move on now. Right, I've changed to something different now. I've got a picture there. Can you see it? Not for Ross Keller.
Ross Keller.
I don't know. I've heard the name.
I know.
Keller,
I have
yeah.
too. Okay, so...
there you go.
I never watched it.
It's a prank, yeah. Right, so now I've posted a picture, guys. You can see the silhouette. What are we going to talk about next?
I can't possibly imagine.
Oh, I mean, what could it be? Thank you, James. We're going to talk about music.
Pranksgiving.
Pranksgiving.
That would be a better title. Sorry.
Oh, did you come up with that one?
No, I read Claire's thing that said it's a prank, and I just thought, Pranksgiving.
Well, there you go. So Claire and Simon have come up with the best idea for the heading.
I don't know if it's a
Pranksgiving. I love it. I like it. Yeah, even Reese agrees with that. Cool. So we've got music here, right? We can see the music notes. This picture then just illustrates what I'm going to talk about next. Okay. So we're going to use click, click, click. Where's my click? Okay.
Oh, it's working so well.
Okay. Okay, using music. Right, so classical music. Actually, not today. Thank you, Tamakorn. You know I like classical music, of course, but we're not going to be using classical music today. But what I'm just thinking, we'll talk a little bit about using music in the classroom. I mean, how do you guys use music in the classroom? And how useful do we think it is? What can we use it for? Mind-blowing through sounds. Perhaps. But I mean, we can use it in the classroom, right? Feelings and emotions. Acts, that's absolutely right. We can use it for feelings and emotions.
Music to convey story.
Yes, exactly. Talk about emotions, bring up moods, excellent icebreakers, yeah? Especially if it leads into the topic. You know, if we have a piece that leads into, maybe the song is about the winds of change, for example, the scorpions. I'm showing my age, right? Things are changing in life, okay? Expressions, exactly. So,
Soldier of Fortune.
yeah. I mean, for example, I used Vivaldi, classical music, and I used it coupled with visuals. So are you guys all familiar with Vivaldi's Four Seasons? The classical music piece, Vivaldi's Four Seasons. It's a very, very common piece of music.
You've probably heard it a million times.
Oh, absolutely.
They've used it in like every other movie.
Yeah. And what I did was I used visuals of birds in the trees singing. And I didn't play the music. I put the birds in the trees singing, and you could hear the birds chirping, very nice. And then I muted the sound and I put on Vivaldi's, the intro to his Spring, the Spring section. And you can see how the visuals and the music were matched. You can see how the music is telling the story. It was quite interesting. So what has Atiwat said? I use some songs to teach students about word choice. For example, there are many kinds of thieves. I use the song Robber by 1975 to give an example of thieves. Very good, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know this song?
I do not.
No, I'm not familiar with it. I'd like to. Atiwat, is it possible for you to send the link for that song? So everyone.
Yeah, they're an English band. They're quite popular.
Is it possible, Atiwat, for you to find that on YouTube and send the link? Good man, thank you. Appreciate it, because I'd like to listen to it later. Thank you. Right, so using music. Again, I'm going to introduce you guys to a song. What we're going to do is we're going to post the link, I think, in the chat, because there's a copyright thing where I can't play music now. We're not sure about how it works. Yeah. So what I might do is I might, send it to you via the chat, and you can listen to the song at home, and that's a way we can kind of circumnavigate the
legal issues.
The legal issues, exactly. So. I've put a picture up there. Again, as you guys have probably noticed, I like to use images a lot. What do you think the song... Yeah, exactly, thank you. What do you think the song is going to be about, based on that picture? Yep. Thank you, Atiwat, thank you for that. Father and son. Oh, Cat Stevens.
Yeah, that's what I said when you asked me.
Right. Cat Stevens, very good. Cat Stevens sung this song.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jordan, can you tell us what song it is? I think Jordan is going to tell us what song it is. Come on, Jordan.
Yeah, relationship is true.
It's about relationships, yes.
Father and son relationship.
Yes.
Sure.
I think Jordan is going to tell us the song, though. Jordan is frantically checking now. Yes, it's about a relationship between father and a son. Okay, that is exactly correct. Here are some words from the song. So now, I've popped up on the screen some of the words from the song. some of the words from the song there. Let's see.
A Walk to Remember. That's a Keanu Reeves movie, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so you can see some of the words on the screen here. What words stand out to you guys? What words stand out? Can you already see a theme in those words? There were planes to catch. Okay, so let me read it from the beginning, okay? My child arrived just the other day. He came to the world in the usual way. There were planes to catch. So we have a good thing here, right? The child was born, came into the world the usual way. But then you have, there were planes to catch and bills to pay. He learned to walk while I was away. Now, from just those two sentences, can we get an idea of what the song will be about? We're getting lots of input here when it comes to songs, lots of songs. So, but this, the reality of life, thank you, Jordan.
Yeah, very good.
Okay. So, was his father around when he was learning to walk? Unfortunately not. Okay. But it continues. Okay, it continues. It says, I can't see it here, but I can maybe move this so I can see it. 1 second, everybody. There we go. And as he was talking, before I knew it, and he grew, he'd say, I'm going to be like you, Dad. You know I'm going to be like you. So we have a son. What's his son doing if he wants to be like his dad? Yes, a father's love or a son's love of his father. If you have, okay, so if a son is saying,
Good.
I want to be like you, Father, it's about fatherhood. Yes.
Yes,
yes,
of course.
yes.
So the boy is saying he wants to emulate his father,
Exactly.
to be like him in some kind of way.
Okay, exactly. So we're getting a little bit of an idea what this song could be about, all right? Right, I'm going to send the link. Hopefully I can send the link to you guys. Oops, excuse me, sorry. Okay. So to use this song, we can probably follow I have an idea laid out here that I would use. We would listen and take notes to the song. Before we would show the students the lyrics, we would have them listen to it and take some notes. What do they think? And we can discuss a little bit about that after we've listened to the song and taken some notes. Then we can look at the lyrics on paper and compare ideas about, student A thought it was about this, student B thought it was more like this, but then when they read the lyrics, they looked at it and go, oh, okay, it was closer to what you thought and less of what I thought, and so forth. They can still discuss. Rather than giving the students straight away the lyrics, I think it's very important for them to listen to the song first and take notes. Then they can compare their ideas. Then I think they can probably compare, they can ask questions. They need to question the lyrics. What is it about? Get the students questioning the lyrics. Get them questioning each other. Okay, why is he saying that? Why is this like that? Why does the father feel like that? Why is the son so forth and so forth? Yeah. And then we can discuss that in a larger group. Okay? Of course, the students need to be ready to answer questions from the teacher as well. The teacher can pre-prepare some questions. It might actually be that the questions that the teacher comes up with are the same as what the students have come up with. Okay? How do you think the students would feel if their questions are exactly what the teacher's asking? They're feeling already empowered, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like they've answered the question before being asked.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, rather than the teacher doing all the questioning, that the students question themselves first, and then, when it correlates with what the teacher's saying, hey, I'm on the same track here. Okay. Right, so the students can also present their findings. They can do that in groups. Groups tend to be better to present than just the individual. I think you'll have some students that like to present individually, but they can talk about it. And then we can, but if we've chosen the right kind of song, which I think we have in this case, we can look at, because the song is about a father who doesn't spend as much time with his son as he would like because of work and bills and all that kind of stuff. And then the son wants to grow up to be like his father. And then the son ends up being like his father because when his father is old, he wants to spend time with his son. But his son is too busy. Oh, I got to go to work. You know, I'd love to chat with you, but can I have the car keys? It's time to go. Whatever. Okay? So I'd like to send you this song in the group chat. And I'd like for you guys to maybe perhaps listen to it. Can I pause the share for a moment and I'll come back to you? Yeah? Okay. Let me see if I can send this song to you. Okay, so now I need to find a new share. Okay, I can't share that now. I can't copy that.
Can you copy the no?
I can't,
Can't
yeah.
copy the link.
Yeah, the link, no, I can't copy paste it from the PowerPoint. I can maybe.
Well, you could just tell them the name of the song, and then they could look it up.
Yep, I want to share it if I can. All right,
Yeah.
sorry guys, give me 1 second here. Okay, I have it here now.
Oh, great.
All right.
So that's why you have to send the link for copyright reasons.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Okay, let's go back to our chat. There we go. All right, guys. All right, so now are we back on camera? We are. How are we doing on our share? Are we good? Are we back online? We are. Sorry guys, slight little technical again. All right, there we go, we're back. Right, so did you guys get the link, yeah? Let me see, where's the chat? There we go. All right then. Okay, great, you have the link. Right, so I tell you what I'm going to do, just for a second. I mean, can you guys, I think let them listen to it.
Yeah,
yeah.
of course, why not?
Yeah, have a quick listen to the song, everybody. I'm going to move the slide forward in a moment. But, you know, take a moment, really, just to, you know, we've just spoken at length.
So it's kind of crazy not to, yeah.
Right, exactly. We've just spoken at length about this song. You know, we talked about the relationship with father and son. I think it makes a lot of sense for you to have a little listen at home. Yeah? Okay. So let's give you, feel free to post your comments. So nostalgic, yeah, it is indeed.
Yes.
Have a little listen at home, everybody, okay? Break up our talking with a little bit of music. Sound good? All right. And I'd like you guys to think about how could we, you know, you can think about the approach here. Does this approach work for you? I certainly think it would work for me. Again, the importance of music in the classroom, it can create a lot of interest. It can create a lot of discussion. But isn't it a little bit like the pictures? For example, you know, you can just choose any picture. Can we just choose any song?
No, I mean, it has to be an appropriate length. It can't be too short or too long. It has to be something that most of the people won't be put off by.
Yeah, yeah.
Something that's too, I don't know, too extreme or something like that. Something that's too dirty. Something,
Oh, yeah.
You know, it depends on the content of the song. There are many, many, many restrictions. It depends on the people you teach. Like if it's children, it has to be suitable for little kids.
Sure.
Same with like high school age. It can be a little more mature, but not too much.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yes.
Plus also, I mean, I think, you know, I have a tendency now, at least today, I'm using a song that's a little bit, it's a bit older, as someone said, who was it said it was quite nostalgic.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, it needs to be a song maybe perhaps that the students are somehow familiar with, you know, or at least doesn't sound like it's too old, maybe perhaps.
I don't know.
Okay, let's see. Have we got anything in the chat here? There we go. All right, let me keep the chat open.
Someone said it was ironic. If you go up.
Right, because well, that brings me on to my next slide. I mean, what we can use this for, you know, we can use it obviously to think of ways of offering advice. You know, when you think about what happened, we can think of having a discussion about how can we not end up making the same mistakes with our, you know.
So that would be the irony in this
Yes,
case.
yes. Mood, irony, and so forth. Okay, and we're having problems with our clicker again. Okay, there we go. Okay, I have the lyrics separately now. Okay, we're moving on, guys. We're moving on. We're moving on. I'm not seeing those chats come up on the screen. I'd like to see the chats come up on the screen because I can't read them when they're coming in real time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting a lot of feedback from people, and it's really great. We both really appreciate the fact that you guys are involved with us. But I can't see them real time on the screen here. I want to make sure I can see them coming up on our big screen. Yeah. Okay, so Reeser has also said that from the picture he can use the song If We Hold On Together.
What's that?
I don't know that song actually.
I don't know.
Yeah. We were going to save those links for later on. I want to see them. Okay, so moving on, people. Moving on. We're, time is pushing ahead. All right. Thank you very much for fixing that. Right. Using video in the classroom. So we've used a bit of music, and we can use video too.
Diana Ross. Sorry.
Diana Ross. Okay.
Wow. That's old-fashioned.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's feeling sad?
Because of that song.
Oh, because of the song. Don't feel sad. It's only a song.
Yeah.
All right, then. So moving on. Using video in the classroom, everybody. Cats in the Cradle, absolutely. That's correct.
That's the name of it, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
The Cat's in the Cradle and the Silver Spoon.
That sounds so
Little Boy Blue and the Man in the Moon. It's very, very good. All right, thank you. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, right, like an anti-smoking ad.
Oh, I say.
Ouch.
Who said that?
SPM2.
I've heard this song on an advertisement that a father smoked and right, very good. Okay. So it was appropriate, huh?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, guys, moving on. We've got, in today's classrooms, obviously, there's the options to use all kinds of fancy stuff, and we've got, multimedia galore now, and we can use video in the classroom. For example, if I have a video clip, what can we do with just one clip? I mean, how many ways can we approach? And I'd love to get some feedback from you guys because, you're all experienced people like ourselves. And I'd like to hear what you have to say about using video in the classroom. How many different ways can we use it? I've seen teachers use video very creatively. But I will say I've also seen teachers use it in a very one-dimensional way.
Yeah, it can be used for listening quizzes.
Yep.
I've used it for that before to make it more interesting than a kind of just a recording. Because it gives the visual aspect, gives it more clues and stuff like that. You can use it to illustrate something, to bring up a point.
Yep. Michael has input here that it creates a discussion in each phase, yeah? Okay.
Structure.
You can show a structure in a situation.
Yes.
Okay, very good, yeah. There's lots of things we can do for sure. Use video lessons, introduction, 1 to 2 minutes, and then find a video from YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is a great resource, isn't it? There's so many great things out there. Of course, the advice I always give to teachers is that, if they ask me at least, is that make sure you run through the video in its entirety before you think about showing it.
Yeah,
because you never know.
To watch the whole thing.
Right, you never know. Yeah, it's a visual aid as well. Yes.
Racer says it's a visual aid too. That's true. You can use it to support your learning. You combine it with text, and it can be used that way. You can combine them into an assessment. Yeah.
Yep. I've popped a few ideas here. Let's see if any of these ideas resonate with you guys. So, for example, we can use it for prediction. We can, if we're teaching the language of prediction, for example, what's going to happen, what will happen next, what might happen. We can use modal verbs, right?
Yeah.
So
you could tell them the title,
yep.
and you think, what kind of movie do you think this is?
Yeah.
What type of movie? Blah, blah.
And also then when the actual video is running itself, you can pause at a certain point and go, well, what do you think is going to happen next? He's doing this, and what's going to happen in a moment? Okay. Prediction. We can use it for, yes, exactly, movie talk, play some other video and pause, asking students to predict a rest. Very good, that's right, Suchida. Well done. Try an edu puzzle. Okay, that's interesting. Michael, can you elaborate on that, an edu puzzle? I like that.
I think it's a website.
Ah, okay. Is that a website you're recommending, Michael?
Oh, it's a video.
Okay, wonderful. Michael, would you mind, I appreciate it, would you mind posting it? Can you post a link into the chat so other people can see it as well? That would be really interesting. If you can, that would be awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, take your time. Take your time. Thank you. I love the fact that we are talking here.
Yeah, it's great.
It's really stimulating for both ourselves and hopefully you guys. Ah, TED Talk, yes.
Yeah, TED Talks are great. There's a lot of material there. It's clean.
Yes.
You know, you don't
Yes.
have to worry about them saying something bad or
Yep.
something.
Yep.
If you go to the TED Talk website, they have the most common or most popular TED Talks.
Yep.
Some of them have support. It's really, really useful. I've used it many, many times.
I'm subscribed to TED Talks, so they come straight into my inbox.
Oh, that's great. I never
Yeah,
thought of that.
yeah, they come straight into my inbox, and I'll just pick and choose what might be interesting to use.
Some universities actually use them in their placement tests and their entrance exams.
Yeah, yeah.
As a part of a listening test. So,
But
yeah.
I will say, though, is that I remember looking at a TED Talk once, and I still think it's very important to review the video in its entirety before, because
Why?
I've actually seen errors on TED Talks.
What do you mean they made a mistake?
They made mistakes, yeah. Like I had one TED Talk where they were introducing Herbert von Karajan, and they introduced the famous conductor, and they got his nationality wrong.
Oh.
Yeah, little mistake, but nevertheless.
That
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah. Right, so okay, observation, we can use it, you know, the students watch the video and they observe, and then they're asked questions after about what did they see, you know. So how many tables were there, what color was the wallpaper, or what happened after he put the cup down, whatever that might be. So purely observation. We can use it for practicing tenses. All kinds of tenses. Obviously what happened. We could even go into conditionals with it. You know.
Yeah.
If he had gone to the bathroom sooner, then he would not have
Gotten shot.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. Okay. We can use it for tenses. Half and half. Now this is it's a little bit trickier to use this concept, the half and half concept. Thank you, Michael, for sending that link. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Half and half is when half the students get to see the first minute or two of the video, while the other half don't. And then you switch it round, where the second half see the other half of the video and the first half don't. And then they have to explain to each other
What happened?
so
and
they
make
get
it
the whole
into a
picture.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
This is the logistics of that can be a little bit tricky, but it can be fun, because while they might be listening, it's okay. I recommend videos like from Mr. Bean and so forth, because
you can just cover your eyes.
well, with Mr. Bean, there's very little in the way of language per
But
se.
he's silent, right?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah. Of course, for Mr. Bean.
Gangubai. Awesome.
Yeah, you know this?
It's a movie. It was popular in Thailand. It's
I
about
see.
this Indian madam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
It's a good movie.
So yeah, the half and half idea, again, if you can do it logistically, then try it sometime. It's quite interesting. Again, you know, you get two sides of the classroom discussing together about the video, only with half and half. It's a little bit like a gap fill for video.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. News headlines or stories. So after the students watch the video, they have to turn it into a news story.
Yeah, what happens next? What happened before?
Yeah, basically break the video down and turn it into like a news story, and then create a headline for that story.
Yeah.
Just another angle we can look at with the video, okay? So how many is that now? 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5 different approaches already. And we've got a few more. We can get students to storyboard it. Yeah, again, breaking ideas. For example, when we storyboard, what we're doing is we're taking a bigger idea and trying to make it into a small, easily understandable picture. And this can be good when we take big ideas and try to list them out visually to transfer the information to another student. Yeah. So storyboarding, the artistic students in the classroom really like this kind of activity.
You don't have to be good at art to do it. It just
Agreed.
has to be a rough sketch.
Agreed. But you know, I've found that students like to produce pretty pictures if they can.
Yeah.
And sometimes the storyboarding isn't always as successful as I would like because they get bogged down on trying to make it too pretty.
They want to make it look perfect.
Yeah.
Yes.
But again, it's just another angle we can look at. Again, taking something big and putting it into a concise, small visual picture.
Pantomime. Is that right?
Yes, pantomime. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, research has given us pantomime. So what, you take the idea of the video and you recreate it in terms of role play?
You act out, because pantomime is silent, right?
Yep.
Act.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. All right. Okay, so I have here, SB stands for storyboard, share, and describe. So you'd have, and this kind of links in a little bit with the half and half idea too. Yeah.
So for example, some of the students are storyboarding the beginning of the scene, and the other half are storyboarding the end of the scene, and then they can compare them and try to work out what the whole scene is. So you have the idea of, you can link that with the half and half. So the one half of the class are sharing their story, they're sharing storyboards. They can also be doing the storyboard on the whole thing and looking at comparing ideas of how it was represented. But I still think the half and half works better with this. Okay. Consequences. So again, we can get into consequences with a video. What are the consequences of what happened in the video? How can we go beyond the video itself? Yes. Thank you, Claire, making a reflection. So reflecting on what the video was?
Well, how did it make you feel? What did it make you think? That kind of stuff,
Yeah.
I would guess.
Yeah, absolutely. All ideas are welcome. The whole thing is that we look at video and we think of it as something that we can attack from many different angles. We can get a lot of, as I keep saying, we can get a lot of mileage out of it, right? Okay. So, consequences. I mentioned earlier on in tenses about the conditionals, so the conditional tenses we can use in videos. And I'm just clicking my last one.
TS reversal.
Yeah, teacher-student reversal, where the students prepare the questions for the teacher on the video.
Okay.
Yeah, or where the students prepare questions for their peers. Yeah. So a little bit like, for example, when I used to teach IELTS, it's about getting the students into the mind of the teacher, the mindset of the teacher. So creating the questions to catch people out. When the students can create questions to catch their peers out, then they're more ready for the questions coming their way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this can be useful, where you play the video, but the students end up actually creating the questions for their peers or the teacher. Yeah.
Adawat says, could it be a prediction if the video had an open-ended question? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, absolutely. You could use it to make predictions, to make closed questions, open-ended questions, consequences or results. Lots of things.
Let students identify new English words. Yes. Let them create a vocab. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
very good.
And then you can have, don't forget, you have sound on and sound off. Sometimes the students, for example, looking at the video, especially if it's quite animated, you can turn the sound off and have them create their own dialogue. What do you think they're saying? What do you think they're talking about?
Another thing that's really useful is if they're watching something that's, say, in English, you can use English subtitles like closed captions.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when people speak, it's hard to understand them. They speak rapidly. Their accent is very strong. So you use the closed captions to make it easier for them to follow.
Yeah.
They can listen and read. So if they miss one, they can catch up with the other.
Right. So there's a lot of things we can do with video in the classroom. I take it a lot of our esteemed colleagues out there, they use video a lot in the classroom. Am I right? We've already gotten a lot of your ideas, actually,
Yeah,
so
definitely.
we're good there. How often do you think we should use video in the classroom? Do you think every lesson should contain a video component?
No,
I
it
don't think
doesn't
so.
have to.
No, I don't think so. Does it matter how long or short the video? I think that's a very good question. I think videos should be used sparingly.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, because, for example, it's like trying to take everything in all in one go. It's like eating a pizza in one go. You need to eat it bite by bite.
Yeah.
Okay?
He says attention span of the kids is the problem.
Yes.
Long is very hard. It's very hard to get people to pay attention, even to a short video. So a long video, forget it. Like, it's just impossible.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also ways around that a little bit. I mean, again, from my experience, for example, you can use a video and you can break it down into components.
Yeah.
But like the first part of the video you use for predictions, say.
Yeah.
And the second part of the video maybe you can use for past tense, although we do have to be careful that we're not muddling the students in terms, if we have a particular thing we're teaching that day, if we're teaching the past tense that day, then we stick with that. And we use an appropriate length of video to practice that. But if we're just trying to create dialogue, we're trying to create a discussion, we're trying to create a light atmosphere, we can actually break the video down to multiple parts and practice different things at each part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, it depends on what your objective for that day would be.
But I think short is better than long for
Agreed.
practical purposes.
Agreed. So a video might, for example, be 4 minutes long. But I'll break that down maybe into 3 or 4 different little sections and have something planned for each one.
Yeah, Michael, that's an excellent point. If you teach from 9 to 12 and then 1 to 4,
Yeah.
at 1 o'clock your students will be really sleepy
Yeah.
and not focused and not paying attention, so
Right.
it's good to do something like that, yes.
And we have research said some teaching materials are now aided with the video like National Geographic. Exactly, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, they use TED Talks a lot now. If you go to linguahouse.com, I highly recommend linguahouse.com. There's some great lessons on there, and they incorporate TED Talks with their lessons. Yeah, but after lunch, I tend to get students up out of their seats and moving around if possible, at least to keep them from falling asleep.
The best thing to do is an activity
Yeah.
or something at least a little bit dynamic, even if you're not
Yeah.
making them move around the place.
Okay. Right. So I've got a sample clip here, Mr. Bean. I don't think we have time to show it, to be honest with you. It would be good if we did, but I don't think we have time. I can share this link with you in a moment. This is an excellent little clip. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Mr. Bean Goes to the Dentist, but yes, Mr. Bean is very good for the classroom. Not obviously for listening to spoken English, because he doesn't speak a whole lot, but
It's good for teaching because you can ask so many questions, and that's why it's so popular in teaching English as a second language, because you can use it with the most basic, limited students to the highest level.
Exactly. Yeah, very, very useful. So I'll share that link in a moment. We're going to be taking a break again soon, but let me just continue while I'll get that link to everybody a little bit later on, okay? I recommend you watch it. What I was going to do, but I don't think we're going to have, well, I know we're not going to have time. What I was going to do is I was going to have you guys, our esteemed colleagues, I was going to have you guys choose one of those approaches and challenge us with the video, but we certainly do not have time to do that today. So, but you can certainly at least think about it. Yeah. All right, continuing. What is next on our agenda?
Mr. Bean is a simple example of pantomime.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. And an absolute expert at it too. I mean, his facial expressions, everything's superb. Yeah. Okay. Moving on away from video, we move into question of the day. Again, this is just another way, a bit like picture prompt.
Yeah.
Just another way to another little activity that engages all students in the classroom. Again, the whole concept of active learning is to let's get everybody involved as much as we can in their own like in the lesson, in their own learning experience. They need to be involved themselves. So question of the day is one way we can do that. Very, very simple. As you can see here on the slide, it tells us to display a photograph and have students prepare a question about it. It could be one question, it could be two questions. If you have 20 students in the class, you're going to have 20 questions. Okay. Of course, it says here the questions can be simple. I can't read very well from here, but let me just quickly move that around. Okay. Yeah. It depends on your students. You can make the questions simple or you can make them complex. Okay. Every student creates a question and then we turn them in at the end of the class. The teacher then can get an idea of what the students feel about that picture. Okay. So it says here, of course, requiring everyone to come up with a question includes everybody in the lesson. Okay. I've got some sample pictures here I'm going to run through with you. Maybe we can ask some questions.
Yes, of course.
Okay. There's our first picture. Again, choosing the pictures is important. I've chosen this one because, number one, it's extremely beautiful. The photograph is wonderful, but it's also interesting. It's very interesting. Does anybody have any questions on that picture?
Oh my God, I was just thinking Wakanda forever. Well done.
Okay, well, very good, very good. I don't know this. I'm not familiar.
Did you ever see Black Panther?
No, I haven't seen Black Panther. No, I haven't seen it. So, right, okay, and now it rings a bell. Wakanda, right?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
They do have this very kind of traditional tribal stuff going on. Yeah.
Now,
what tribe are they from?
Well, no, that's a good
question.
It is a good question. And if I were being the teacher today, I would have to know that answer. I don't, because I haven't researched the actual. I'm just using these as samples. But that would be, excuse me, that would be something I would have to know. What tribe is it? Where are they from? You know, what does the headdress signify?
It looks like a lion's mane, doesn't it?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, and the shield, the pattern on the shield, you can see there's a picture of like a wildebeest or something there. It's a very interesting picture.
What is he holding in his hand?
It's a spear, I think, a short spear. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what type of what type of landscape?
Yeah, the landscape, it looks quite barren, doesn't it?
Yeah, very wide, empty, barren landscape.
So you can see we're getting a lot of questions in here, like one of the ethnic minorities, maybe in Zululand or Swaziland.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, Swaziland.
A man or a woman? That's a good question.
I think this is a man.
The face looks like a man, yeah.
Yeah.
But the body doesn't.
So what kind of questions are we getting here? What are they doing in that costume? Looks like traditional costumes.
Where do you think they are?
Yeah, somewhere in the continent of Africa, I don't know where.
Is he the chieftain? Great question.
Yes, okay.
Who are the people in the background?
Yeah, okay.
Very good.
Yes, right.
Focusing on the less obvious part, that's right. Another one is about the weather. What is the weather like?
The weather is overcast,
Yes.
yeah. Overcast. It looks like there's a storm coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think they're doing? Exactly, these are all great questions. Are they hunting? Maybe.
Yeah, I thought this too. Is the picture edited or real?
Thank you, Michael, for that question. I believe, because when I took this picture from, I went to research online about, world's greatest photography. And this picture was one of the many wonderful ones that came up. I do not believe it's been edited. I just think it's an exceptionally good photograph.
Where's the tree?
There's lots of trees in the back.
Are they waiting for the Eternals' arrival?
But you can see again how a simple picture has generated a lot of questions.
Yeah,
okay?
well done.
Yeah. Here we have another picture. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very striking.
So here we have another picture. Again, we're just putting a few samples out there, a couple of example pictures for you. But again, we generate a lot of questions from this. This picture here is of a rather excitable little laugh, Here we have it. Yeah, someone said, what is
Yeah,
the
why
child's
is this
laugh?
kid so happy?
Yeah, exactly. We could build a whole story around that.
Yes.
Why is this kid so happy? The answer to that question can be whatever you think. Maybe he's seeing his father who's been away for 2 weeks or something.
Could be.
Yeah.
Happy or shocked? That's a good question too.
Yes, I think he looks more happy than shocked.
Yeah, I think so too, but you never know.
Yeah, it's Iron Man.
He's a hungry zombie.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Again, a picture like this can create an awful lot of ideas, okay? This is a wonderful picture. Now, this one, Michael, just to go back, because you asked the question earlier on about is the picture, somehow edited? This one is absolutely edited on purpose. It's deliberate, editing to make it resemble something else. And I think this is a very interesting picture. Can anybody give me some feedback on this particular picture? Now, of course, questions is what we're looking for, but I'm quite happy to elaborate and take ideas as well. Or maybe, as you guys are on the chat together there, maybe you guys can ask each other questions about it, and you can answer it.
How high is the wave in Waikiki? Wow, good question.
Waikiki, is that Hawaii?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So not like the tsunami, right?
What?
Not like a tsunami.
No.
Sea or mountain, very good, yeah.
Are they real waves or photoshopped?
I just mentioned to Michael as well that this particular photograph, they're real waves, but they've been edited to resemble a little something else. I believe this is actually a picture of a wave, but with some very interesting editing.
That makes it look like something other than water.
And so now Michael is asking Jordan, why does it look like a wave? Okay, Uradi has asked, what should be the purpose of the picture?
What is the purpose of the
Yeah.
picture? Yes.
Well, I think number one, depending if we're thinking about the purpose of the picture online or the picture with our students, generate discussion. But in this particular activity, it's the question. The students will ask the question on that picture. So, and then at the end of the class, the teacher will take all the questions and see what the theme, what the vibe is in the classroom about it. Are there any questions that match over and so forth? Yeah, as you can see, this particular picture, I think what it's trying to do is trying to replicate the idea of, it's trying to, in my opinion, what I see at least, is like a sinuous wave. Yeah. Like a muscular wave. It's like a wave that is full of muscle. If you look at it, it looks sinewy. That would be the impression I would get out of it.
It does look like muscle tissue, yeah.
Yeah. Again, just another interesting image. And then we have something a little more simple. Again, students will ask a question based on that. Yes, it's very beautiful. I think obviously this one has been edited too. And
so it has that kind of infinity look.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait, do you know where it is?
I'm not sure. It might be Norway.
Yeah, it looks like a Scandinavian country.
Yeah. Well, it's not Finland because I know I used to live there, as you know. But it's similar.
Wow.
Okay. And then finally, this is our last picture here now before we're going to take a little break.
Yeah. Amsterdam, maybe you're right, man.
Yeah. So, again, pictures, we can use them, generate discussion, we can use them in as per I mentioned at the beginning, we use pictures to create questions from the students. Right. I think we are going to take a little break because we've run for an hour and a half almost.
Yeah.
So we'll come back after the break for our last little session where Simon will be presenting some things. And then we'll also have a little session with our students here, and we're going to do a few little activities with them. So if we can come back in another, let's say 10 or 15 minutes?
Yeah, great.
Would that be good? Okay. So we'll come back to you guys in about 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll have our last little session then for the day, all right? Thank you ever so much so far for joining us. Bye-bye.
ขณะนี้นะคะก็ท่านวิทยากรนะคะขออนุญาตเบรกนะคะประมาณ15นาทีค่ะเรากลับมาพบกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะในช่วงบ่าย2:30นะคะบ่าย2:30นะคะซึ่งก็จะมีในส่วนของการสาธิตการสอนนะคะซึ่งท่านวิทยากรก็ได้เตรียมนักเรียนของท่านไว้แล้วด้วยนะคะยังไงเดี๋ยวกลับมาพบกันในช่วงบ่าย2:30นะคะส่วนโค้ดของเมื่อเช้านะคะขออนุญาตย้ำเตือนเรื่องโค้ดอีก1ครั้งนะคะก็คือหมายเลข96ค่ะส่วนอีก2หมายเลขท่านวิทยากรยังไม่ได้ให้มานะคะเดี๋ยวพบกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งบ่าย2:30นะคะขอให้ทุกท่านไปเบรกก่อนนะคะแล้วก็จะกลับมาในส่วนของการสาธิตการสอนนะคะในรอบต่อไปได้เลยค่ะ
All right, it's time to short break. So this time you have to relax to do something that you want and then come back to 2:30. You need to come back here 2:30. So 15 minutes to take a break. So I will see you. Take a break. All right, welcome back to the final of webinar. So the next presentation, I think you will see the information about the implementing active learning in classroom. So please concentrate with our speaker and don't forget to write the 4-digit codes because we have to use at the end of our webinar to get the certificate.
ค่ะสำหรับเซสชันในช่วงบ่ายนะคะก็จะเป็นในส่วนของการสาธิตวิธีการสอนนะคะแบบ active learning นะคะแล้วก็ตอนนี้นะคะก็กำลังรอท่านวิทยากรนะคะที่จะมาให้ความรู้นะคะในเรื่องของ implementing active learning in your classroom นะคะ แล้วก็ในรอบนี้ด้วยนะคะน่าจะบอกโค้ดอีก2ตัวสุดท้ายนะคะก็ให้ผู้เข้าร่วมการอบรมทุกท่านนะคะตั้งใจฟังให้ดีด้วยนะคะว่าจะเป็นเลขอะไรค่ะ
Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
We're back.
Okay. So, what we're going to do is talk about this. I'm sure that you have heard about this before, but it's something that can be useful. And we did do something similar earlier when we had the woman and the child on the beach and the
yes.
eyes were in the cliffs. It's similar to that, but this is a little different, all right? So for teaching and learning, your perspective, our perspective is how we see things, is very important in terms of successfully teaching your students what you want to teach them. So the more you look, the better you see, all right? I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about this, but it's very interesting. It's from psychology in the early 20th century called Gestalt theory, and it's a set of rules for describing how various elements come together to form a unified whole. So for example, you can see here we have all the components.
Oh,
and
right,
here,
okay.
yeah, right? And here they're assembled as a whole, all right?
I actually didn't notice that. I was looking for a second and thinking, okay, what are these two pictures? But now, as you say it, okay, it totally makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. The weird thing is the first time you look at it and you think, you know, what is it? The second time you look and you finally see what you're supposed to see, it doesn't look the same anymore.
Right.
You know, it's
right.
very weird. So this is something that's useful for students because it's challenging. It's visual. You can use it to teach vocabulary, for example. You can use it in a lot of different situations, okay? One of the things I'm going to show you has become very popular over the last couple of weeks, and it's been circulating online. So anyway, Gestalt is a German word that means form, shape, pattern, or configuration. So I'm sure that you have seen some of these. Some of them are very popular. Other ones you might not know. So this is a picture that has been, maybe you've seen it on the internet, I don't know, but that's where I saw it.
I never got it, I remember looking at it.
It's really, really hard, I think. Where is the second or hidden tiger?
That is a tricky one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this has to do with your perspective. So, where is the second or hidden tiger?
I'm actually having a good look at it now, and I'm trying to work out where it is. I see a lot of people. I actually see some people on the Zoom camera blinking furiously, trying to, I know, trying to see if it's maybe if I blink very quickly, I'll see something else. Is that?
Now, I could give you a little hint, okay? When we talk about a picture, this part of the picture here is called foreground. This part here, background. So foreground, background. The second or hidden tiger is in the foreground of the picture. Don't look over here or over here or over here. It's in the foreground. Yeah, you got it.
The words are in the stripes.
That's
okay.
right. So if you look here, you can see the, oops. If you look here, you can see the, T-H-E. In the middle part, H-I-D-D-E-N. And then on the back part,
On the hind, yeah.
Yep, I couldn't remember. T-I-G-E-R. The hidden tiger.
Okay.
All right? So yeah, the back leg and the central part and his shoulders, that's where you can find the second or hidden tiger. So this is like a good short activity, all right? You could use this to prepare your students for another activity that maybe isn't even related to this, but it's just a good way to get them started.
Get them focused on something. Yeah.
And you have to explain to them that these things are really hard. I was staring at this picture for like 30 minutes and I didn't find it.
Yeah,
you know?
well, you still, I'm the same. When I looked at it first, I'm looking in the trees and everything behind it. I can't find it.
The idea is your perspective, your way of looking at it is telling you, oh, it has to be here, it has to be hiding here, hiding in the trees. Can tigers climb trees? I don't know. I don't think so. But anyway, it's actually right in front of your eyes. Okay?
We have here, optical illusion. Riesler has said optical illusion. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a kind of optical illusion. Strictly speaking, this isn't a Gestalt image, but it's similar. It uses perspective in a similar way. What about this one? Look at this cow. How many faces?
I actually looked at this earlier on today, and I could not work it out.
Oh, wow, you guys are fast. Damn.
Yeah, but now, looking at it, just right now, I've seen it.
Okay, Michael and Yuarawi. I'm sorry, I can't see it very well. You're right, there are three. 1, 2, and then the cow's face. All right?
Yeah.
So technically 3.
Yeah.
This cow's face is one of the original Gestalt images. Now, look at the picture. What do you see? A lion or a monkey?
I see both.
Yes.
Luckily, the first time I looked at it,
Monkey first.
Yes.
And both.
yeah,
A monkey. Well, we can see the monkey here. This is what do you call this thing?
the branch, right?
Yes.
Sorry,
That was-
I should be letting the students answer.
A branch.
I'm playing
yes.
student now.
A branch. And here's the monkey. Here's his tail. Where's the lion? Yeah, the lion's face. What do you call this? For a person, you'd say mouth, but for a lion, you'd say what? Yeah, very good.
His jaws,
His
yeah.
jaws. You can see his or her jaws. You can see the pointy teeth. What do you call them? The pointy
Fangs,
teeth.
there we go.
Yeah.
Jordan got it, yeah.
Well done. All right. So you can see the teeth, the fangs, that's his nose, eyes, ears, and so on.
Clever image.
Yeah. So the first time you see it, you see the monkey. The longer you look at it, you see the lion. Okay, so what is this picture?
Very good. Can we want, yeah, 2.
Two face, yeah. So what's the first face? What face do you see first? Woman, yes.
Okay.
So this is her eyes.
Yeah, Claire said that
nose,
woman, the eyes, yeah.
mouth, hair. What's the other image? Yes, a man playing a saxophone.
Yeah.
This is his nose, head, body, and here's the saxophone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like this one.
Yeah, it's very clever.
What animal is it? A rabbit? A duck? Yes, very. Man, well done. You guys are very fast. So if we look at it from the left side, this looks like the duck's, what do you call it?
The beak, yeah.
The beak, yes. And this is the duck's eye. But if we look at it from the other side on the right, this is the rabbit's eye, this is the rabbit's face, and these are the rabbit's ears. So yeah.
Sorry.
No, please.
I want to interject for a second because I've got an idea that just came to my mind when we're looking at this.
What?
Okay, so in the West, when we read from
Left to right.
left to right. So I'm curious to know. I don't know now. I'm just thinking outside here.
If you read from right to left,
if I
would you
read
see
from
it
right, would I
differently?
see it differently? Which animal would I see first?
Yeah, maybe.
You know, because we got. Do we have it? I mean, we're not reading a text, but at the
No.
same time, we're looking at an image. But would
we
I be
see
more focused?
Would we see the duck first and the rabbit second?
Right, interesting question.
Yeah. I think it depends on people. Some people are good at seeing them. Some people have trouble with it. These ones are deliberately easy, though. Okay, this is one of the original Gestalt images. Is this an old woman or a young woman? It's a woman, yes. Okay, but is she old or is she young?
Yes,
Young.
I see young. I see young
so
only.
this is the young woman here. Ear, hair. What's this?
Like a.
Feather. All right, this is like a hat or some sort of hat. Where's the old woman?
I actually cannot find her.
Eyes, nose, mouth, chin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right?
Okay. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, English old woman. Why do you say English old woman? I know what you mean, actually. Yeah.
Because she's wearing the headscarf,
Yeah,
perhaps,
she has the
right?
scarf. Yeah, exactly. And the fur. Yeah. So this is a classic one. The first time you see it, you see the young woman whose head is turned like this. The second time you see it, you see the old woman who's looking down. So, yeah, this is a good one. Pointed chin. Yes, she does. She has a very kind of witchy look. Yes, she looks like a witch. Snow White's evil witch. Yeah, her stepmother, right? All right. Look at this cat. Is this cat walking up or walking down? It is cute, yes, you're right. But is the cat walking up or walking down? Up, down, up.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at it, I see both quite easily. I
Yeah.
just kind of adjust my gaze slightly, and I can see it's going down or going up.
The only clue that we have is the top here. You know what I mean? This could be a ceiling. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah,
And in
yeah.
that case, the cat is coming down.
Yep.
Or this could be the lobby floor below.
Yeah.
All right? So basically, I don't think I could say one way or the other the cat is going up or the cat is going down. But this is something you could use to engage your students. You could say, is the cat going up or down? Why do you think up? Why do you think down? What clues do you have here that tell you anything at all? All right? Remember the cow?
Yeah, this one's
This
quite
comes
easy.
from the cow. So what do you say? Yes!
Yep, chalice.
Yeah, this is the most famous Gestalt image. I think everybody knows this. If you focus on the white part, if you squint your eyes a little bit, now you used a lot of different names for the thing, yeah? What is this thing called? Someone said chalice.
Yep.
Yeah, chalice is great. Yes, it could be someone looking into the mirror, or it could be two silhouettes facing each other. So you could use this to teach, for example, the difference between a picture and a shadow. You could teach silhouette. These are silhouettes because they're just in black. They don't have any detail. With this one, you could say, what is this? Is this a chalice? Like, you know, King Arthur, big
Yeah.
cup, you know? Is it a vase? Is it a fancy glass? So
Do
there's
you, do you think that we could, I don't know if this will be above the, I don't know, would it be too difficult for the students, but do you think maybe the students could, I won't say replicate that, but come up with the same idea of black on white and create their own?
Well, I mean, if they were art students, maybe, I don't know. King Arthur's cup, yes, exactly. I would think candle holder. Yes, it does look like a candlestick holder.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll give you that one. Like the one in, the talking one in Beauty and the Beast. That's the first thing I thought, actually. But the thing is, it's not important what it really is or actually is. The important thing is that you're able to allow your students to guess, to come up with as many different words as they can. And you can say like, okay, you say it's a chalice, you say it's a candle holder. What's the difference? You know, a candle holder is just for holding candles. A chalice is for a drinking vessel, all right? So yeah. All right, what do you see? Hey, all right. What'd you see? Is it a plant? Is it a person? A beautiful girl. Flowers and face, plant.
Yeah, again, it's another clever one, isn't it?
Yeah, this one is pretty easy though.
Yeah.
The butterfly is her nose. This flower is her mouth, her lips. And this part of the plant, the leaf, shows the side of her face and her eye. All right? So it's a plant, plants, and a person. That's right. So yeah, and you're right. These are flowers, not plants. Yeah. I don't know what they are, but anyway. All right. So what's this one? Is it a person or is it a place? This is very similar to your painting from this morning.
Yeah.
You're right. It's the Eiffel Tower, and it's both. So we can see the Eiffel Tower.
Claire says it's a nun.
A nun.
Yeah.
Maybe. Could be a nun. She's wearing black. I'm not
I
sure.
think it's almost like it because of the curvature above the head.
Oh, she's wearing like something over her head. Yeah, she could be a nun. Yes, yes.
This one is, when I look at this picture, I see, you know, it's an interesting picture. You can see how it's been modified too.
Yeah, it has been modified, yeah. But as you can see here, yes, this is the Eiffel Tower. But you can also see here the eyes, nose, mouth, and so on. So I think these are good because they provoke your students and they allow them to talk about it. And the main point is that you're talking about it. All right? So what is active learning? We've already talked about this. But the most important key words for you, I think, would be the ones in bold here. Active learning should promote thinking, discussion, investigation, creation. All right? So first you provoke them to think, then you get them to talk, then you get them to investigate, and finally, you try and get them to create, to make something themselves.
Yeah.
So,
a bit like when we talked about, like, you know, could they replicate that in some way with a black on white with their own ideas?
It would be really hard, but I'm sure some people could do it. Yes. Yeah. All right.
But even the trying in itself would be interesting. The collaboration between them, for example, if they were to work on a project together to do it, maybe the collaboration would be difficult but enjoyable.
I mean, the whole point is it's the process of doing it, not the product that you create.
Not necessarily.
Exactly. Now, unfortunately, we don't have enough time for this activity because this one is quite long. But I will explain it to you first. Firstly, look at the title. The Smartphone Zombie Plague. What does this mean? We all know what smartphone means. I'm sure we all know zombie, right? What is plague? Have you ever been walking somewhere and someone is looking into their phone and they stop and you bump into them? Or you see someone walking across the street and they almost get hit by a car or a truck because they're looking at their phone? In some countries, they call these people smartphone zombies.
I would ask our esteemed colleagues out there, and I would ask even ourselves, are we sometimes guilty of this?
Yeah, I think everybody
I think
is.
everybody is, right? Yeah.
People using phones while walking. That's right. But it's not just using your phone when you're walking. It's not looking up and around to see what's going on around you. That's right. A plague is like an epidemic, like pandemic, but plague is an older, more old-fashioned word that maybe you'd see in the Bible or something.
Yeah.
All right. Black Death. Oh my God, yes. Plague. The best example of a plague is the Black Death. That's right. People use it to describe something that's very bad and widespread. It's not a disease. This isn't really a disease, but it's a social phenomenon that's spreading across the world.
Yeah.
So firstly, you look at the title. What does this title mean? All right? If it's something topical like this, do you have any experience of smartphone zombies? Are you a smartphone zombie? All
Or
right?
do you know anyone?
Yeah. Guilty, yes. Everybody is guilty sometimes of this, I think. All right? Yeah, the key thing, Claire, is without paying attention. That's right. So, the next thing that you would do to introduce your topic, my activity here, which we don't really have time to do, is jigsaw reading. I give you 2 pieces of a short paragraph, and then I get you to match paragraph A with paragraph B so it makes the full paragraph. This would take about 45 minutes, so I'm going to skip the actual activity. So, before the lesson, we look at a picture. What is the difference between these 2 lanes? Can you see? Now, I know you maybe restriction. Exactly, a phone lane and a no phone lane.
Yeah. You know, I've got a question, if I can interject for a second. I've got a question on, okay, Natapat says I like the idea, and I do too, Natapat, but do you think, if I can be honest here, do you think there's a problem with which lane they've chosen for the phone and which one they've chosen for no phone? If you look at the lanes in relation to the road,
yeah,
do you
it's
think that they might have
better
got,
if they switched them
do you think
around?
maybe they might have gotten it better if they'd switched them around?
Yes.
So the one closer to safety is the one where you can look at your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Exactly.
that's a good
Someone
point.
says it's
That's a good
dangerous. Yeah.
point.
That was the first thing I noticed.
Yeah. So, okay, we don't just have to, where is this lane? I want to take a selfie on it. It's in China, all right? So the next question you would ask is, where is this photo taken?
Yeah.
All right? If you look at the text, you can see that's Chinese, so that gives you an idea, all right? Could be anywhere in China or countries where Chinese is spoken. I can't remember where, mainland China, I think?
Most likely.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
All right, we could ask some other questions too. Is she in the right lane?
She is, but it almost looks, and she is, looks like she's walking in the right direction too. Maybe this is the double direction. This way.
Okay. What if you're holding your phone but only looking at it sometimes? Then you can go in the middle. So we use these as a prompt to ask people about it. This is from the same article where I got the text. All right, so it's directly connected to it. This one is in Sweden. All right, this is real. What does the sign warn us about?
And ironically, look at the person in the picture
I know,
behind.
it's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can see here, this woman is doing the same thing. She's looking at her phone, her head is down while she's walking. Yeah, it's
She might even bump into the sign
Yeah.
if she's not careful.
So, zombie walking ahead. Yes, prohibit using phone while crossing the road. Yeah, that's a good idea, but very hard to enforce.
Yeah.
Maybe hard to get that many police. All right.
I like what Adiwad said. Watch out for the phone zombies. Yeah.
Phone zombie crossing here. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's cute. And they have a man and a woman. Yeah, it's a good one. So this is in Sweden, in Stockholm. All right, what about this one?
Excellent picture.
I know it's great, isn't it? Why is there a red light on the ground?
Very,
We should put the same in Thailand.
I think we
yes.
should actually, yeah.
Everywhere, globally. But it's a demarcation line. Wow, you got great vocabulary.
Yeah.
Be the next governor. Yes, there's a new governor. I've heard he's very popular. So what does this line for? Do not cross. Yes.
But why is it on the ground?
Why is it on the ground? Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
For people who looking down to see.
Yeah.
These are called ground lights.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is in, can't remember if it's Amsterdam, in Holland or Germany. But in this city, they have ground lights. So if the light is green, the light is green. Light is red, light is red. So it stops people from walking into traffic and getting hit. Is it a laser light? It's a real light built into the ground. Okay? So yeah. So this will introduce your students to the idea. And because this is an interesting topic and one that we can all relate to because we've all seen people do this, we've all done it ourselves at some time. Is it a laser light? When you cross, you'll be cut into two pieces. No, it's not Resident Evil. Not Resident Evil, but close. So you get your students interested in the topic by prompting them with an image like this. And then you do the jigsaw reading. Jigsaw reading is an organization technique, and it breaks up a larger text into smaller chunks of text. 1 or 2 paragraphs that students work on together in groups to become experts on. Each student then moves into a new group in which every member has become an expert on a different part of the text. All right? So what I'm suggesting here is that I found an article. There are 10 parts. I've divided them into 2 sections each, and then I will ask the students to assemble them together. This can be done with printed out pieces of paper that have been cut in half. You can do it on screen as well, all right? Which one goes with which one? Okay?
These are examples of it, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. So like we have A through, there's a lot of them. Because I have 10. And here in the answer section, we have the full version. All right? So they can look and make sure that it's correct. Oh, and by the way, this is in Chongqing, I hope I'm saying that right, China, the lanes.
So to recap on that, just very quickly, that is an interesting activity. I like it a lot. The students, they have to first, can you just explain it to me again very quickly? They have the text, right?
Yep.
And then they, as you say, they become an expert on that particular part.
Yeah. So for example, I give you A,
Yeah.
all right?
Yep.
And the matching part for A is H.
Okay.
So the idea is you can do an activity where you walk around, where you find the person with the matching half to your piece.
Okay.
If people have trouble, you can prompt them, give them hints. You can say, like, for example, in H, they have some hints, a German word, the word German language, the name of a city in Germany. All right, so if we go back to the original one, in November 2015, Smombi became Germany's official youth word of the year. And then we have at least one more, Augsburg,
yeah.
Yeah, which is a German-sounding name. So it's easy to match them up, all right? So this is something you can do as a physical activity where you print them out, cut them in half, and give them to each other. Then they kind of tape them together and say, here's my article.
It's got a mill drill feel to it.
Yeah. You can do it in other ways too, all right? But that's one way.
Would it be possible, I wanted to do it in a running dictation kind of way, where they go up and they read, come back, take notes, where they replicate that by themselves? So for example, you'd have these pieces all dotted around the room, and the students would run up. They'd be assigned.
You could definitely do that.
They would have to read it and go back and dictate to their partner, and they would have to write it, and then they compare their version with what's on the wall. Yeah, it's just again. Because there was a question earlier on asked in the group about 4 skills.
Yeah.
And like the running dictation is one very good activity where you could absolutely use something like this. The running dictation where you have a text that needs to be read. So you got one person reading. And then that person runs back and dictates the text that they read to the person on their team, and that person has to write it. And then that person...
All 4 skills.
Yeah. You use all 4 skills.
Yeah.
So again, this, as you said, is a fantastic activity, and it can be modified to...
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to even use this topic. You can use any topic you choose. These are pretty short, all right? But you could make it even shorter or simpler. You could make it longer and more difficult. I mean, this has a lot of applications. You can use it in many, many ways. At the end, you can, test their knowledge by looking at the full version, all right?
Yeah, very interesting. I like it a lot.
Dutch, The lights, the ground lights, that was a Dutch town. They introduced pavement lights to guide smartphone zombies safely across. So this is a real thing. It's not a made-up picture.
And it's excellent material for discussion. It really is. I mean, it's thought-provoking.
Well, you want something that students will be interested in. You want something that's topical.
Yeah.
And something most importantly that's non-offensive.
Right,
You don't want to talk about a controversial subject that could make them upset or angry.
Yep.
You want something that is safe to talk about in class, where no one's feelings are going to get hurt,
Plus, there's no anxiety too, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
if you're talking about something, it's like creating that environment in the classroom where everyone's feeling comfortable. And of course, if we're discussing an edgy topic, you're going to have people who maybe won't be as comfortable. And they then kind of recede into the background. Yeah.
It has to be something that everyone will probably, most likely, will be comfortable talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're teaching older students, university students, you don't have to worry as much. But with high school students and younger, yes, you have to be very concerned.
A little bit, yeah.
How much time do we have?
You keep going. We're good. Yeah, we're going to keep going for a little bit.
Okay. Because we finish at
3:30.
Okay, so I will stop in 10 minutes.
Okay.
So, another thing I wanted to suggest to you. This does not work for everybody.
Okay.
Some people are terrible at these, and some people are not. I am terrible at them. I get very frustrated and give up after about 5 minutes, all right? But this is a good way to encourage your students to think in a different way, to solve problems, to use critical thinking, all of which are things that we are supposed to be doing with our students, all right?
It's funny, I mean, if I can just again interject, the whole idea of critical thinking, I've heard people talk about, now I don't know how our esteemed colleagues out there feel, but like the whole concept of teaching critical thinking, is there such a thing as teaching critical thinking, or do we put students into situations where
No, you have to put them into situations where they can use it independently and then demonstrate that to you. You don't just say, okay, critical thinking is A, B, C, D.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't really work.
Right, yes.
So basically lateral thinking, all right? This is something that used to be very popular in Europe, and it was used in corporations, companies, also used in universities and schools to promote critical thinking. So we have traditional logic, okay? So if we have a maze like this, we follow the maze and then we eventually get to the end. In lateral thinking, instead of going through the maze, we just go around the top. What they are encouraging you to do is to disregard the implied rules, all right? So to think outside the box like you were talking about before, or to think in a different way. Oops. Lateral thinking is non-linear. It's not in a straight line. You're seeking solutions in more than one direction and trying to achieve a single solution or multiple solutions that can be either one or a combination of them. So lateral thinking always involves an indirect and a creative approach.
Research is talking about violations question mark there. So I think you know, but I think what you mean is you mean by going around the maze that we're somehow violating the rules. No, not at all.
Well, no, I mean, you know, it's not really a violation. It's just a different way of looking at it.
I think that the thing is that we're almost conditioned to think that we have to go through the maze to get to B. But in fact, if we're smart about it, we can just go around the top.
Yeah. It's not like cheating or cutting in line kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right?
Hacking the system. Exactly, Jordan. Let's hack the system. Circumnavigate, shall we?
So lateral thinking is supposed to develop creativity, and this is something that I'm sorry. It's supposed to develop creativity, and this is something that's very hard to teach, okay?
Sorry, I mean, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I just wanted to, you know, we talk about you know, creativity, and I just wanted to, you know, if you think about where we are in Thailand, you know, I've been living here a long time, as has Simon. I've never seen so many creative things on the roads here in Thailand. Have you seen some of the things that, you know, people build and some of the crazy things that they, you know, the cart with the motorbike behind it, and, you know, very, so creativity absolutely is astounding here in Thailand.
Even the architecture is really, really creative. All different colors and styles in the same row of houses. It's amazing.
So there's a lot of creativity in this particular part of the world. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely. Or maybe it's just that people express it better here. I don't know.
Perhaps.
I don't know. So I'll skip this part. All right. I'll skip this because this is a video.
Yeah, because we're...
I know.
So keep going.
Got 5 minutes.
Yeah, we've only got a few minutes left.
Okay, let me go back. Okay, number 9. I'm only going to ask you 1 or 2. Number 9. A man is sentenced to death. Okay, he's going to die.
This is number 9, right? Number 9?
Number 9, yes. Sorry, I don't have time to choose. I want an easy one. He has to choose from 3 rooms to receive his punishment. So he has 3 possible punishments, and he has to choose door number 1, door number 2, door number 3. Behind door number 1, there is a firing squad. Some guys with guns waiting to shoot him. Behind door number 2, there's a big fire. All right? And behind door number 3 is a room full of tigers. They haven't eaten for 6 months. Okay? So you could imagine. Which room should he choose?
I know. I'm not saying anything, though.
Why? Why room 3? The tiger has no energy. You are... or
Close.
maybe dead. Yes. After 6 months, the tigers would be dead. Okay? Exactly. Very good.
If it was a room full of bears, maybe not, because bears can hibernate for a long time.
Yeah, they could hibernate. Yeah. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Sometimes we have to choose what when you think about the first ones, there's a certain certainty there, right?
Yeah.
You know, and again, this could be used in our lessons as well, but, you know, to talk about certainty and consequence and everything else.
Yes. You could teach words like will, could, might, may. Number 5. And again, I apologize, but these tend to be pretty grim and violent, but I don't know why, but they are.
Yeah.
Number 5. A baby falls out of a window of a 20-story or 20-floor building. Yet, the baby survives. How?
That's easy.
I know. I picked the easy one. So, how does the baby survive? Oh,
Well done.
Jordan, you're too good at this.
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't specified which floor. Yes, if the baby fell out of the ground floor, maybe it would get hurt a little bit, but it wouldn't die, right? So we didn't specify that it was the 20th floor. That's excellent. Okay, very good. So this is another way that you can stimulate your students' imagination. We talked about these before. Rebus. This one is really easy. I, heart, you. What about this one? Lifelong trauma only. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. So.
And you, oh, very good. Oh, I like Claire, very good. I didn't get it. I didn't actually know this one. Can you see well?
Can you see well? Yeah. Like I said, some people have a knack for these.
Yeah.
I had one student once, and her skill in English was very limited, but she could answer these questions like
Bang, bang,
bang,
bang,
bang,
bang.
bang. Yeah. All right. So, guys, unfortunately, I'm sorry I didn't have much time to present to you, but anyway.
We try our best. We get as much into. We have someone who said, Nissa said, Simon, I think that's for you.
I don't know who it's
Someone said, I love you. There you go.
I think it was probably you. But anyway, all right. So now you're going to do a demonstration activity
Well,
here?
what we'll do is we'll get our a couple of little volunteers up here just to do some like little interactive activities for a few minutes, just to show some activities in action.
Sure.
Yeah. So if we can invite our team up. Now, do we need to reset the cameras or what do we need to do? Or are we just going to zoom out?
This guy, he's from Morsel War. I taught him years ago. Yeah, he does.
Okay, so Atiwat is
write
asking
this
a nice
down.
question. 1 second. Would it be possible I could have the slide presentation in PDF format in order to extend my boundary of knowledge and to implement techniques in the class? Probably via email. Absolutely. Absolutely. More than happy to do that. We'd love for you to have this. So yes, let's make sure that we need to make sure that we copy paste these email addresses and messages so that we can send the PDFs.
Yeah, can you send it to me?
I know, but after we close the Zoom, you have to make sure that we don't delete anything. Yeah. Okay, so let's invite a couple of people to come up here and just have a quick seat, and we'll do a couple of little simple activities for like 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes? 5 minutes maybe. All right. Now, how are we looking on our camera? I've got our students sitting down, waiting to go. Absolutely no problem at all, Atiwa. Very, very happy to share these with you. Oh, there we go. Now we're on screen. I've got student 1, student 2, and student 3. Right. So first things first, because we don't have a lot of room here, I've just laid out some activities on the table here. I've laid out a couple here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 activities. Now, obviously, we're not going to do all six activities because we don't have time. So we're going to do a couple of simple little ones, all right? The first one I'm going to do with you guys is a simple, you will have the answer to a question on those cards there. What you'll need to do, one person will, this is the first one. You're going to have, for example, let me take this. Here we have, of course you can't see this, but the word on this is bananas, okay? So this is the answer to a question. It can be any question, as long as the answer is bananas. So the student will pick one up, you'll have the answer bananas, and you will show it to your fellow students, and they will ask you the question. The first one to ask the question that results in this answer will get the points, okay? So it's freestyle. You get to pick first, then you get to pick, and then you get to pick, and you can try and ask the question. So who's going to pick first, Miss? Student 1. So what have you got? First of all, show me. Okay, good. The answer now that she has, of course, that you can't see, but the answer she has is Stockholm. So now it's your turn to get that answer from her. Can you come up with your question? It's a race between you two.
Miss All, what is your favorite city?
Stockholm.
Okay, what is your favorite city is a good one. And that's based on opinion. What about if you could use another question? What other question could you use for Stockholm? A factual one. You could say, what is the capital of Sweden? Stockholm. Okay, good. Right, so that's a point for student 3. Next person. Student number 2 has picked up the theater. The theater. Guys, question. The theater. The theater. Who can go first? The theater. Question.
Where you go to see the movie? Theater.
The theater. Where did you go? What was your question?
Where you will go to see the movie?
Where will you go to see? Okay, I like that question. But can I get another question, perhaps? Can you try a question to get the answer, a theater?
Where did you go yesterday?
Not theater.
Okay, so maybe not the theater. All right, okay. Now it's your turn to pick one.
Okay.
And the answer here is in June. In June. So now your question will need to result in that answer.
When was your birthday?
I was born in June.
Okay, in June. Now you can of course lie, and so you can say I was born in June even if you were born in August, so to get the correct answer. Can you think of another question that is more where you must answer in June? Can you think of a question where you must answer in June? So for example, that one's kind of open-ended, right? You could say, when were you born? In June. But you need the answer June.
How about the plan for you to go to Japan?
Again, that's open-ended because it could be, you could say yes or you could say no. What holidays are there in June? Are there any holidays in June in Thailand? What holidays are there in June in Thailand? Do we have any birthdays?
Yes.
Any? You can pick a holiday, for example, in June and say, when is this holiday? Oh, it's in June. Okay. All right, so basically this little activity is very, very simple. All it is students get the opportunity to use whatever language they already have. It's a way to get students to use the latent language, okay? It's a good way to get students to practice questions. It puts students a little bit on the spot, so they're in a hurry. There's also an element of competition, for example, as well. All right, now, I'm going to do something a little different with you now. Here I have, for example, this is another activity we can do where I give each student like a little photograph, okay? Jordan asked what the capital city of Sweden is. It's Stockholm. Yeah, that's correct. That was the correct question. Very good. So now what I do is I give the students a little photograph. These are images of photographs. I say, give you that photograph, and I give you that photograph, and I give you that photograph. And what I do now is I tell them, I say, right, that photograph belongs to you. You know the history of it. You know who the people are. You know what's going on in the photograph. But of course, you've just seen it. So they have to take a couple of minutes to build their story. So you're going to have your photograph, which is a man and a woman on their wedding day. Okay? You need to know everything about that. And the information will come from you. Okay? And then you also have a photograph. You have a photograph of some children sitting around with some balloons, okay? It's a photograph. Again, you need to know the history of that, so you'll think about that. And you have a photograph of 3 people sitting around in what looks like a kind of a campsite. And again, you know the history of that. So the students basically will think, you give them a few minutes to think about their photograph. And then what will happen is, you'll have a conversation with each other. So for example, student A will come to student B and go, oh, let me show you this wonderful photograph. So you'll show this photograph to Miss Sa.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Miss Sa is going to ask you questions about that. What kind of questions can you ask?
Okay.
Who are they? When did this happen? And you need to know the answers. So what does that do? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you show the photograph?
I would like to show you. I would like to show you some picture.
Okay. Wow.
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 That-
Wow. I'm so interested.
No, that's a
Oh, wow.
great picture.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that picture?
What's her name?
What's her name? Now, you need to know, right? You've had minutes to think about it, right?
Julie, she is my friend.
Okay, good. Name and elaboration. Good.
She's a very, very beautiful bride.
What question
is
can you
his
think of?
name?
The groom is Mr. Wilson.
So Mr. Wilson and
Is he your friend?
They are couple. They are my friends.
when, where, why, how, all these different.
When this wedding party?
They married in 2021.
Oh, okay. How did they? Yeah.
How did they know each other?
Yeah.
They are classmates in bachelor degree in North Bangkok University.
Okay.
Wow. So
Okay.
I want to studying here.
So
North
you can meet a
Bangkok
nice
Village.
man,
So,
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can see the
Right.
nice guy
So
here.
thank you very much to you guys. Now, I'm not going to do all three pictures. It's no problem. But the idea, of course, is simple. What happens is the student has to create this story in their mind. Now, of course, it's easy for students to maybe relate it to their own experiences, but they create the story in their mind, so they have to come up with the answers unprompted from the teacher. It's all about you. Everything that you've answered has come from you. Everything that Miss Sa asked Miss Ah has come from her, with a little bit of prompting from me, like saying how, when, what, where. You know. Okay. And there you go. All right? So this is a very simple little activity again. And I think we don't have any time for any more, but what I will say is there's a couple more I have here that I'll just explain. There's a memory activity where the students get 5 minutes to look at a picture, but they're not allowed to write anything down. They're not allowed to take photographs. They just have to memorize as much as they can, and then we take it away. And then the teacher will come up with some questions for the students, and they'll see if they're correct. Also, you can switch it, and you can have students create questions to ask their colleagues, okay, or ask their partners. Here's another one. I know you cannot see this, but basically it's a grid, and on this grid, you'll have one student will have items in the grid, and the other student will not. And they have to direct the other student around the grid. Oh, 2 squares up and 1 square to the right from the black box is a picture of a shirt. And you draw a shirt. 2 squares down from the shirt to the left is a, and so forth. Again, just a simple communication activity. This one is quite interesting. This one is called Keep Talking. Again, there's a bunch of cards that the students will have. Again, we'd put them face down, and I'm going to demonstrate this one myself because it's easier. Student will pick up a card, and it says, this one, for example, says, I wish I hadn't told him or her now. I wish I hadn't told him or her now. They start with that, but they have to keep talking. So you would pick that up and you would go, I wish I hadn't told him or her now. And then you have to create the story to support that. Somebody can interject with what? Why? Okay? I wish I hadn't told him now because, you know, it was my secret. And I didn't want anybody else to know my secret. And he's told this secret to everybody. Again, the student can come up with whatever ideas they want to keep talking. Have another one here. That's the last time I ever do that. So let me think. That's the last time ever that. Oh, I went swimming the other day in that lake and it was so dirty. Oh, I'll never go there. That's the last time I remember going to do that. I just think off the top of my head. Okay? Keep talking. And then we have another instruction one where you'll have students with one picture is one picture is different, and they have to explain how to draw each other's pictures. Okay? There are lots and lots of little things we can do. I'd like to say thank you to my three willing students. You may now leave the stage if needs be. Thank you very much. And I think we are pretty much now close to out of time. So I think we need to open the floor up, I suppose, to a few questions. If anybody would like to have some questions, we're more than happy to take them. I can invite Simon to come back and sit with me, if that's okay. And we can adjust the camera now for just the pair of us. And we'll go from there.
Okay.
Right. Again, thank you to my three excellent students. Thank you very much. Okay. Right, and we're back for the last couple of minutes now. If anybody has a few questions, we're more than happy to answer them. I know there were a few requests for the slides, and in fact, you might find, well, actually, when we send the slides to you, there's some more information in there that, that we haven't had a chance to cover. Am I right? Yeah. So we'll make sure we get them to you.
And Adawat, I have already got your email address, and I will send them to you later, okay?
Fantastic. Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much as well. We really appreciate your input. It was great to see you online today. And I hope you're still smiling just like me. Yeah, wonderful. Right, so I mean, thank you. Risa, thank you so much as well. It was very nice to... Oh, can you enter the code? Yes, what is the code? 884. 84 is the code. 84. Okay.
Code for what?
84, yeah.
Finally, you can read my name now.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'll probably forget again in 10 minutes. I'm very sorry.
Racer, yeah.
Yeah, very nice. No, thank you guys. It was really wonderful to have you. And I think I can speak on behalf of Simon as well that we really enjoyed our interaction with you. It was wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, it was. Thanks. And I hope to see you all again sometime. All right. How do we get the certificate?
Very good. Now, that's something that maybe we can have somebody explain to them. How do we get the certificate?
Yes,
okay, we'll have somebody explain that to you. Okay. Thank you. Right, so yeah.
Camp workshop.
Yeah. Oh, no, exactly. So just a quick one. As I'm speaking to, thank you, Mr. Anthony and Mr. Michael, for this online webinar. I feel more confident in English language teaching after. Thank you. Oh, no, we're very happy to have you. Thank you so much. If any of you guys down the road, if you're thinking about having a workshop with any of your teachers, or you want to do some kind of hybrid thing where you want a workshop or a camp, get in touch with us at CIAM, and we'll be happy to set something up for you. You might even have somebody like me along and someone like Simon along, perhaps, to spend a day or a few days with you, in person. Where I think, and I certainly feel that when we are meeting with people in person and doing activities with people in person, we can get a lot more out of it,
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So again, I think it was our pleasure to be with you all today. And I'm seeing a lot of thank yous that are coming through. Thank you guys so much. Right. If there are no questions, which we're happy to take. If there are no questions, we are going to sign off for the day.
Okay.
Yeah?
Thank you very much, everyone.
Are we good?
Can you please stay here first?
Thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now I have to say thank you so much for a wonderful presentation about active learning. So it's such a useful activity. It's such a useful technique. I think all of teachers will use this technique and the knowledge to apply in your classroom. So at this time, I would like to invite Ms. Montakan Techasawatwit to say thank you to our speaker and to close the webinar. So everybody, please welcome.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having me. On behalf of, let's say, the stream colleagues, all participants, English teachers from across the nation, I guess, I'd like to say big thank to the trainers from Siam Computer and Language School for delivering such a detailed, insightful, and of course, interactive session using active learning activities. You know, you've just put us off our misery indeed, okay? A lot of tips and tricks were shared through many interesting selected activities for whole day long session. I myself hardly say what my favorite part is, but I'm sure our participants would have their own points to remember and try them out with their students soon. And special kudos goes to the organizing team, all people behind the scene, especially Dr. Mariam and educational supervisor, Ms. Nita, for making it happen. Your hard work will be paid off very soon, I'm sure. Last but not least, my fellow English teachers, stream colleagues, all active participants, please give yourselves a big hand, 2 thumbs up for your participation, which makes today's interactive session. It's time to go back to our classroom and let's get our students' hands dirty with great activity, active learning activities we've learned today. Thank you so much. Everyone, have a good lot. Till we meet again. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, now we come to the final of the webinar. So don't forget to use your 4-digit code to get the certificate. So it's an important thing. If you don't use 4-digit code, you will not get the certification. So today we have learned a lot of the information about the technique, about the activities that we will apply with our class. So I wish you will be happy. I wish you will be get a lot of the information. So today it's time to say goodbye, and we hope we will see you again at the next good occasion.
สำหรับในเรื่องของการรับเกียรติบัตรนะคะอีกสักครู่นะคะคณะทำงานจะส่งลิงก์แล้วก็ QR code นะคะขึ้นที่หน้าจอไว้ให้นะคะประมาณ5นาทีนะคะแต่ว่าการเปิดระบบของการรับเกียรติบัตรนะคะจะเปิดระบบไว้2ชั่วโมงเท่านั้นนะคะเดี๋ยวทางฝ่ายเทคนิคจะแชร์ QR code แล้วก็ลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะแต่จะแชร์ไว้ให้ประมาณ5นาทีแต่ว่าระบบจะเปิดรับเกียรติบัตรนะคะในเวลา2ชั่วโมงเท่านั้นนะคะแล้วก็ตัวรหัสนะคะช่วงเช้าคือ96ช่วงบ่ายคือ84นะคะรวมเป็น9684นะคะเพราะฉะนั้นก็อย่าลืมที่จะกรอกรหัสลงไปนะคะตอนนี้ในช่องแชทนะคะลิงก์ประเมินการอบรมเพื่อเข้ารับเกียรติบัตรนะคะมีลิงก์ที่อยู่ในช่องแชทของพวกเราเรียบร้อยแล้วในซูมตรงนี้นะคะมีลิงก์1ลิงก์2แล้วก็ลิงก์3เลือกเพียงลิงก์เดียวเท่านั้นนะคะจะแชร์ไว้ให้ตรงนี้นะคะประมาณ5นาทีแล้วก็จะเปิดระบบไว้ให้2ชั่วโมงค่ะรหัสคือ9684นะคะแล้วก็ใส่เวลาท่านกรอกลิงก์อย่าลืมใส่อีเมลของท่านให้ถูกต้องนะคะเพราะว่าถ้ากรอกอีเมลผิดแล้วนะคะเกียรติบัตรก็จะไม่ถึงทุกท่านนะคะค่ะก็สามารถที่จะทำลิงก์ที่อยู่ในช่องแชทได้เลยนะคะในช่วงนี้ค่ะ ค่ะสำหรับการอบรมในวันนี้นะคะก็ขอขอบคุณนะคะท่านผู้เข้าร่วมการอบรมทุกท่านนะคะท่านวิทยากรนะคะที่มาจากสพมกท2นะคะแล้วก็ผู้เข้าร่วมชมนะคะเข้าร่วมการอบรมของเราจากทั่วประเทศเลยทั้งในช่อง YouTube นะคะแล้วก็ในช่องทาง Facebook สพมกลุ่มนิเทศสพมกท2ของเราด้วยนะคะขออนุญาตเชิญฝ่าย ICT ขึ้น QR code ให้ด้วยนะคะที่หน้าจอค่ะค่ะ
ประชุมได้เลยใช่ไหมครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณท่านวิทยากรขอบคุณท่านสน.นะครับขอบคุณเลยครับสพม.2ขอบคุณสพม.2ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ